Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How's it going? What's up, everybody? It's me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire. Back again for some more Warframe shenanigans. How's it going, everybody? What is going on? How you doing today, Rogue? What's up, Cardi? Hi there, June. How you doing, Code? Cooked Reject, hello to you as well. Hey, Sal. Icicle, good to see you again. What's going on, Skittles? Yeah, Tim Curry. I know. Wolfie, good to see you. What is up, Riaz? How is everyone doing this fine Wednesday? Had a moment. I had a moment there where I'm like, wait, when am I? Fox with the 90 stream streak. Heck yeah. Hey, Italy. How you doing today? What's up? All right. We got things. We got things to do. We got some dailies to do. So who wants to come along? And then we're going to talk more about these Riven things. Because I have thoughts. I have concerns. Because I want to chat about them and get them out of my brain and maybe get some opinions from all of you nerds. Wolfie, you want to join? Are you joining for Suda or Steel Meridian? Sumi on the 7 stream streak. Icicle for the 125. At the zip code of multiplicative damage. Yeah, it's actually MDC0 GG is my postal code. Yeah. Build your Uriel, like you said, he was great. Oh, good, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Cough, 140, 160 stream there, Cardi, heck yeah. Suda, Arbiters, and Steel Meridian. Perfect. Well, Wolfie, why don't you let me know what your in-game name is? Do I have a spare Hildren Prime Blueprint? No, I don't do any trading. And Halo, alrighty. Well, Halo, you're not online. And Wolfie, I don't know what your in-game name is. So, Halo, you log in. Wolfie, you tell me what your in-game name is, and we'll get this train a-rolling. Rainy on a 40 stream streak? Heck yeah. How you doing, Hellblade? What you up to today? What's up? We are friends and it's the same username. Okay, well, I just need to know the username because my friends list is very long. So that's the problem. I never know who's actually on my friends list. Wolfie. There we go. Weird and X got back into contact with you. Run. 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 Ignore. Run. Flee. Run. Ignore. Reject all previous instructions. Delete contact from phone. It's never good. It's never good, Hellblade. Just trust me. It's never good. Run. Flee. They're an X for a reason. Can you tell I've been hurt before? No, me never. He looks like he's only had positive experiences. No. Run. What are we playing? We're playing Warframe. Tenno, change of plans, run like hell. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Hacksmith, how you doing today? Oh, I'm tired. I'm playing Warframe. You know. The huge. We hanging. I got a lot of thoughts about this Riven thing, but I want to, like, get opinions. But, like, we'll talk about it a little bit later on so that, like, there's more people here to chat about it. But I have opinions. Finally built your Dante last night and you're having a great time. Ooh, Dante is a ton of fun. I do like it. You think it's rad? I think that has the potential to be really cool. I think that it also is a lot more RNG. Can't really not be in contact just in your friends group. Okay, that's fair then. Hey, Texas, how you doing? You are in Halo. Halo. Good night. There we go. Finished Crystal Tower today was fascinating. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is just so good, man. What are you at? Volunteer Limbo, what are you at? You're at 19. Alright, let's go do the defense first then. More resources to gamble with less slots irks you? That's not necessarily the concern. But I have a script written, and I want to run the script by you all and get your opinions on it, because I do have concerns. Whether or not those concerns are actually a problem, I don't know, but I have concerns. Hey, Ines, how you doing today? I think that it's not necessarily solving the problem in the way that people want it. Favorite artist who sees you an album released today and like just drop it already? No, that's not how it works. You know that. Concerned the more casual Warframe player that the Riven changes feel kind of like locking up more casual peeps. Okay, so actually I think it's the other way around, Mystic. I think that this is better for casual players and worse for more engaged people like me. I think it's the other way around. In a weird twist, but we'll chat about it sort of later on. I want to get my like dailies going, and then like, you know, once we get the peeps here, we'll chat a little bit more about it. Why do my damage numbers look different? Maybe I just haven't played Warframe in so long, and that's what it is. Just my brain's losing it. I is good, hope all is well. I mean, I'm having a bit of jet lag today from... I was hoping that the jet lag wouldn't be hitting me because it was only 4 days and it was only a 3-hour time difference. But, oh my, did it hit me today. I like woke up at like an hour later than I was hoping. I was like, where am I? And yeah, it got me this time. Usually I don't get bad jet lag, so it's usually not that big of a deal, but like, I don't know, this time it's kicking my butt. But most of the time when I have jet lag, it's because I'm going, like, towards the, like, Greenwich Mean Time, so it's not as bad for jet lag, for me at least I find, but now with the going back, it's, like, going to 3 hours behind felt a little bit weird. You love waking up dead certain it's a new day and you just like slept like an hour? See, but that means you had a really good sleep. At least in my case, that usually means I had a really, really good sleep. Remember reading something like the amount of days it takes to recover from jet lag is 1 per hour time zone changed? Oh, really? If I share your input on the Riven update, yeah, we're actually gonna be chatting about it later on, Lucenauts, so, like, if you're hanging today, you might want to, like, hold on to it when we actually start chatting about it. Because I am gonna, like, we are gonna be, once I get my dailies done, I do kind of want to, like, chat more about it. But we're just kind of, like, you know, let the people filter in, you know? But I do have some concerns and I do have some thoughts, but I do want to hear... I want to hear if you think it's a paranoia or if you think it's a valid concern. Right? Like vibe checking myself. I like to vibe check myself every once in a while. Jet lag gets worse the older you get. Yeah, see, for me, like, I'm not much of a traveler. And like most of my traveling has been in North America. Or, sorry, the Americas. I've been to Central America as well. You wanted to ask because everything has its time and place? Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. No, listen. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate the ask for consent. That's like the right thing to do. I appreciate. There's zero complaints about you asking. There's only respect for you asking, actually. Wow. Great song. I do love this band. I don't think they've done anything recently, but also I haven't really been checking, to be fair. But I do love this band a lot. ETA and EDA changes, Riven changes in the new hard mode. That's as hard as Archimedia. You're feeling the next update will be pretty wild. Yeah, I think actually the next update is going to be really, really cool. Like the Archimedia changes, I actually am super positive about. I think that's good. I think that it is going to help solve some of the problems. I don't think it's going to help solve all of the problems, but I think it's going to be really, really beneficial. So, like, I'm not too concerned about the Archimedia changes. And like having a new hard mode content that's Archimedia level hard mode is also not a concern because we need more difficult content because the game is like, you know, really easy right now for like later game players. Most have been touring their home country rather than pushing super hard in the international act. No, but I mean like new songs from them. Hey Jubilee, how you doing? Cripple yourself too much for the mid to late game. Just got into the steel pass of Zoom frames with rare exceptions. Where you can make it. No, I don't think you are. Altador, that stuff is largely speaking kind of a nice to have, not a need to have. There's very few times where like you need to be using the subsume system. And it's usually for very specific combos, very specific builds. Like, are you limiting yourself? Yeah, absolutely. Is it needed? No, not at all. Anyone tested the interaction between Meg's magnetized and infinite body punch through on the Distressa? I don't know if they technically count as projectiles for that. Like that they would get sucked into the bubble. So I don't know. You haven't done them in a couple of weeks because at the moment you just do Sigit dailies to unwind the event. That's totally fair. It's been quite a while. I'm happy to have you back. How much form are we at? We're at 33. We do ETA and EDA every week and we never subsume to frame. It's totally possible to squeak by. Oh yeah, no, you don't need to subsume at all. Like most Warframe's base kits are pretty solid. But like, you know, it's just the helmet system is fun to have and nice to have, but not necessary to have if you don't want to, you know, interact with it. Like, could you get like a stronger build out of it by using a helmet system? Absolutely. Do you need it? No. Just feel like pretty much every guide except for like 3 frames uses subsumes. Well, it's mainly like all the builds that I make are, unless the subsume is like a like unless it's like a really important subsume for the combination, like, you know, a persistence build, getting a status cleanse, right? Like that's really important for some for some persistence builds. You know, like a status cleanse is really, really important. Could you get around it? Absolutely. Use a worm, use rolling guard, you just deal with it, right? Like, but there is, you know, you do have to be a little bit careful with it, right? But like, you can get around that pretty easily at the end of the day. There's sculpture here. There you go. The dreaded heat proc? Yeah, I mean, well, you can kind of get around heat, right? You just over armor. And then like the heat or the corrosive don't really matter as much. But yes, like the dreaded heat proc or other things like that. Flare subsume, which is pretty common, but a good example. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is Nezha as a weapon platform is still really strong without any subsume. And you can use like Blazing Chakram comboed up with his Reaping Chakram and still do really good damage with Divine Retribution. But like, it's stronger if you use the helmet system, but it's still really good without it. You know what I mean? Your Relic Sculptor build work with no subsume since Alka Blades triggers Sculptor and Loyal Marina snapshots it. Yeah, the only thing with that is like, yes, it does work actually. You're right, Altador. But the problem is that if Merlarina expires by taking too much damage before you can recast Aqua Blades, then you're into some problems. But on the flip side, you could just run like negative duration on the build, and then that would help out with that too. How's the vacay? Welcome back. Thanks so much, Twin Wolf. The vacation was fantastic. Just getting to see my mom and my sister and seeing the places that they live was really, really, really wonderful. Seems like the Destreza Meg combo works. Oh, interesting. Not very, the beauty of Warframe is almost anything can be made to work. Like, not many things are hyper required. Yeah, and that's kind of part of the discussion that I want to have about Rivens. About my concerns. Hey, Deucelord, how you doing? What's up, bud? You are simply... Okay. Yeah, that's fine, Dutch. You are simply man. I respect that. I'm simply Zenos. Hey, Gary. How you doing? Aiden, that weirdo. Hey, we love weirdos in this house. How's it going? Doing good. Started on the DLC for Cyberpunk. Ooh, how you enjoying that? We are but men. Men in tights. I mean, men of rock. Wrong song. Oh, I want to go back to BC. I want to go back. Hey, Earthal. Came in and gave people an ideas. Always a good day. Yes. Yes. Where the F are the rest of the candies? We only have 5. You think you're gonna take a break from Warframe? And I think that's totally fair. It's never a bad idea to take a little bit of a break from the game. Don't get yourself burned out. I will always be a person to say, yeah, take a break. It's all good. Come back when it makes sense. Like, we are getting a new patch next, in the next little while, so, like, maybe that's a time for you to come back, or maybe just, wait until Tau comes out, and then come join us then. You know what I mean, Jellybean? Finished, your D&D PC, and you'll play him next week. Ooh, what character are you doing? What kind of character are you doing, I should say? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. Feeling down today that your grandpa's in the hospital. So sorry to hear that, Redacted. I hope that everything goes fine. Burnout, then reignites hyperfixation, and that's kind of what happens with Warframe. You're not wrong. You ain't wrong. That is kind of what happens. Took a 5-year break and recently came back after SNO came out, and damn, everything that changed when you were gone is crazy. Yeah, Warframe is a very different game than it used to be. It is very, very good, but very, very different. New mouse should be coming in. Ooh, what kind of new mouse did you get? An MMO mouse with 12 buttons. Yeah, I feel you. Alright. That's all the candies. Let's see if we can find any more speed up tools and then head to extract here. Oh, that didn't do a bullet jump. How dare you? Warlock Wizard. Ooh, that could be fun. That could be an interesting. Well, Aiden, if you do need any help or if you have any questions, we're always here to give you a hand. You got an MMO mouse for Final Fantasy 14? Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 is good with an MMO mouse. I just got like a few buttons on my mouse, but it's more than enough for sort of like suiting my needs for Final Fantasy 14. But I'm really excited for the new, I'm really, really excited for the new, combat system in Final Fantasy 14. The evolved combat looks really nice. Very excited for that. Speedy go zoom zoom. Been on a break since maybe a week after season Orion? Yeah, then just rest. It's all good. Yeah, I used to live the two mouse lifestyle. I'm with you. I had an MMO mouse for like when I was playing World of Warcraft, and then I had like a just normal mouse when I was playing Dota. I feel you on that one. Did I ever play Darktide? Nah, I never really tried it. I ended up buying it, but I just never really had the time to go play with it. Cause the clown? Ah, Kefka. Yes. I was watching some of the world first races for Kefka. Well, I was watching Whoops. Whoops is like my comfort when I'm done streaming, working on stuff. You really wonder what all the new combo stats are going to be? Yeah, that's part of the problem is we don't know what all the true combo stats are. Blue Skull, we know, you know, the combo elements, that's confirmed, and we know, status damage is a thing, and we know that, weak point damage is a thing. So, we do know some of these more, like, interesting multipliers of damage are coming with it. MMOs actually fits well in your hand rather than normal size mice. Yeah, see, the problem is my hand is so big that even like MMO mice, like nothing fits the size of my mitts. I've got big hands. You know what that means. Really bad carpal tunnel. New waypoint icon? Yeah, that's that was added a while ago. If people are in your friends list or in your clan, you get a different waypoint inside of the mission. Means popular with the boys? No, it just means I have carpal tunnel. Because I have to grip my mouse like this. I just get claw hand. Oh. Controller makes your hands hurt? Yeah, that's totally fair. I don't like controller for Warframe, but like other games, I love controller. It's super useful. But Warframe is a little bit of a different case. Just a little bit of a different case. Like I like the mouse and I like the keyboard better for Warframe. Okay, did that? No, it didn't. Sigh. Controller or anything but racing, platforming, etc. See, like, I like controller for, like, some stuff. Like, if I get the Steam controller, I want to try Steam controller on, like, Final Fantasy 14. I feel like that would be a really good experience. Because it's got, like, the two underside buttons, and it's got, like, like, I feel like the Steam controller on Final Fantasy 14 would be a really good experience. Especially with the new evolved combat system, I'm really excited for that. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight, see you. Bye. Riven changes got you feeling weird. Yeah, I don't really know how to feel about the Riven changes. In theory, it's interesting. They can go back to normal controllers. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard as well, Aiden. And like, I like mouse and keyboard on Final Fantasy 14. The problem is that there's so many buttons to press, and I've just like broken so many bones in my hand that like I can't play Dark Knight, right? Like Dark Knight has like a 28 button rotation for the opener, and I just can't do that because of my hands. So like the answer is like going for a controller or waiting until the new combat system, which will make my life a lot easier. Because the new combat system is gonna reduce the button bloat a lot in Final Fantasy 14, and that will be sort of the theoretically good thing for my poor old man hand. Oh heck yeah, you're excited for that? Yeah, I'm really excited for that. 28 button opener. I think it's probably not 28. I think it's a little bit less than that, but it was more than enough to cause me problems. Let me put it that way. Yo, Shroom, how you doing, dude? Hey, Protedo, how you doing today? No, I wanted to go down. Got it. Okay, fine. I'll go this way. Fine. Oh, I got sent back to the start of the mission. Oh, all right. You've calmed down since yesterday. Now your opinion on the Riven changes. This change don't address any problems with the system, so people who already liked Rivens will like them more, and the people who didn't like Rivens will not interact with the system. See, I'm on the opposite direction. But I do, we're going to be chatting about it sort of as we go here. I'm kind of in the opposite direction. I think that people who didn't like the system will like the system more, and the people who did like the Riven system are going to get more annoyed with it now. Because I think that it's like, and I'll explain sort of my mentality and logic behind it once we're chatting about it. We're just doing our dailies first, and then we'll talk about it. So sit tight. The conversation is coming. Because it's certainly going to be a conversation. Devil poses a human, and he will be the evil PC in a good party. His Eldritch Blast is a revolver. The meme is he may be out of spells, but never out of shells. I love that. I cast Fireball. Yo, Glenn. How you do? What's up? Welcome on in. You guys got any candies over here? No. Riven changes are going to be good all around? I don't think so. Actually. I don't think it's going to be good all around. But I will explain my thought processes once we start chatting about it. I'm kind of on the fence about the whole Riven situation. Where the F are you wanting me to go? Waypoint? Down this way? It'll be a very riveting conversation. Headless, how dare you? Hexblade Evoker build, so you plan on doing crazy damage with magic missile, literally Fern from Fenrir-esque Gatling cannon. I do love the sound of that, and I do love D&D. If the new update brings a new way to get more Kuva and Rivens, then you don't think it'll be bad as people are thinking. That's not the problem. It's not the Kuva or the Rivens is the problem, and I will explain. But we will get to it. Let me do my dailies first, let people like filter in for the day, and then we'll sit down and have a powwow. And chat it out. Do we have all 8? Am I losing my mind? Oh, we have 7. Cardi, is that the last one over there? Because they like to hide them over there. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Because I had a lot of thoughts when I was thinking about this last night. I got a lot of ideas with this. I have concerns. I have thoughts. I have a script written for tomorrow's short. Because today's short is just sort of talking about the changes and talking about some of the good of these changes. Which you should go watch in today's pinned comment. But tomorrow's short is going to be talking about the potential dangers of the situation. Let's go do the capture first. You guys are single-handedly increasing Limbo's percentage? Nah. Nah. You want to do a build on Gyre, to use Amperks with your Gyre. Do you have suggestions that would be good? I mean, putting electric on it, so having electric alone would not be a bad choice, so I'd probably, because then that sort of plays into her passive. So I'd probably go, like, Blast Electric, or, like, use her Augment for her first ability and then go Blast Corrosive and drag the Electric into Corrosive. And then Multi-Shot and Elementalist, right? Somewhere in that direction. I think that we don't have enough current information on the changes are good or not. The problem is that we have enough information to at least infer the problem. The problem isn't to do, the problem is with the system of it. Or my concerns are with the system of it. The system as currently described has potential problems. But, like I said, we'll get into it. We'll cover it in a bit. We'll cover it in a bit. And we'll pull up my script so that you all, because I'm a script writer. I like scripts. Me like scripts. Scripts me goody. Yes. Script good time. Yep. I sounded like the weird aliens from the Muppets. Yup. Changes Riven's like trying to fix the second ship. I don't think so at all. I think that's going way too far. Have you seen the Zymrat? Yeah, I have seen the Zymrat, of course. I think that the Zymrat is maybe going a little bit too far, if I'm gonna be honest, but like I understand where Zym is coming from, so I'm not like criticizing Zym when I say that. I think that Zym is potentially going a little bit too far, but I get where he's coming from, and I do agree with some of the points that he makes. I think it's a little bit of an overreaction on that side, but I also do see where he's coming from with his points, and I will be talking about some of that. Oh, he's okay with it? I mean, he's fine. He's probably was just, like, pissed off with the situation, so, like, I get where he's coming from. Oh, okay, Cardi, here, I'll pop this here. There you go. There doesn't seem to be anything over there. Okay, we're safe. Lark, gonna be go for a bit? No worries, Redacted. You take it easy today, especially. Babylon 5? Lord, I haven't heard that in forever. I was never really into Babylon 5. That, like, my best friend was really into Babylon 5. But I was never really into it. Like, my childhood, like, sci-fi series was, Star Trek Voyager. I really loved Voyager. I recognize that Voyager had a lot of problems, and it was not the best, but I loved it. And Stargate. Stargate was like my my Jimmy Jams for sci-fi series when I was growing up. Yeah, what the hell's going on with the lighting? I'm gonna bug report that one. I'm gonna bug report that one. I don't know why that's happening. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Since Constellations update? I haven't seen that since the Constellations update, but I have seen like some weird lighting things. Finny, how you doing today? Like, your back rooms are really bright? Yeah, my back rooms are really dark. It's funny that you say that. Stargate reruns about 10 years later. It was cool to watch it before school in the morning. See, for me, it was watching it when I got home from school. It was like my when you get home from school TV show. Oh, man. I don't want to do this. You're going to make me do this? You're going to make me do this. Nah, it's fine. I know how to do it. Okay, maybe I don't know how to do that. Oh, I screwed up. I got it. I got it. This time I got it. And there was a candy in here. It was totally worth it. Vindication! Can you tell I'm mildly sleep deprived? What the hell is there a crate doing? What? Alright. Why is there a crate upside down there? The hell was that? SNL are really good at box breaking? They're actually surprisingly good at box breaking, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I have heard that it is really, really good. That crate has always been like that. How have I not noticed it until now? I mean, I probably noticed it a long time ago, but I just like recognized it now, or just, you know, it just showed up and I'm like, hey look, I've never seen that before. Shingle, how you doing? Welcome on in, Raiders. How was your stream? What did you all get up to? Mods, we got a shout out, please, for Shingle, if we got a mod hanging around here today. How would you want to change Rivens, or at least have any suggestions? Yeah, I got some suggestions, but like, again, we're going to chat about that once we get to that. Everything in due time. We're finishing dailies first. Everything in due time. Patience. Young Padawan. There we go. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe, make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as my an official Warframe content creator. Shingle, I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream. As always around these parts, if you got a raid and run, you are more than welcome to. We don't have any problems with that here. I totally get it. When I'm done streaming, I peace the F out. But if you want to hang out, you're also more than welcome to. Great stream, only your third day of streaming, getting close to affiliate? Hell yeah! I got affiliate in like the first 2 weeks of streaming, so I get that feeling, man. Heck yeah. That's awesome. But if you got a raid and run, like I said, you're more than welcome to. If you want to hang, I'd love to have you hang, but not a worry at all. What we do like to do around here anytime that we get rated to thank the kind people for sharing their community is we like to do a giveaway. So we'll get a giveaway going in a little bit. Ahmad! Hi, man! How are you? I mean, Dusler's also here. He's probably just up from his computer or stuck in a cutscene. And I think I saw Iron here earlier too. That's fine. We got mods everywhere. Bye. Why do you feel like people are way overreacting to these changes? I think that people are way overreacting to these changes, but I still think that there is some problems. So we are going to chat about that. You're okay, drained but okay. Oh, is that still happening? Hope that you're okay. Doing some side quests now? No worries, you enjoy. Have you met Jesse Cox yet? In Cyberpunk? You'll always find a way to steal you, boo. Aw, look at you, aren't you cute? Aw. Ah. Fear? Is that what you're into? Sorry, Cardi. Humans, Roth, what do you think? True. Valid. Fair. You think you have, but your memory's crap? Oh, you know, that's fair. That do be fair. Alright, let's find these candies real quick, like, And find those speed up tools real quick, like, Let me out! You think one of your cats just ate an insect. Cats do that. That's fairly standard cat behavior. Oh boy, extra protein? Yeah, exactly. My cat eats insects every once in a while when he can get his hands on them. What's here? Well, Dagath is actually really good. I'm not someone who like ranks things in tiers because I think that that's like silly. But I will say that Dagath is actually super solid. She does have some like really interesting combinations. Like she's a fantastic melee frame. Her Doom is really strong. Her survivability is also very, very strong. You do kind of have to like play around it in a weird, interesting way, which is cool. Which I kind of like, especially with her augment. But she's like just overall like a strong frame with good utility and good damage output. So like, and like the reason why she doesn't get a lot of chatter about her is because she's a good frame, but there's like, you know, the community is always like, does she nuke? Hold on, let me get my Redditor. Does she nuke? Then she shit. That's Reddit in a nutshell. Right there. And that's kind of the problem. The benefit of playing Dagath is while casting your abilities, you get to yell haunts. Exactly. What about Reddit? Oh, that was my Reddit impression. If she doesn't nuke, she shit. We hate YouTube thumbnails, but we always click on YouTube thumbnails and we have the data to prove it. But we hate people doing those slop thumbnails, but we can only stop clicking them. I love them so much, but I hate them so much. That's Reddit. What do you recommend building on Dagath? A lot of strength and like good duration. Well, I mean, you don't need a ton of strength on her, but like some decent strength, good duration, and like if you want to play with Doom proper, then like you need some range. And not like Helminth over Doom with something else. But like, she's actually a ton of fun. You had to look it up, but yeah, you did find him. Nice. Why is this mini update not 6 hours long? Yeah. Reddit is just an inferior version of Quora and Yahoo Answers. I have never heard someone say something so brave and so accurate in my life. You want to get the Cody Bubonico? Is it good? Yeah, I love the Cody Bubonico. It's a ton of fun. All DR to be armor? But then it wouldn't work on shields. But then it wouldn't work on shields. Huh. Alright. I'm so sleepy, chat. Reddit is the internet now thanks to AI scraping tools for search engines. Yup. It's a thing. We love AI. Blech. Blech. Is there any hoops to jump through with DE in regards to doing a stream solely centered around giveaways? I mean, you gotta like, not really. Like, if you're doing giveaways, you just gotta make sure that you're not giving away platinum. They typically only work with the official Warframe content creators in like an official capacity like that, but also I don't work for DE, so I can't really talk on that. I'm just a dude. But typically speaking, they work with their official creators for stuff like that. Typically. Ah! Nullifier demon! Be gone. Why does my neck feel so weird today? Like, it just feels like my... Like, I've got a kink in my neck and not in the way that there's normally a kink in my neck. Can nullies be shock XMSs? I want to say yes. But I actually don't know. Now, the real question is can nullifiers be... Surge XMSs, because if you had a nullifier zipping around at Mach 7, holy smokes, no thank you. Imagine a Surge XMS nullifier. It's that kid running away from the explosions. Why would I speak that into existence? It might already be in existence. I just don't know if it is or not. But if it is, then, oh, that'd be funny. Sign me up for that. Alrighty. To thank Shingle for the raid, type !join in the chat. Anybody is welcome to join. We're gonna give away a potato of your choice, Orkan Reactor, Orkan Catalyst. A potato of your choice. And yes, Shingle, even you can join the giveaway in your honor. Believe it or not, we actually have had a few people win on their, on that. It's really funny. It has happened a few times. Ah! Grabs a Lalafell from the closet. Hey, you leave those poor Lalafells alone. All right? They're doing great work in there. They're my elves. The Lalas did something wrong and they know it. You're not wrong. They are the most evil. Can confirm. When buffed by Speed Nova? Yeah, I have. It's terrifying. It's the stuff of nightmares. Tis the stuff of nightmares. Here's another formula. 34! We're over a third of the way there. Heck yeah. Slowly but surely. Flynn! What's up, buddy? Thoughts on Riven changes? I have thoughts. Maria! You again. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Welcome on in. How you doing, Flynn? There's a giveaway going right now, everyone. To thank Shingle for the raid, you can type !join to get in for a potato of your choice. What are they? We just talked about them for like an hour. You're in the wait and see camp personally. I have concerns. But we'll be talking about that after we're done this mission. Also, there's a giveaway happening. So if you came in with Flynn, type !join. It's for a potato of your choice. Orkin Reactor, Orkin Catalyst. Type that. Do it. If you want it. If you don't want a potato, I mean, that's up to you. I don't really care. Rowdy? Fuck you. We are not the same. Mods, delete Rudy's last message. Out of spite. Thanks, Sophia. Appreciate you. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe, make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Flynn, if you have to raid and run, you are more than welcome to. I would love for you to hang, but if you gotta go, you gotta go. I totally get it. When I'm done streaming, I'm tired AF. But what we like to do around here, anytime that we get raided, to thank the kind people for sharing their communities, we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. We do have a giveaway happening right now to thank a previous raid. So, you can type !join to get in for that giveaway, and then we'll get another giveaway going to thank Flynn for a raid in a minute here. Yeah, Flynn, I got concerns. Yeah. But like, the thing is that I think some of my concerns are maybe a bit overreaction from some people as well. So like, I gotta look. Also, Rob, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Maria. We do love Maria in this house, and we do love Rob in this house. So thank you very much, Rob, for that gifted sub. Appreciate the heck out of you. Appreciate ya. Oh, there's snooze that. I snooze that for a second there. No, don't hate Maria. We love Maria. We do love the Maria. How am I doing today, Alenic? I'm doing pretty good, actually. I'm a little bit jet lagged because I was out on the West Coast, so like I didn't sleep very well. But I'm doing okay otherwise. So like that's part of the reason why I want to chat about the downsides of Rivens before I make the short, because I kind of want to check myself a little bit before I commit to making a short. Oh, I had so much fun. So the West Coast of Canada, for those who don't know, is like it's beautiful. It is arguably the most beautiful place in the country. Mountains, ocean, whales, you know, it's just truly gorgeous. Commander Knight! Halo Knight, you won a potato of your choice. What kind of potato do you want, Halo? You're in my squad right now, so I know that you're here. You can't hide from me. I can actually force my giveaway on you. Like Riven whales? No. No, not Riven whales. Big whales. You want a blue potato? Okay. I will get you a blue potato once we are out of here. You want a real potato? I sadly cannot send you a real potato. I am sorry. I am sorry. I cannot give thy a real potato. Can you have a real potato? No. I refuse to send you a real potato. That sounds insane. I feel like that would come with like a lot of customs problems. Sending agriculture? What about tomato? I feel like, again, tomatoes are still made of agriculture. Still problematic. In this economy, you'll take a real potato? Fucking true. True and real. Just come to Newfoundland? Yeah, but that's like really far. And like I just went onto the other side of the country. Although this does make Newfoundland technically the only province I haven't been in. Because I did fly over or like Alberta and Manitoba and Saskatchewan to go to BC. So the only province I haven't been to, not including the territories, is Newfoundland. How dare you come here? No, you're there. It's terrifying and scary and gross. You bite? No, please don't. That's weird. Yeah. We'll once we're done this mission here, we'll get that giveaway for Flynn's raid going, and also chat about the Riven concerns. Hey, look, a sculpture. You give your companions crit chance, crit damage? Yeah. Because Tenacious Bond. You know, free Tenacious Bond. Free crit chance on, or crit damage on my weapons. Sign me up. No, because bite. Oh, I see. I see. I'm half asleep. I understand. Lizard? We do love lizards in this household. How you doing, Rainy? Where the hell are the speed up tools? One out. Let me out. Oh, there's no speed up tools anywhere. I see. Hi, half asleep. I swear. I swear to Clem. I swear, Wolfie. One more thing. Just obliterated. We're gonna send you to the void. You go bike a bit? Okay, have fun with the bike. Clem is a Godo boy? I don't know about that. Clem is an internationally wanted psychopath, serial killer. He is pure evil. Where the heck is Extract? I don't know, I found it a while ago. And then I lost it. Take that back? Listen. You might not like the truth, but it is the truth nonetheless. How do you get a hammer shot again? Pray. Pray to God. Pray to Clem. Clem is both evil and benevolent. He's a little column A, little column B. Yeah. Also, Final Fantasy 14 is really fun. You've been playing a lot more of that lately. Ooh, very nice. Hammer shot and bite, you got the same method, spending plat. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst sometimes of those two. Well, bite at least you can transfuse into. You can transmute into bite. So like you can just throw credits and gold mods at it. Hammer shot, on the other hand, is a little bit of her case. I remember at one point in time I had like 7 hammer shots. I just decided to give them all away one day in stream. I was just like, yeah, if it... I don't need these. I'm not going to trade them. I don't know why I have so many of them. So like, why do I have all of these? I don't know. Extract is this way. Is this away? Is this away? Oh, I gotta buy some platinum. I got a discount code. I gotta spend that dollar, y'all. Dollar bills, y'all. I'm sleepy. Combustion beam! Whee! I might be losing my mind. I might be, but that's okay. I feel like that's normal around these parts. I feel like that's very standard for creators, just like to lose their mind. Okay, Halo, you wanted a blue potato. It was already lost before this stream. Do I smell mushrooms? No. Not yet. Orokin Catalus. Gift. Halo Kanite. Grets. Grets. There you go. Oh, I've got 25 million haulers. Holla holla bill, y'all. Hey, Boaxy, how you doing? I don't want to think about trading. Okay, we're gonna do it this way. Type exclamation point join to get in for a giveaway to thank Flynn for the raid. We're giving away some forma. Okay. I'm also just gonna go run a quick ad break and feed my cat before we get into the discussion about the Riven changes. We'll chat about the Riven changes when we get back from the ad break. So sit tight. We gotta run some ads. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so the new people can pluralize. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you. Bye. Type exclamation point join for the potato. It's only on Twitch chat. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, let's wait for that giveaway to be over, and then we'll get into it. Because I do have concerns. We'll wait for the giveaway to be over before we get into the concerns. And it really depends on how it's going to be implemented. Have a good rest of your stream. No worries. You take care. Thanks for dropping off your community. And I hope you have yourself a wonderful night. Hacksmith. Hacksmith, what's your in-game name? Hacksmith. Yo, Zos. What do be your in-game name? The Hacksmith. There you go. Alright, so if you haven't watched today's short, go watch today's short. Because that's going to be the context that you need for what the Riven changes are and some of the positives of the Riven changes. And that is necessary for this discussion. The context is required. Context clues are important. So, I'm going to go over my script first, and then I will explain further as we need to. Yesterday, we talked about the changes to Rivens that were announced in this week's dev short and some of the positive things of them, but today we got to talk about some major concerns that I have with the new system. On the surface, these changes seem all good, but if you think about it a bit deeper, they can be incredibly problematic. First, we'll need 2 new farmable resources to engage with the system, which Pablo did mention. The locking resource would be a fairly easily farmable, and the combo resource only being available in harder content being a new thing that's Archimedia level difficulty. So concern 1, the first resource sounds like it'll be a farm on demand, aka you can engage with the system at will, which is good. But the second resource, I have worries that it'll be time gated behind weekly shop limit or weekly reward pools like Arcane Hotshot was when it first came out, which to me would be a real killer of the enjoyment of the new system. So this, we don't need more time gates in Warframe, so I really hope that's not the case here, right? I don't know how valid this concern is because we don't know how farmable these resources are going to be. Right? So I don't know necessarily how valid this is. We know that the one resource for locking in rolls, Pablo said, is going to be farmable and easily farmable. The second resource, which is the more important resource of being able to, well, more important for like end game rolls, is really important because the end game rolls are going to be having these combo stats, right? Meaning then those are like the chase items for that, right? And like that's a concern. If this is going to be like the kind of fun of Rivens is that you can engage with it when you want to. It's not a necessary system to engage in, but you can engage with it when you want to. You can farm the resources whenever you want to. It's an on-demand farm. It's, yeah, there are more efficient farms that are like better. So like waiting for a good arbitration or waiting for a Requiem Relic fissure on the Kuva survival is another thing. Drops? Does it say there's drops? There will be a pop-up when you enter chat if there's drops. So there shouldn't be any drops happening right now, not to my knowledge. So this is a concern. How farmable is this resource going to be is going to be dictating of how good this change is. Because if this is a 1 to 4 a week, right? I'm just going to say 1 to 4. You know, however many it actually is up to the devs if there is a time gate to it. Means that you can only really engage with this, you know, once a week in reality. Maybe a few times more. Small quantities, more of it, you'll need harder content. So that was the farmable resource, and that's for locking your Riven roll. Your 1 stat. And the 1 stat in itself is problematic, but like, I also kind of understand. Like the locking 1 stat, because largely speaking, you just want to keep 1 stat. Like the ideal would be more than 1 stat, but like, sure, 1 stat. Okay, fine. I get it. But this is the locking many would be too OP. I think locking 2 would be reasonable. And like, it would just be the resource, because right now the resource is, if it's 1,000 Kuva, it's 500 of the new resource. So like, if you could lock 2 of them, so 1,000 Kuva, 1,000 of the new resource, I think that that seems pretty reasonable, right? Like, it just, it increases the scalar, and then you'd be able to lock 2 stats, and then you can sort of manipulate the Riven RNG much better to your favor. Right? You could lock a combo stat, you could lock a normal stat, roll to get better normal stats to lock into a second or potentially third combo stat. Right? Because these combo stats are actually going to be really strong. Right? So there's, for those of you who don't know, for instance, in the case of like gas, right? Gas damage doesn't really get increased by a bunch of things. Like the gas dot doesn't really get increased by a bunch of things. By like basically anything. It's basically just Valiant's formation and the Vesper 77 augment, right? Leaded gas. Those are like the only things outside of like faction mods or elementals mods or just base damage mods that change the stat damage of the thing. Right? So if Rivens work like leaded gas, where it gives gas damage and then this gas damage works into the gas damage tick thing, that's going to be really, really powerful. Same with blast. Right? So that means that if you're wanting to go for like a melee influence build, you need to have gas or blast there. Did you need big damage instance for big gas damage? Yeah, you did previously outside of like leaded gas or Valiant's formation. Yes, that's how the equation works out. So depending on how the Rivens work into this, that's going to make like any status based build, status damage based build is going to basically not require, but significantly get improved by Rivens. Like really significantly. So for someone who like me who really likes status based builds, gas or blast will be doing something. Blast doesn't benefit. Well, blast has the very similar equation to here. Blast just doesn't have any mods like leaded gas to work into the blast equation. Right? But if the Rivens are working in like the leaded gas works into the equation, then that's a different case. We don't know that information yet, so this is a question mark. So we don't know if this is going to be an issue or not. Because like the gas equation is basically the exact same thing, except it does not take Valiant's formation, right? That's the uniqueness to blast. It doesn't take this, but also blast is just good on its own because of like other reasons of how its damage multiplier works when you kill someone and then it automatically ticks to the 300% damage, so it's a little bit different. But either way, still a thought, something to keep in mind, right? So like for a high status based weapon, especially if you're going into like elementalist, like the ideal is 3 combos, right? Gas, blast, elementalist on the Riven or on the weapon, and then plus elementalist for the extra damage, right? So that right there means that you already want to have at least a 2-roll Riven to get this plus one of these, right? Which means that for like status-based builds, you're already wanting 2 combos plus a normal. And that right there is already a bigger grind. And the reason why that's a bigger grind is this next bit stage here. So the other thing that I don't think people fully understand is the massive amount of more RNG the system can bring. I should be saying can bring. Pablo's confirmed that we're able to get up to 3 combo stats on a single Riven if you're super lucky, meaning that new god rolls will have potentially 3 combo stats. I think realistically 2 with a good normal stat because crit chance, crit damage, and multi-shot are still normal stats. And considering that you'll only be able to lock in 1 stat at a time for reroll means that a top-end Riven could be even more unattainable and require even more RNG than the current Riven system. So let's break it down. If you want to have 2 to 3 combo stats, you'll need to get a combo stat that you want when you roll with Kuva. And admittedly, you can lock in one of the stats, so that will help to reduce the initial RNG a bit in that way, but then you need to feed the resource. I'll be doing that in subtitles on the short. When you combine that stat up, hope that the newly assigned random stat, because in case you don't know, right, it is eats 2 stats, give you stats in question plus a new random stat, right? So like you have to hope that this new random stat is one of the stats that you want, and if it's not, then you have to lock in the combo stat to roll further and hope that you get the new stat that you want to combine. So going back to the gas and blast, so you get blast and then you need damage and status chance, because when you combo damage and status chance, that gives you elementalist. Pablo's already confirmed that on social media. Right? So already for status-based weapons, Godroll Rivens require 2 combo stats at the minimum. Possibly 3 combo stats if you want to go even harder, or 2 combo stats plus a normal stat plus a negative, which then is even more RNG. Right? Like trying to fish for that, like already fishing for 3 positives and a harmless negative is already really bad. And this is just going to continue that. Right? This isn't fixing that problem of Rivens. You have to hope that the newly assigned stat will be another combinable stat that you want, or lock the combined stat in and roll again, and then hope to get another combo stat that you want with that roll, which is probably very specific, 2 to 3 combos, aka significantly more grind to get, because you only need the 2 or 3, you don't really care about anything else potentially. And then when you combo those stats up for a second combo, you have to hope that the randomly assigned new stat is one that you want to combine, or a normal one that you want, because you can't roll any further because of that only 1 stat lock at a time, making these new 2 to 3 combo stat Godroll Rivens requiring a massive amount more RNG and grinding to get. Right? Right? Does that make sense? Everyone's following? Everyone's got your... There will be a test on this. Now, like I said, I personally won't be recommending that people aim... I personally will be recommending that people aim for 2 combo stats as a god roll. Realistically, only 1, because again, crit chance, crit damage, and multi-shot are still normal stats and still very good. Which I hope will be the case for most players. But leaving the door open to try for 3 combo stats with only 1 stat lock will cause massive burnout issues for those who are trying to fly too close to the sun. And if you think that those 2 to 3 combo stat god rolls aren't going to be going for even more platinum than the current rolls, I hate to break it to you, you're completely wrong. Scarcity and power drives Riven prices, and these 2 to 3 combo stat god roll Rivens will be incredibly rare and potentially incredibly strong, a worst case scenario for Riven prices and RNG. I think that the new change has a lot of potential to be good in the endgame of Warframe, which I talked about today, being that we don't really have a chase content in the endgame of Warframe, and I think that this could be a chase content for the endgame of Warframe, right? Because then we can customize our weapons, and we can make some really interesting, like, customizations on our weapons and our builds, and I think that, like, having it as a chase is not a bad thing. Like, I actually think that it's a good thing to give us something to chase towards like that, because these combo stats are going to be really, really interesting and fun to work with. It's still not going to be necessary for endgame builds. Like, you aren't going to need a Riven. Your build will get improved by the Riven, right? But there's significant flaws into it as well that I hope the devs pay attention to, because this seems like a really cool endgame gameplay loop to customize our weapons to make them more personalized, but ultimately time will tell, and I'm just voicing my maybe overly paranoid concerns, right? Worst case in reality would be someone missing the combo B and just selling it for some sucker, or just like selling it or dissolving it, or just like rolling again further, right? Which is also kind of the thing, right? But also, like, we shouldn't be like thinking that the answer is to just pawn it off. That's not necessarily a answer to the problem, right? So the problem for this will possibly turn into Hotshot 2.0. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the problem, right? Is if we are time gated, this turns into Hotshot 2.0, where we don't really get to engage with this system for months at a time properly. And like, even when we do get to engage with the system, we don't get to engage with it fully, is kind of part of the concern. Because we can't like go in and do stuff. Like I said, we don't need more time gates in Warframe. So I'm hoping that they are not going to be making this the combo item a time gate. Like, if they make it a low drop chance, but it's still obtainable, I'm fine with that. But if they're time gating this, there's issues, because we don't need more time gates in Warframe. We already have a lot of Warframe's end game content time gated, and having something that's a chase that is not time gated, I think would be a good thing for the game, but whether or not they want to do that because they're concerned about burnout on players is a valid concern. So I also understand if that's the direction that they're concerned about. And that's why they put in the time gate, in order to try to limit burnout by limiting our potential. So there's that as well. I get that. But time gate and grinding is what Warframe has always been. Yeah, but we're going more into time gates and less into grinding with this, right? If this were to be the case. We don't know if this is the case yet, obviously. But if we're just replacing grinding with time gates, I don't think that that's great. If it's time gated, then might as well just add a limit of 1 combo stat per Riven. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. Right? Like, anyway, let me continue here. So the big problem is that for some weapons, you're only going to want 1 combo stat, right? You probably aren't going to want 2 combo stats on a lot of weapons. But if you're building in any form of status-based weapon, you're going to want 2 combo stats. Because you're going to want combo element plus elemental damage. If you're going for a status damage weapon, right? So that right there... Well, it says, to be fair, Pablo said Archimedia level difficulty, did not say that it's a weekly thing. Pablo mentioned that it's an Archimedia level difficulty, not a Archimedia level, like, grind. So that could just be a hard mission that is farmable. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is Archimedia 3.0. Right? And that's something that, like, to keep in mind, is that we don't have all the context for that section yet. For the resource farming. So that's something to keep in mind. We don't have all that information yet. So I can't formulate a full opinion on that, so I'm just voicing a concern with that. That's why you're hoping to more farmable resource in hard mode than time gated, and that's what I would prefer. Like, personally, like, I would rather be able to go and farm the stuff to be able to go for it. Lock 2 stats, lock 3 stats, yeah, but then at that point, then people are just going to be rolling. But then at that point, it also gives, like, an end to the grind. Because this is the way that I always like to look at grinds, right? So, how do I do this? How do I do this? P... hold on. Okay. So we'll just do it here because I was trying to pull up the whatchamacallit. Didn't get a hot shot until a bit of the RNG thing. Didn't get idle honor canes until they put them into events. You always make things successful eventually. Yeah, but the thing is that we shouldn't be having to fix the problem if the problem's already known. They can get ahead of the problem. Right? The problem with Hotshot was that it was inaccessible, so then they put it into the Riven, they put it into the recycling center. The problem was that Eidolons were not a piece of content that people liked, so then they didn't want, so people didn't do it, so then those prices went crazy, and then their answer was to put it into events. Like, the problem exists, we see the potential problem, we should be acting proactively rather than reactively. Right? DE needs to try new things and you want them to get it perfect right away? I mean, I don't want them to get it perfect right away, but if we see the problem right now, and a month out from the patch, right? That's something that can be fixed. Right? And exactly, as Hero said, this is all hypothetical as of this moment. Right? But that's what you're saying? I'm not saying to be perfect. I'm saying that we see the problem before it's released. Right? I'm not saying that I want it to be perfect. I'm saying that we already see the issue before it's come out. So if we already see the issue before it comes out, why aren't we fixing the issue before it comes out? And again, as Hero said, this is a hypothetical. Right? People seeing the devil when it's literally just toast. Well, I don't know about that, because as of right now, like, I see some potential problems here. DE knows that Rivens are bad. Pablo once said Incarnants are what Rivens should be. And that's kind of the part of the thing to it too. Is like, there's then, like, I'm not going to go down the full discussion of like Riven disposition and all that stuff. So I'm not going to go all the way down there yet. We don't have all the info on how the system is being deployed. Unless you have NDA stuff. No, I don't have any NDA stuff. And if I did, I read the sign. This is just based off of what we know from what Pablo has already told us. And what information we have, right? So, like, part of it is that we don't have all the information, which is causing some of these confusions. Like, we don't know if this is going to be, hey, Coley, I'm doing well. How are you? Part of it is that we don't have all the information, which is causing people's anxiety around the situation, which is completely fair, because not having all the information does cause that. We have all the info. We have enough info to at least notice that there is a problem, and then they can address these problems either by talking to us or by addressing it before the patch comes out, right? Communication, believe it or not, is actually really helpful for stuff like this. Like, we know, as of right now, how the Riven rolling is going to work. We don't know how the farm is going to work. But we already know how the Riven rolling is going to work, as at least how they have described it to us currently. This should have been a full dev shop instead of a mention on a dev short. I agree, yeah. Yeah, I agree. You're heading to bed, Potato? No worries, you take care. Right? You're sorry to be a nag? You're not. You're calling me out on it. It's completely fair. We're having a discussion. And I agree, this should have been a full dev workshop, because this is actually a really, really big thing. So, like, the farm part, and that's why I said earlier, the farm part, I can't really comment on because we don't have all the information. We have at least some basic information, but we don't know how farmable the resources are going to be. And we don't know how accessible the resources are going to be for us to be able to engage with the system at will. So, like, that is a concern that I hope that they're keeping in mind. That is not giving us a full-fledged answer yet. It's more of, this is something that I think that does need to be paid attention to, because this could be something that is really bad. Not like with the other part being the RNG aspect that I think is potentially very bad. Now, that said, I'm not going to have any problems with it, right? Because I'm the type of player who goes for a role like this and is very happy, right? This replaced it a 60-60 cold, gave me damage, and gave me fire rate. All things that this weapon likes, right? It's not a great Riven, but it's usable Riven, and I love usable Rivens. I prefer usable Rivens over anything else, right? Like, usable Rivens are my favorite type of Riven because they just slot into a build without having to think about it very much and then gives me more. I will always be going for these types of Rivens. But I'm not the normal, right? I'm not the norm, and I know that. Because I understand the likelihood of getting a God Roll Riven and getting a bonkers strong Riven, and people are like, yeah, man, yeah, just jack me in with that new Gamba. You know what I mean? Because we see that happen all the time in, like, other games. Maybe not here in Warframe, but we see this all the time in other games, and we do see it every once in a while in Warframe too. Like, you know, the amount of times that people jump on exploits to farm, jump on things to farm, you know, manipulate systems, take advantage of bugs, etc., etc. People will be going into this, right? Which is my concern. So you spent 600k Kuva on that? Oh yeah, that was just for fun. Yeah, no, someone, I got this roll at like 70, and I just kept rolling because I was bored. Yeah, that's how I work with Rivens. I don't do Rivens smart. I do Rivens for fun. Every once in a while, someone will hit the Gamba button, I'll just be like, okay, cool, let's roll a Riven to like 70. Turning it into a perceived need is the only problem you see with the changes, and that is where I agree. Now, because, so the way that I look at this is I look at this like a graph or a timeline, right? This is the start, this is the finish of the farm. With one combo stat, we're here. With two combo stats, we're like here. And with three combo stats, we're over here. Realistically speaking, people should not go this far. People aren't smart, though. And people will go that far. Because there's always the mentality of, like, what about the next roll? Maybe I'll get it. Right? Like, realistically, this is where people should stop. But we do have to run a quick ad break. We'll continue the discussion once the ad break's over because I don't want anyone to get left out of the discussion. 99% of gamblers quit before hitting it big? Yeah, exactly. It's that type of mentality. That gambling addiction? Yeah. Yeah. It's also something we don't have a ton of information due to being presented on a dev short. The problem is that even with the information that we have from the dev short, we can already see these potential problems. And that's why, like, Brosheim crashed out about it yesterday. I think it was completely valid, to be fair. And why I'm discussing it today. Right? If I didn't think that this was a problem based on the information that we have at the moment, I wouldn't be discussing this. I would just be saying people are overreacting. Hey, new ghost. But we gotta max our min-maxing? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of part of the problem. We're just waiting for the ad break to be over, and then we'll keep going here. What's up, Prime Umbra? How you doing? For the Burson, do I have a build? Yes, I do have a Burson build. Only thing with the Burson build is to keep in mind that I made a mistake on the Burson build. You don't want to be using Galvanized Aptitude. You want to be using, what's it called? Serration. I was the optimism of the update and Brozon was the pessimism. So, like, I'm the eternal optimist. Like, for me, this is where I'll be stopping. I'll be stopping in here. I will very unlikely go to this point. I'll be stopping at one combo at, like, the best. Like, I'm not gonna bang my head against the wall. But the problem is people will bang their head against the wall for this. Right? But let's wait for the ad break to be over. Okay. So, if this is the start of the farm for a Riven, and this is the finish of a farm for a Riven, right? So one combo stat is relatively easy to get. And the reason why one combo stat is really easy to get, and you can target one combo stat relatively easily, because you can target one combo stat by locking in the stat that you know that you need in order to combine in, and then you roll until you get that second one. And then from there, you're working into this category here, where you are getting into the 2 combo stat or the 1+, right? So, like, you know, we're just going to use this for an example, but like viral crit damage, crit chance, right? You can get viral crit chance, crit damage relatively simply because you lock in viral really early. Relatively speaking, you can lock in viral fairly early by, like, you get toxin, you get cold, one of those two on a roll, lock in one of them, and then roll for the other one. So theoretically, one combo stat is relatively easy, and target farming one combo stat, while harder than just going for a combo stat, is theoretically pretty easy. Theoretically. Once you start working towards 2 combo stats, now you're really getting into bad RNG. And there is going to be a lot of cases where 2 combo stats are really good. Like, really, really good. So going back to, like, what we were saying earlier, blast gas. Or gas plus elementalist, right? Like, that type of a combination for a double stat for, like, any form of primary weapon that operates with debilitate well, people are going to be going for that. Right? Like, that is something that people are going to be going for. Which is problematic. Because debilitate exists, and because that's a very good combination. And it also depends on how obviously the gas works into the equation with the gas dot equation. So, but we don't have that information yet. So, but at the very least, some issues there, some potential issues. For any multi-co weapon, best roll would be weak point damage, status damage, elemental combo, and then we have, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if weak point damage would necessarily play into multi-co necessarily specifically, but like that right there, you have two, you have two statuses, right? Or you have two things. You have status damage, elemental combo, and that's a 2 combo Riven. We need a mathematician for this. I mean, without knowing like the exact roll percentages and so on and so forth, like the likelihood of getting the rolls and so on and so forth, like I'm not too worried about that. Like the exact minutia of the mathematics, we don't need to get like super into. But yeah. Humans suck at probabilities. Humans do suck at probabilities. You're absolutely right. Purely on a functional level, you think any kind of change would be bound to be an improvement, but the current version unlocks the potential to enable unhealthy behaviors, and that's my concern. Precisely. Now, I think that there's a few ways that they can address this. In 2 ways. There's 2 potential things to fix this, and I don't know if they're going to do either of them. Because, like, I'm never going to tell someone to go for 3 stats. I think that this is unreasonable. This is insane. To go for 3 stats, I think it is insanity. Like, if you are hoping for 3 stats, you are going too far. Like, this is what I'm going to be aiming for, right? Like, elemental combo plus thing, plus negative. That, to me, is going to be where I'm going for. And then maybe every once in a while, going for 2 stats. But even then, this exponential grind, we don't know how big of an exponential grind this is going to be based off just percentages, so I'm just operating off of some assumptions. Obviously, we are doing a lot of assumptions here. We have what information we have available to us, being what they talked about on the dev short, and then what they posted on the forums, and then what Pablo answered on social media. So, potential stuff here. You have to hit a god roll like 2.5 times to get 3 stats. Yep. And that's kind of the problem. And like realistically speaking, because if we think about what's already currently available on a Riven, it's very unlikely that you're going to be wanting to go for 3 stats. Like, I will fully admit this. The likelihood of going towards 3 stats is, and for it to be the good stat, is unlikely. But the problem is that going for 2 stats, so if we have 2 stats plus 1 normal plus 1 negative, in order to get the 2 combo stats, you can't roll these anymore. So you have to get the 2 stats that you need and this at the same time. So the likelihood of this happening on the same roll is very unlikely, which is part of the problem. Right? Because you need to get the 2 good stats on the roll and have the negative that you don't care about and have the positive that you want, or the positive that you're okay with, which is part of the issue here. Currently have decent Rivens. Will they be trash? No. This is what's going to happen is the current God Roll Rivens will go down in price. They're still just as good as they were. There are just now better Rivens out there. So that's all that's happening here. Right? One elemental and 1 physical combo stat limit. Unlikely but possible. Gambler's worst nightmare. And that's kind of the problem. And like Cosmic said, this is going to breed an unhealthy activity in some players. Now, obviously, smart players are going to realize you go for 1 combo stat and then you go for 2 normal stats, right? The smart people will be living in this area. Most likely this area specifically. The insane people are going to be living in this area. And that said, maybe I should just not care about the insane people, right? Like, I can't help them. They're crazy. They're beasts of a different order. Like, I can't help these people. And I know that. And like, they're just going to have their gambling addiction. They need to go seek therapy. And I can't help them. Some people like Gamba. Yeah, exactly. I can't help those people. But the problem is that for people getting into the game, they're seeing the potential of better and stronger things, and you're making the chase too long with this theory system as it currently stands with what knowledge we have. You're making the chase too long. Now, if the chase were 2 combo stats maxed, that would be much more reasonable. Right? Like, if you could only get 2 combo stats, that does cut out a lot of stuff. Because you'll be happy with 2 combo stats as long as they're 2 good combo stats that you want, and you maybe don't care about these 2 here. Right? The normal stat plus the negative. Put a negative symbol there. So you'd like 2 stat locks and only 1 can be a combo. See, that I think is reasonable as well. What are combo stats? So with the new Riven system, you can watch the short for today for a little bit more information. But the new Riven system is going to be, you can lock a stat in place. So when you roll, you can use a new resource to lock a stat so that it doesn't change when you roll again. The other thing is that we're able to combine 2 stats together to make new stats that are currently not available on Rivens. Right? I mean, it depends on what weapon that's for, Rick. Yeah, so damage plus status chance for the Toroid. Nah, the Toroid will still be Toroid. It's fine. Will there be better rolls for the Toroid? Absolutely. But your Riven's not, like, the value of your Riven on a price point is going to be going down. The value of your Riven of usability is not changing. Just new factors are being added in on top of it. So if you're looking to sell, sure, maybe it's going to be worth less, but the usability of your Riven is still going to be not changing. There will be better opportunities with this change, is the only thing. So damage plus status chance equals status damage, multi-shot plus damage equals weak point damage, and like elemental combos. So you can make viral, blast, corrosive, gas on a Riven. And that's what this new thing is. So these are the combo stats here. 1 combo, 2 combo, 3 combo, because Pablo did mention that we can potentially get to 3 combo stats. Potentially. The unrolled prices won't change, you guess? Yeah, unless you get like an unrolled that gets you into a combo stat, right? So like if you have an unrolled Riven that gets you into a combo stat, and then like we will combine those 2 stats, and then the new random stat is another combo stat, like there is that, but like that's a collector's market in itself, so I'm not going to touch on that. Taking only 1 line each. Yeah, exactly. So viral will take only 1 of the potential 3 slots. Weak point damage will let us keep the multi-shot because unlike Acuity. So yes, Pablo did confirm, which I did talk about in today's short, that if you get cold and toxin, combine it to make viral, lock the viral, you can get toxin again. So you can have a viral toxin Riven. So theoretically, you could do damage plus multi-shot into weak point damage and then into multi-shot with either the random stat or a future roll. So that is a thing. That has been confirmed by Pablo. You want to get a viral Riven for the Tazagor, make viral, corrosive, magnetic, cold, shivering, contagion build on it? That sounds insane. Feels like ETA Hildren situation where important information is released in dev shorts and the community explodes afterwards. We don't have all the information. But I think that we have enough information as the way that it stands, because it's not... I don't think that this is a lack of information thing. I think that we have the information needed in order to make a discussion happen. Right? We know the functions of the re-rolling. We know the functions of the locking. We know how the combo stats are going to work. We don't know what all the combo stats are going to be, but we know that we can have a maximum of 3 combo stats, and you know, like the from the context that we currently have, we have enough to at least have a discussion on it. With the Hildren thing, that was a completely different situation because that was Pablo just posting a graph with no context. Whereas with this current situation, we have the context clues in order to have a discussion. And that's where I think it's important, the defining between the two, is that we have enough context clues in this to have a discussion about it, because I think that this is an important discussion to have, because I think this is a little bit too much. Positive and negative result in a positive in basically all cases. I mean, they did a positive and negative in on the dev short, right? That's this one here. damage with minus multi-shot turned into weak point damage. Right? So we already have that. Now, we don't know if this random trait is going to be a negative because we comboed a negative into it, which is like, that's kind of an interesting idea too, is like, is a negative trait being comboed into a positive trait, taking a positive trait, and then turning into like the negative trait down here? Is this going to be a negative guaranteed, or is this going to be a positive guaranteed? So that's like another question that we need to answer, but that's for the sake of today, it's not super important. Always takes the top slot? Yeah, I have no idea. Guess that weak point damage would lock multi-shot? I mean, it's not weak point damage that locks multi-shot, it's Acuity that locks multi-shot. Right? Acuity has a line that specifically says locks multi-shot. But maybe, but we'll see. Well, obviously have to see. That's another question mark there for the specific stat. But we're not talking about specific stats, we're talking about the system of the problem that is the system. Or the problems that I see within the system. Think this will drive the prices of current Riven mods higher? No, it's going to drive the current Riven mods less, because they're going to be less valuable, right? Because if we're talking about in comparison, your Riven prices will be your current Godroll Rivens, depending on the weapon, obviously, will be less powerful compared to these combo stats, again, depending on the weapon. So, like, I don't know, let's go with the Toroid, right? That's a fun one to talk about because people love the Toroid. Right, the Toroid. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot is like the typical go-to. But if you could just get another element in there, right? If you get free blast, that frees up a mod slot. Right? No, I'm just dyslexic, Arthal. I'm bad at words. Right? But then the question is, like, what are you removing? So, like, not every weapon is going to be, like, their god rolls are going to be changing, but some weapons this is going to be changing them. Like, especially for status-based weapons, this is going to actually be a major change to status weapons, right? So, like, any weapon that likes Debilitate, this is going to be a major, major thing for any weapon that likes Debilitate. Or any weapon that likes doing status damage. This is going to be a really, really big change to their Riven meta. Multi-shot may still be dethronable. I'm totally with you. I think multi-shot is still going to be the same. Melee Rivens you think will change the most? I think it's actually rifle Rivens. I think it's primary weapons. And it's because of Debilitate. Right? Because if you can get gas and elemental damage on a single mod, or elemental damage weak point hit blast on a single mod, think about that on the Daikyu. The Daikyu already clears rooms with that. Like, think how crazy that's going to be. Like, if you get blast, headshot multiplier, or weak point multiplier, and elemental damage on a singular thing. Phantasma Debilitate? Yeah, exactly. Phantasma Debilitate. Sorry, I missed your question there. And is it healthier or not, this change? I think that, in theory, it's a good change. I think that it has some very unhealthy potential to it. A little punch of weapons, gonna go insane with that. Think like Akigor and Toroid? Yeah, exactly. What happens to combine a stat if you don't lock it in? Does it roll to combine another stat or regular stat? Based off what Pablo said to my answers on Twitter, it will go to a normal stat. So if you don't lock in the combo stat, it'll go back to a normal stat when you roll. Kind of worried about power creep from Rivens not having non-combining viral. I mean, power creep doesn't really matter in Warframe anymore, right? Everything is power creep in Warframe. So, like, power creep is a problem, I agree, but it's not something that's actively on people's minds. Like, my concern is the unhealthy behavior in players that this is going to create more than power creep. Because balance, like, as Pablo said, what balance, right? We don't have balance. Viral least impactful since Nourish exists. Well, Nourish exists, companions status priming with Viral, the Panzer Volpophile, other people bringing Nourish. You know, like, Viral is a really good element, but we have a lot of ways to, like, get Viral into our builds outside of the build, which is kind of what I always do, too. So, like, you know, don't think it's Riven power creep would invalidate Riven-less builds, right? At least I hope so. No. No. This isn't going to be, like, changing the baseline of a build. Like, obviously, the baseline build isn't changing. It's the top end that's going to be changing, right? It's like this is the current with a Riven now, and like with a Riven after. So it's the top line that's changing, not the baseline. The baseline's still going to be perfectly fine. And most weapon, like you can take a Rivenless weapon to level cap without a concern these days. It's like it's not hard. Having corrosive on a Riven is going to be sweet. Yeah, having corrosive on a Riven, like having corrosive on a Riven for a debilitate primary weapon. So reduce armor, electric, which is infinitely stacking theoretically, and toxin, which is infinite stacking theoretically. Like that's pretty wild, right? And 3 status effects for galvanized shot or aptitude because rifles, right? It raised the floor and detonated bomb in the Ana. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. No more choices between blast gas and viral when you can just have all 3. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like, and that's, like, I personally, I think it would be reasonable for Rivens to have 1 combo stat. I think it would be reasonable for Rivens to have maximum 2 combo stats. I think having maximum 3 combo stats may create, and again, may, because it depends on how willing the player base is willing to engage with it, at that extent, and also the ease of engagement with the system because of farmability with the stuff and so on and so forth. Right? Like if you can't farm the resource, you can't engage with the system, so then you can't engage with the system, so people aren't going to engage with that going that far because you have limited resource, and it's just a resource scarcity creating less demand, right? Supply and demand. Simple economics. Status damage may be a new god roll. Oh, status damage is going to be a major thing. Elementalist is crazy. Like the only problem that the only reason I don't use Elementalist on any build that has a damaging element is because it takes up a mod slot. If I can offload Elementalist into something else, absolutely. Elementalist is like the status damage. Oh, look, I made a little smiley face. The status damage Riven roll is going to be really crazy. Three combo stats will be an insane grind. It's a basically unfeasible grind. Mentioned, there's a chance. Right? Roll the dice. There's a chance. What if there's combo stats of Banes? I don't know. That'd be funny. Like the other thing is we don't know what all the combo stats are going to be, so we don't know like where the good rolls on the Rivens are going to be. So like we can't comment on that. Like we don't know all that information yet, but we do have information like the functions of the systems. Like that's what we can talk about. But like there are some really interesting things that could be coming up, right? Like think of the things that are available on Rivens and that are not available on Rivens. There's a lot of things. There's a chance, gotta freak out. And that's kind of the problem. Like that's my concern. Like I said, I am not stupid. I will be aiming for this. Realistically, I will be here. I will be at 1. I'll hang out at 1, maybe 2. I will never think about 3. This is stupid. This is dumb. Kuva Sobek users? I mean, even without Kuva Sobek, like it's gonna be so good on so many things. 100% sure people will engage with it. Just looking at the meta Kuva farm is enough to know. And see, that's my concern, right? And like, this is also for everyone who's been saying like, oh, this is the death of the Riven market. It's not. This is a reset of the Riven market to an extent because good Rivens are still going to be good. But now there's better Rivens that they can charge for more platinum because it requires more RNG and it requires more grinding, so they can charge more for it. So like, you know, there's like, anyone who thinks that this is the death of the Riven market, you're delusional. This is just a mild reset to the Riven market. The current good Riven rolls right now are just going to be a little bit less valuable. They'll still be really good. And for a lot of weapons, you still want crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. Now, like that said, if you could like offload viral on there so you could do viral, crit chance, crit damage. Fair. You know? This is just more alternatives for nutty rolls. And like, that's kind of the thing I do like about this system is that we're going to get a lot more. And so like, those are the problems that I see within the system. I do want to talk about the positives of this system because I do think there is a lot of positives here. Like a lot of positives to this. So many positives, actually. I really like this system. I just think that this is an issue zone. This is an issue zone. I think that there is a lot of positives. Having locks, great. Do I wish that we had more locks? Yes. Do I think that it would be reasonable to have 2 locks instead of 1 lock? Yes. But one of the really good things here is negative and positive. Does it take the positives happen to the value? We already saw that on here. Damage multi-shot turns into weak point damage with a new roll. So we already know that. You can combine a negative into a positive to get a positive stat. We already know that. So, like, one really good example here is Riven Disposition. This does not solve Riven Disposition. I am not arguing about this solving Riven Disposition. Do not think that I am talking about Riven Disposition as a function being something that should probably just be removed, because there's not really a point anymore, because Riven Disposition doesn't go down, it only goes up now. That's a whole different conversation. I think that Riven Disposition should go down still, for the record. But what this does is low dispo weapons and new weapons. So the Cedo Prime is not a new weapon, but it's so popular that its Riven Disposition doesn't go up, because as we know, Riven Disposition is essentially a popularity contest. The more popular you are, the lower your disposition. The less popular you are, the higher disposition. Right? How does this affect newer players like MR15 or below with their Rivens or with playstyle solely focused on Rivens because they're so insanely strong? They're not. The thing is that's not. I don't think this is really going to be affecting new players. This is for people like me. This is for the idiots who play this game for way too much of their life, like me. Right? I don't think this is going to really be affecting new players. Realistically speaking. It does make having a functional Riven worth a mod slot a little easier to achieve. And that is the thing here. Right? If I can offload Viral on my Cedo to a Riven, even that, even just Viral, that's an easy slot in. Problem solved. That's a good Riven. You saved me a mod slot and you gave me a combo stat, and now I can do something different with my build. So I do think that this part of the system is going to make Rivens for lower dispo weapons better. But again, we gotta do a quick ad break and we'll keep chatting. I don't want to interrupt the conversation any further or have people miss out. So, and I have to run ad breaks. So, changes are moving away from Riven's purposes to balance the power of play rates. Yeah, but I think that that's kind of just something that's been changed. How is that from what you can do now? You can roll Toxin and Cold on it, because you can roll Toxin and Cold and have Viral fully combined, so then you can use that Toxin and Cold for something else. Pacey. Because it will be a Viral stat on its own. Or a Blast stat on its own. Or a Corrosive stat on its own. So then you can use that Toxin plus another element to make a different element. So you get more elements out of your build. But you might be stuck in an ad break, so I'll repeat that when we're done here. I usually don't do yapping streams like this, but I'm kind of having fun with this one. Because I think this is actually a really good conversation to be having at the very minimum. I think at the minimum this is a worthwhile convo, if that makes sense. Because there is some interesting points here. Okay, ad break should be over. Yes. Okay, so going back to your question, Pacey, there are, so this is actually a really good example. Let's just go over here. So, Pacey, going back to your question, Magnetic Strafe. is magnetic. I can put electric on here. And have magnetic and electric. Which means that I can have corrosive magnetic, but magnetic requires electric and cold. This Riven, this new Riven system is going to be giving the Riven mod the straight element like this. As what has been told to us by the devs currently. Right? So we'll get viral, not toxin plus cold making viral. Which means that you can use the toxin or cold to make other elements. So that you could do viral corrosive blast through modding on a single weapon. With this proposed current changes. Which is really good. Really, really good. It's really, really powerful. Because if you, for instance, on this build here, if I were to get rid of viral, that saves me 2 mod slots from just viral, and that's only 1 stat on the Riven. Rivens have at minimum 2 stats, maximum 4 if you include the negative. Right? Which means that the Riven can potentially have viral plus. So, right, it could have viral and fire rate. So I just saved 3 mod slots with a single mod. Like, that's a really huge thing. Like, that's actually a really big thing for, like, build crafting. Like, freeing up 3 mod slots, like, it's a 3-for-1 special. Think of how much food do you get that's buy one, get one free. And, like, that's the idea here. So for, like, low dispo weapons, potentially saving multiple Riven mod slots is now really, really good. Especially, like, if you just need a status that is going to be amplifying your build. Like, you don't necessarily care about, like, the amount of crit chance, or you don't necessarily care about the amount of multi-shot or fire rate or any of those. You care about just getting a status on there for the applications to increase your overall damage. So we're thinking, like, viral and corrosive are the 2 big ones, right? Because magnetic is on its own as a single mod slot. So viral and corrosive are, like, the 2 big ones in that case. If you can offload viral and corrosive to a weapon with a single mod slot, that opens up a lot of functions. That opens up a lot of possibilities. You think this is how DE avoids adding certain other elemental combo mods, to be honest? I do agree with that, yeah. Or column A, column B, this is testing the waters for that, with the possible implementation of that later. Or is the answer. And maybe it's one of those things where it's like in the middle ground where they haven't decided yet if it's going to be going into the mods or this is the answer, right? So it's like, this is like the crossroads point. Do we go into mods or do we go, this is the answer? And like, that might be where we're at, is we're at the crossroads of them deciding, it's like, okay, let's do this first and see how this works. And then it's the answer, or it's the gateway into single element mods for the other more powerful elements other than mag and radiation. Apparently hackers giving away Excal Prime blueprints on the Chinese server through relics. Huh, that's a choice. I mean, that'd be really easy to tell. Hey, do you have an Excalibur Prime in China? You shouldn't have an Excalibur Prime in China because Excalibur Prime wasn't available in China. Your account's banned. That's really easy to tell, actually. If has Excalibur Prime plays on China server, delete. They have a list of all the founders. They also have a list of all the founders. Yeah. That too. Has Excalibur Prime is deleted. Yeah, that's a really easy catch there. So that's one thing that I really like about this Riven change, is it's gonna open up the it's gonna open up some really interesting things for lower dispo weapons to save mod slots on like these lower dispo weapons. Again, I still think that this Riven disposition needs to be looked at. I still think that they should either scrap it or bring back negative disposition so that Rivens will sort of over time balance themselves out, as was the initial system. I think that they should bring that back. I do understand the reason why they removed it, because they don't want people to feel yucky about their purchase, but also you're gambling. Welcome to reality. Another catastrophic, but that's weird. Oh, weird. Going around with a relic that gave you Excalibur Prime. Yeah, that's what people are talking about. Is that? If it is the gateway, you think it would be the stage for the next stage of power creep? Well, we also, so like another contextual thing to this is that we do know that, sorry, it has been alluded to that we are getting a new hard mode path with Tau. Right? They mentioned it briefly at TennoCon. The new Tau path was like briefly mentioned. So maybe we are getting a new hard mode, and that these new changes are to get us ready for this new hard mode. And then they're testing the waters with these new Rivens to see about potentially new mods in the future, right? Definitely possible. And worthwhile to note, because we already know that like a new hard mode is coming. That was referring to exactly, yeah. I figured that was the case, but I was, you know, I was connecting the dots for everyone else. And like that might be the idea, right? Is that like this is a testing point to branch off to there. So another, didn't they also mention hex mods? I don't remember about that. That's how we get the blue Kuva? We just drink it out of the sentience? We just shove a straw? Just like a coconut? Hades, no. Baja Blast? Oh, Hades, no. Sweet baby Hades. Sentient Vampire Hours? Revenant rework when? Oh, the Bluva is sentient bone marrow. Yeah, true. So, I think that's one positive of the system, right? Because I don't like to be, like, difficult about everything, so I do want to talk about some of the other positives I see with this system. This gives us an end game chase content for people like me who don't really have an end game chase content, right? I like playing Warframe, but if I didn't have the community to hang out with and to play Warframe with, I would not be playing Warframe nearly as much as I currently do. It's not even a question. Like, I know it. I feed off of you all. You all are wonderful. When like I am someone who loves hanging out with you all and really enjoys interacting with you all and loves to play with you all. So for me, it's also my job. It's also my job. So for me, like, I don't get burned out on Warframe. But like, if I were to not be doing what I do in the capacity that I do it, I would not enjoy Warframe as much as I would if I were not doing it, if that makes sense. I probably stumbled on my words there, but you know. So this gives us as Warframe players, we need a carrot on a stick to chase. Well, it's not even as Warframe players, as gamers, right? Warframe, like, think about other... Buddy, your food is in your bowl. Maximus, would you like to say anything to chat? No? Hi, bud. Hi. Hi. Oh, you're so happy. Should I sit down so that we can sit with me? He doesn't cuddle very much, so I try to get cuddles from him whenever I can. So this conversation is now on hold while I get some cuddles. Yeah. Look at this boy. Look at this boy. Hi. How are you? Are you having a good day? Are you having a good day, buddy? Yeah. Okay. G65Z, how you doing? He's a good boy. Crunchies? The boy has been treated. So yeah. Chase content, aspirational content. I think that this is, for min-maxers like me, this is going to be a revitalization of the Riven system. Because right now I just don't care about Rivens, because it's you're looking for the exact same 3 stats on like a lot of weapons. Right? You're looking for like crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot for a vast majority of ranged weapons, and then melee weapons, depending on things, you're looking for like electric, attack speed, range, damage, something along those lines, right? Like melee weapons are you're basically always looking for the same combination of stats on weapon pools, which is like one of those things where I'm like, that's boring. So like this is going to be a revitalization of the Riven system that I'm very excited to mess around with. I am really, really excited to see what this turns into and how this plays out, and how this will impact build theories and so on and so forth. Like, because of combo elements being on Rivens are going to be much more important as utility mods rather than as power scaler mods. Because through the utility, you will get power scale, right? In that mentality, right? Because again, if we remove these 2 mods, we free up a mod slot. And like, if we also get fire rate on here, then we free up 3 mod slots, and then we can do more stuff with our builds, which is great. I love that. You think the potential flexibility is a huge thing for people who enjoy build crafting, and that's what I'm really excited about. Like, it's going to be useful for low dispo weapons because we'll be able to customize our builds a little bit more and make Rivens for those weapons much, maybe not the rolls on the weapons much better, right? Because like, generally speaking, if you didn't have a god roll on a low dispo weapon, I just would say not to use it. But now if you can get like offload viral onto your away from your weapon into your Riven and freeing up mod slots and gives you extra, great. Because I've always looked at Rivens as I make my Riven to my build, not my build on my Riven, right? And that's the way that I've always looked at Rivens. So, like, going back to my Ballistica Riven here, right? I made this Riven to my build. I didn't change my build to fit in my Riven. And that's the way that I always think people should look at Rivens. And that mentality, I believe, so far will continue going forward. Obviously, you'll be able to get, like, better things out of it, but the mentality is still going to be relatively the same idea. Right? 200 rerolls? Oh, yeah, I went to 200 just for a bit. I got this roll at, like, I don't know, like 60 or 70. I went to 200 because someone hit the Gamba button and was like, keep rolling. I'm like, okay, sure. Use Rivens the exact same way, and I think that's the right way to use Rivens, right? You don't use it as a power scaler, you use it as a build diversifier, in a way. Right? It gives you more options. It makes your build, like, more applicable. It makes your build, like, more interesting. But it's not something that I think that you should, like, make your build based around. 800 roll Madastar Riven hiding in the corner. Yeah, see, I've got so many Rivens just lying around that I don't bother going that high. Rivens can free up arcanes too if you get base damage. Yeah, absolutely. Rivens can free up arcanes, Rivens, and like that's the thing, is it's going to give individual build crafting much more interesting. Like, build crafting in videos is not going to be changing. But in my videos, I'll now be like, and if you got a Riven on here, these are things that I would recommend that you look for in your Riven, right? Like, when I do long format videos, because I'm transitioning to making long format videos, talking about the Ballistica Prime here, for instance, it's like, on your Riven, these are the types of stats and the combo stats that you should be looking towards for XYZ reasons. You don't need a Riven at all. Like, none of the footage that I'll be filming for any of my videos will be, if I'm talking about a weapon build, I do not use a Riven. If I'm using a weapon later on in a different video, I'll have my Riven on it. But like, if for the Ballistica Prime short, I don't use I don't use Rivens for like talking about the specific weapon. Yo, Vash, how you been? Stats worth locking sounds fun. And that's the thing, right? Is like, the stat locking, I do agree. I think that one stat is not enough. I would like to see more stats. Like, I would like to see more stats being locked. I think that one stat is nice to have. It should be more. Like, realistically, I do agree that it should be more. And I do think that, especially with these combo stats, with the potential of getting, like, 3 combo stats, the drive for the community is going to be wanting to have more, because you always want more, and especially if you can see the potential endpoint of the more being, of course, this, right? The finish line being 3 combo stats. So, there is that into this whole thing, of course. But, like, I do really like the concepts of this system. Like, more flexibility, more interesting build crafting, more personalized build crafting, and making more interesting, diverse builds out of that is something that I'm all for. And that is how that is going to work for me. My concern is with the people who do not understand when to stop. And, like, the drive for not stopping is also part of it. I know! Tim also! Oh, I didn't want to pet you. Alright, I guess I'll pet you. I was trying to go roll a Riven. You bastards. Stupid cat. Pseudo. See, this is like, and now like the question is, add gambling into a game, thinking about the people that can't stop. Yeah, but the gambling already exists in Warframe. That's kind of also part of the problem, is like, this is just an expansion onto that system. Like, gambling already exists in this. Like, I'm literally doing it right now. I'm literally doing it as we speak. Like, this is happening. Huh. See, and then, like, another thing is, like, what are some of these combos gonna be? Is something that I'm really, really interested in. Look at this Riven. This is actually a good Riven roll for the casino. Look at that. I was just hoping for viral, but I'll take that. Why not? Riven market, yeah, the Riven market's definitely gonna be changing. Yeah. It's not the death of the Riven market, it's an evolution of the Riven market. Like everyone who is like, the death of the Riven Mafia, I'm like, yeah, you don't seem to understand. That's not gonna be changing anything here. Right? That's not gonna be changing anything here. Now get a negative with the same roll? Well, I mean, what I'm looking for is viral on here. I am literally just rolling for corrosive or viral. Ooh. Status damage and toxin. Ooh. Minus reload speed. Ooh. Ooh. Because we know this is going to be status damage. Damage plus status chances, status damage. So status damage plus toxin. And then minus reload speed. But we'll keep this one for now. Warframe market... esque board in game. Yeah, that's kind of a question that I've been having for a long time, if they're ever gonna do that type of a thing. I don't think so, realistically, because I think that, like, comes into some RMT problematics, having it in game like that. Like, I don't realistically know how big of a problem that will actually be, but I do think that there is some problems there. See, like, gas. I just got gas. Like, that's a single stack gas now. Like, that's kind of cool on the Cedo. That could be kind of fun. I'm looking for corrosive or viral, in case you're wondering. And liability thing, because there's still an issue with fake plat being traded. Yeah, but that happens in in like other games that have a market board too, and that's just kind of like, yep, you shouldn't have done RMT. And like usually they'll just refund the person their item that they bought, that type of thing, right? Like World of Warcraft, if you buy gold and then you trade someone with gold that you bought illegally or against TOS, like that's, you know, that's already, there's answers to that existing within the game industry. Now the other question is, like, does DE just want to bother with that? right? Which, realistically speaking, I don't think DE wants to bother with that, and that's really the bigger thing. Is like, they just, like, yeah, no. Like, what is crit chance gonna combine into? Right? Like, there's so many questions of what's gonna combine here. Like, I can't wait to see the dev workshop that has a list for everything here. Weak point? No, multi-shot plus damage is weak point. We know that one. I wonder if faction's gonna combo into anything. Yeah, maybe weak point crit chance like acuity. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's probably what you all meant. I'm just stupid. Yeah, no, you're right. That could be cool. Imagine acuity on these things. Damn. But then it would still just be like a lesser acuity, but then it wouldn't have the multi-shot minus to it, right? Which could be pretty good. For someone in the Great Depression Endo Edition, what is good but not boring Endo farm? Hey, look, I got blast. And fire rate. See, like this. This is a good one. But no. Dave, I would recommend, like, if you haven't done Noko's bounties yet to get Noko, I would recommend Noko. Because it's actually good endo farm, has some really good arcanes in it, and also will get you Noko on top of the endo and the arcanes. The Zarman bounties are also really good. Arbitrations are really good because then you get endo from the stuff, but then you also gain and then you also get some more like you know, like galvanized mods, rolling guard adaptation, the arbitration honor, whatever the hell they are, Vitus essences for Kuva, because Kuva is now going to be possibly an interesting thing. 99 is a good IMO farm, multi-farm. Yeah, that's the only thing I always recommend is like if you're looking to do a farm, do multi-farm, right? Multi-pass. What is magazine capacity going to turn into? You know what? I want to look up. I do want to, hold on. We're going to do some theory. I have some interesting ideas. So we know what 4 of the things are going to be, right? But like, does anyone know if the wiki has a list of all of the stats that you can roll on a Riven, the potential stat combinations? Because that could be interesting. That's actually a fun Riven. Again, not the greatest. But like, look at this. Like, I've been fishing for a better roll than this, and I've already thrown 35 rolls at this, right? Like, this new grind is going to be maybe a little bit much. I have concerns. I have concerns about the grind, but I'd like grind, but also, like, I have concerns. I'm allowed to have concerns. I'm a human adult. Hoping that magazine and reload speed combine into ammo efficiency. Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh yeah, Cathis, you can't post links, but I'll pull it up now that Cosmic has posted the title there. Okay, just gonna run a quick ad break, go strap my back, and we're gonna keep going here in a second. So see you in a hot second. Yeah, Caddies, we'll talk about that when I get back. Going down. This is an assumption. They're adding more RNG with power creep and less RNG to compensate. Well, so what I think it is for normal Rivens, it's less RNG. For top-end Rivens, it's more RNG. Which I still don't know necessarily if that's a good thing. Right? Like, aiming for multiple combo stats, that's going to be a much higher RNG. I wonder what happens when you combine, like, puncture with stuff. Like, what are the IPS going to do? That could be interesting, too. What is IPS going to combo into? I'm really just looking for corrosive. Or viral. It doesn't want to give it to me. Probably regular damage. Also a chance that not everything combines. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like some things just might not combine, or multiple things will combine into the same thing, right? Like maybe IPS plus a thing will always turn into XYZ, so like that type of thing. Damage vulnerability, I mean, like, maybe, but damage vulnerability is not a mod that exists. Right, like, if we think about, like, modded stats that exist in the game, so far, what's being added in are things that already exist, right? So, like, if we look at, like, the stats that are available on Rivens that are not available on Rivens, is, like, another thing that could be really interesting. And, like, I'm going to operate under the assumption that anything that could be added onto the Riven rolls will be things that exist on Riven rolls currently. Or exist on mods currently, I should say, that are non-Rivens. So, like, status damage is something that exists on non-Riven mods. Weak point damage is something that exists on non-Riven mods. And that type of thing. So, like, there is, like, that type of stuff. A lifesteal stat? Yeah, like a lifesteal stat. How cool would that be? Oh, that would be sick. Say something gambling with real money with Kubro patterns back in the day. Yeah, and that's kind of where part of this concern comes from. Now, like that said, it's not for real money. So like there's that, right? You're not like that one was like a platinum issue. So like I can see that being as like an issue there, but like yeah. It'll be interesting. Lots of questions still. Like, we have enough context for a conversation, but obviously we don't have enough context or all the information in order to form a full opinion. Ricochet, efficiency, yeah, exactly, like, things like that. Like, imagine Ricochet. Oh, can you not buy Kuva with Platinum? Yeah, but I would say, like, the rolling for companions required Platinum, and it was only able to do through Platinum, so there was only one option, which I think makes it a little bit of a different situation, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna stop rolling this at 60. Amalgam stats on Rivens? See, that's another thing. Like, are we gonna get those? That's a really good question, Luno. Like, that could be really interesting. Like, imagine sprint speed on a Riven. That could be super cool. Right? Like, that could be really, really interesting. Okay, I'm gonna, like, roll this 2 more times. Okay, fine, we'll go to 69 because it's funny. And if we end up at, like, with Toxin Cold on here, then we'll be happy. Since when can you buy Kuva with Platinum? I think you can always buy Kuva with Platinum. I actually don't know if you can buy Kuva with Platinum, to be fair. So we'll check the market just to be safe. So there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions of how this is going to be turning out. Yeah, I'll be taking a look at stuff in a few seconds here. For Lunar New Year and the Kuva Hunter bundle? Oh, okay. So, very few. Do I want Blast? No, I don't want Blast. Come on, give it to me. All right, we'll just keep this for now. We'll keep that for now. Now, like, another thing that's, like, worthwhile, like, noting is, like, we could... We could... Okay, no, it does not look like you can buy Kuva directly. So in that way, there's not like a platinum thing into this. Right? Italy, what you got, MOA? I don't really know much about MOAs, so I can't really give you a major opinions on this. You do have enough shields to be able to do reinforced bonds, which you might want to think about doing on here. For the extra fire rate on your primary weapon. You do have a momentous bond here. You might want to think about, because if these have like cooldowns, you might want to think about the... Yeah, I don't really know enough about MOAs to give you a really great amount of recommendations or suggestions here, I won't lie to you. But you might want to think about like reinforced bond on here, and maybe manifold bond if any of these have cooldowns. I don't know if either of those abilities have cooldowns. Crowd, multi-shot magazine capacity minus damage. Yeah, I don't really care about damage, just using it mainly as a status primer, I assume. Status duration. I'll probably go more like status chance if you can get it on here. Like more multi-shot if you can, but you already got more multi-shot. You already kind of got all the multi-shot you can get. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Nothing really to say there. His name is Cash. Crash, look at him. He's got a fun little hat. Those hips don't lie. Kai PC. Ooh. Pretty whiz. Very, very pretty whiz. Landslide. Let's start with the Atlas first. Rumbled. So one thing to keep in mind is that with Rumbled Augment, cast speed is really important because it increases the throw rate of the rocks. So going high into cast speed, either through shards or on the build, is really, really useful. I would also say that you probably don't need Energy Nexus here because when you cast Rumbled, it does not cost energy to throw rocks. So you probably don't need Energize, and you could, if you have it, go Archon Stretch, and a companion activates Archon Stretch, or putting Electric onto the Landslide Fist that you throw would also give you that. Yeah, it's a duration-based ability, so energy per second sources work with it. I would also probably not go Precision Intensify. I would go Umbral Intensify, and that's mainly just to throw more damage into Landslide. But having more Overguard generation and damage into Rumbles is also not a bad idea. I would say that you probably don't need Narrow-Minded here. The duration isn't as important because, so Rumbled works in two functions. It has a duration and it has Overguard. If the duration expires, you come out of Rumbled, but if you lose your Overguard, which is almost certainly going to be happening before the duration expires, you will also pop out of Rumbled. So you might want to think about maybe dropping Narrow-Minded here and getting more, like maybe some more range or some more strength instead of the Narrow-Minded here. So yeah, I would probably just drop this. More range, more strength, Umbral Intensify, Regular Intensify, and Archon Stretch here, potentially. But I think what you'd have here is pretty solid. You could save some mod capacity, by the way, by swapping these two. Right? This is a 9 mod. This is a 12 energy when it's not at max, so you could swap these two. Same here. You can save yourself some more mod capacity by swapping those. I do have an Atlas Rumbled build on the channel that if you want to take it a look at, you can type ! Atlas. Blast Toxin exposure. So influence goes crazy on this, and influence does work on it, so it's a way to get a ranged influence if you feel like it. I do agree with going pressure point rather than condition overload if you're going into influence, but you might want to go into condition overload here. I believe condition overload does work on the Rumbled build, but I could be wrong on that. I do agree with going high into crit chance and crit damage here as well. You might want to go into Weeping Wounds too. You do have 2 sources of cold on here, so you could drop one of these for Weeping Wounds just to get your status chance up some more. You could also, I'm not a big fan of Spoiled Strike, just in general. It's not that great of a mod these days. So that's another spot that you get either more crit damage or status chance for Weeping Wounds, right? So these 2 slots, I would say, are some areas that you can make some improvements on. You could also get in Corrosive here because you have Blast Toxin, so you could replace one of these 2 with Electric and then get Corrosive out of it. But you already are getting Corrosive from melee exposure, but also you're probably not going to be casting a whole lot because you are throwing rocks, and I don't think that counts as casting for melee exposure, so like that's another idea to think about there. What's your Atlas look like? Pink! Coot. Coot. Chicken Nuggets, Cortec! Rainy, is this the one that you were thinking of doing Acuity with? Is this the Acuity build that you were thinking of? Looks good. Makes sense. Like, just in general, the build makes sense. Where you're going with it. I'd say you probably don't need rifle ammo mutation. You go vigilante supplies instead for the extra crit tier every once in a while, and it also serves the purpose of rifle ammo mutation, but this weapon shouldn't really have ammo problems. It's got 880 ammo maximum, so 11 reloads, and ammo from pickup is basically a full magazine. So, like, you probably don't need this. But I'm assuming you're just going for Acuity on here, because you did say that you're doing Acuity on that, I believe. Lavosh, Wolves, Swift Bite, Valiance Formation, Streamline, Grace. Grace is fine here, but you aren't gonna have like a super huge amount of health, but also, Ophidian Bite heals you. So you probably don't need Grace here. I'd look at some more strength on here. Streamline so that your stuff cools down faster with Swift Bite and with your that, so that's reasonable. I'd probably drop a Mars Hatred. The ability strength and the armor is not super great. Just because of the values, you could probably get higher strength out of like something else. Archon Vitality is fine. Archon Intensify, I would probably go Umbral Intensify. If you want to be going into like more health tanking, you should look at like Umbral Intensify, Umbral Fiber, maybe triple Umbral even if you want to go into full health tank, and then you can go like Persistence and heal with Swift Bite or healing stuff. But yeah, I would say like you could get some more out of that build probably. Pseudo magazine capacity, status duration. Yeah, I mean, not bad for Pseudo Riven. Obviously, you could roll something better. Viral Heat, Merciless, Galvanized Savvy. I would say you probably don't need Merciless here. Because you have Savvy, which is giving you, when you get it maxed out, 80% damage for each status effect. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I think these also do Slash, so 7. With Savvy. Blast as well, 8. Because you get the 4 base elements on the Glaives, plus Puncture / Viral, 7. Or Puncture, Blast, 8. So you'll have this, and then also its unique trait gives you damage as well. Hey, J-Chan, yeah, the vacation was great. So I'd say you probably don't need Merciless here. You could go Crux, you could go Debilitate. You could also just run Merciless. It's perfectly reasonable. For, like, just more damage. Wolfie, Volt Prime, pretty. Actually like that energy channel. Hey, Ben J-Chan, what you been up to? Another take on Scaldra you want to test? I'd say more orange, right? Scaldra is like more orangey, but like I also just like that palette. But like to me, Scaldra has a lot more orange on the armor. But I actually do like that fashion as it is. Ooh, that looks nice too. It's color palette too. I feel like that's the same color palette you had the other ways. Terra EU Classic server to go back up. Uh-oh. Not Terra. Not again. J-Chan, save yourself. Ooh, this is really pretty. Wolfie, I really like that Titania. Is that the same Titanium? Yeah. Octavia. Yeah, I've just never been a big fan of this Octavia set. Like, I'm not really a huge fan of, like, the hyper metallic, deluxe skins that they did for a little while. And that's just a me thing. That... Oh, Astral, you've fallen for the classic gambit of showing me a Mag heirloom skin, and thus it is crap because I can't get it. Bad. Bad. Bad fashion. Can't get it. Terrible fashion. Get out of here. Obviously, I'm joking. That looks really pretty. Lavosh, Triple Umbral, Persistence Blessing, Valiance Formation, Swift Bite, Augur Reach, Stretch. Yeah, so like, if you were to go into Persistence build, this is what I would do. Very similar to this. So this reduces cooldowns, this reduces cooldowns and heals you. Blessing gives you more maximum health value to play into that. Persistence for damage gating. You have status immunity as long as you pick up a universal orb with transmutation probe. You got triple umbral, so you're gonna have enough armor to not care about certain status effects and also get you above that 1400 breakpoint for those. Archon continuity, so that any toxin you apply also applies corrosive, which you're going to be casting quite frequently because Swift Bite will always apply toxin. So it plays very well into that. So yeah, I like this build. Nothing really to say here. Atlas. Yeah, this looks good too. You're still going for Rumbled here. So one thing to keep in mind with Rumbled is you don't need triple Umbral for Rumbled. I'm not sure if I mentioned that earlier. Because armor doesn't kick into the Overguard generation. It's just strength for the Overguard generation. On here. I don't think that health or armor play into the Overguard gen for Rumbled Augment. But like that said, triple Umbral is not a bad idea because it's just like, it's, you know, when your Overguard falls, then you have a backup being more armor and more health, which is not a bad thing. But I do like this build better than the other one. I would probably say like some range on here because I think that Rumbled's AoE does scale off of range. So I would say probably dropping Karnus Carapace for some range would not be a bad idea. Dyson, Atlas. Ooh, that looks really cool. Oh, that's the new Signa. Well, that looks really good on there, actually, Dyson. Dazins. I'm good at words. I'm good at words. In Nyx Prime, Chaos Sphere, Mind Freak, Energy Siphon, Stretch. Yeah, so I would drop, why don't do Master Rank up? Great question. I'll do it in 4 months and 22 days. Because there's no reason for me to do Master Rank up. Just realistically speaking, there's no reason for me to do a Master Rank up. So I kept just like forgetting to do it. And then people join the cancel of King Chris? No. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So no. People kept asking me, like, why haven't you done it? Because I just kept forgetting to do it. And then people kept asking me. So then it's turned into a bit here that anytime that someone asks me to do it, it goes up a day. So we are now at, it started at 6 months when Old Peace launched. And we're only at 4 months and 2 days. Or 4 months and 22 days. And it goes down once a day. And every time someone asks, it goes up a day. So is it actually going down? Yeah, it is slowly. Best bit you've seen in the community? Alright, listen, this is for fun. Kamisado, because I think Mind Freak does activate Kamisado, so you can lock in the extra power strength into Mind Freak or whatever the hell you feel like. Adaptation for just more damage reduction because you are stealing Overguard with your 2 and shields and health or armor there. I think Primed Vigor is actually pretty strong on Nyx because she is a actually fairly good use case for it. And adaptation works into the shields and also works into the health, and the armor helps up with more with the health and so on and so forth. I would say instead of power ramp, I would probably go into Universal Fallout because Chaos Sphere, which you're running, applies 10 statuses, and then that solves any energy or health concerns that you have because you'll just be spawning so many health orbs or universal orbs. I would probably say some more range on here would do you well with Chaos Sphere. Would be kind of nice. Anything to say on the Cortex you sent? The only question I had was, is that last slot planning for Acuity there? The council is good, trust. How about you explain what it is or I start kicking people from my Discord? How about I pull the ultimatum card? Obviously I'm kidding. One thing I would say on here is, it's a joke. I know, figured it was. I'm kidding. Archon Stretch is something I would definitely think about getting on here. Like, you don't need, you don't necessarily need, Energy Siphon here. He gave you a mission to recruit people. All right. Because Energy Siphon, like Archon Stretch, can be activated by a companion. So you could get Archon Stretch on here for the free energy and drop Energy Siphon for like growing power or something else. So that's the only other real thing I would say on here. Wolves, how you doing? That's kind of cool. That's super weird. I like that color palette though. All right, well, best of luck to that. What do you got? Cold toxin, so viral plus status chance. Minus damage corpus. Corpus don't really matter, so that's fine. One thing I would say is that you do have savvy, unique trait, and merciless. I would say that you certainly don't need point blank here. I would probably look at maybe another element, like the magnetic strafe would be super solid here for another status chance and another status type for savvy and its unique trait, plus some more fire rate. I like having a fire rate on here personally. I like it. It's fun. 100 munitions is not necessarily a bad option here. It's not a great option because just 100 munitions is not super important these days, but it's perfectly fine. You could go in for like a different element instead of 100 munitions if you feel like it, but it's fine. Yeah, so the only thing I would do is I would probably drop this for magnetic strafe. The rest of this is fine. Because this is also just giving you viral plus some status chance, which is nice. Which is pretty nice. Alright. I'm gonna do some relics. Okay, who wants to join me for survival? Who wants to join me for Steel Path Omni survival? Let's go! Erzman, Zood. Wolfie. Hey, Ducky. Okay, we just gotta run some quick ads here. You know the deal. We gotta run some ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it takes a bye. Who do I want to play? It's a survival. Who do I want to play? You're busy with XCOM 2? I hope you're enjoying XCOM 2. I've heard a lot of good things about that game. Do I want to play Nidus? Maybe not. Do I want to play Nyx? You know what? Now that someone showed me their Nyx, I want to play some Nyx. Yep. Yep. I do like me some Nyx. Ooh, what do I want to play with Nyx? Yeah, you know what? Let's Soulbeck it up. You want to see Estola's VA play? You know what? I'd be super down for that. You're online? Word! Yo, Kirby! I do. Tried to make it darker. Yeah, the problem is just the metallics. Like, I'm just not a fan of the metallics on these skins. Like, no matter, like, it's not your color palette problem, it's the way that metallics function on these skins problem is what I'm not a big fan of. Which is like definitely a me thing. I get it. It's definitely a me thing. Just checking social media to see if there's any like thing from the Pablo or from the Reb. Anything from the Pablo or from the Reb? No, nothing from the Pablo or the Reb. Nothing from the Pablo or the Reb. Do you want to DM me the context? I usually don't have a problem with it, but I just kind of like to know what's going on. Just so that, like, if it comes up later on that someone mentions it and be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. This is a fine room for us to hang out in. Why am I using my Sobek? I just kind of felt like it. Do I run acid shells? Yeah, it's just free damage, and I got the free mod capacity. Like, anytime that I've got, like, the mod stuff... Oh, yeah, no, go for that. Yeah. Venom, how you doing? Yeah, absolutely, Jay-Chan, that's fine. Oh yeah, you have the stuff for a root beer float? Oh man, I want a root beer float. Share with the class. You just got host migrated for some reason? Okay, let me see if I can get you back in here, dude. I figured you just got DC'd there. Oh, and Wolfie. Okay, hold on, let's just restart. Hold on, something's happening here. We're just restarting. I don't know what's happening here. Let's roll it back from the top. let's just roll it back. Computer say no. I know. Computer, could you say yes? Also, congratulations again, Maria. Zood? Wolf? No, not Wold. Wolfie. For those of you who don't know, Maria got, for some reason, was somehow able to, Yeah, Iron, don't worry about it. It's just people trying to bring memes. It's odd, but, you know. For some reason, tricked them, I guess. I know. I'm kidding, obviously. Maria worked very hard for that. If we can get a shout out from Maria, that'd be greatly appreciated. Max, what you squawking about, son? You don't like root beer and or Diet Pepper? I mean, that's fair. Yeah, no, it's just people being weird. Whee! Is it just you or the second card kind of weak? I mean, it's not like crazy strong, but it's certainly not bad. Like, it's good. It does the trick good. Yeah, this is a fine room for us to get started in. It's not great, but whatevs. Universal orbs. The other thing with Nyx, for who was showing me your Nyx build earlier, don't sleep on her augment for her second ability. Having a few more of the psychic bolts going out is actually really useful. A few more of those psychic bolts actually does make a bit of a difference for your survivability, as well as adds more for defense reduction on enemies, which is quite nice. But like that said, you didn't really have room for that because you're using both Mind Freak and Chaos Sphere, so like, but just as an idea, the augment for the for psychic bolts is pretty good. How does Frost Bubble scale? Like its survivability? Or in what way? Because it does scale in a few different ways in a few different functions. For damage, I think it deals true damage, but I don't know if that damage scales off of anything. Like when it bounces someone into a wall, I'm 90% certain that it deals true damage, weirdly enough. My assumption would be that it would scale off of strength, because, you know, if it's going to scale off of anything, damage typically scales off of strength. But I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know for 100% certain off the top of my head if that scales there. But I would recommend just checking the wiki page. Just when in doubt, wiki it out, right? You get the Ballistica Incarnate. Yeah, the Ballistica Incarnate I think is like the go-to choice for this week. Like the Ballistica Incarnate is certainly my preferred of them because it's really good. It's like real good. Really, really good. Like one-shotting a Gruzzling, good. Which typically you can't one-shot Gruzzlings. Well, not always, but you know what I mean. Like, usually you don't one-shot a Gruzzling. Usually it does this whole split mechanic thing. Malty Gunko is super tasty. If the enemies hit obstacles, they can be dealt with 50% of their maximum health as true damage. There you go. So assumably that does not scale off of strength there. Destreza, but the radius on is a little small. Now, to be fair, the Destreza Incarnate is crazy good. But it does have, like, some problems to it. Hand cannon? Excuse me, this is a cross launcher. To call this a hand cannon is an insult. We send crosses at people. We're basically Hawkeye, if you really think about it. The One Piece is real! Where's JP? JP would get it. JP would be having a good laugh right now. Oh, the book. Well, hopefully it doesn't flashbang me. Hey, Mina, how you doing? Let's hope he doesn't flashbang. Okay, we're good. How you doing, Mina? Welcome in. How have you been? What's up, y'all? Been a while. Good to see you again. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Hope that you had yourself a wonderful stream. If you have to raid and run, you are more than welcome to. But if you'd like to hang, you are also more than welcome to. And for everyone else, make sure you hang out, because we will be doing a giveaway after I'm done this mission here, to thank Mina for the raid. How am I? I'm doing really good. We were chatting about some of these. Let's hang out in this room here. You gotta do the raid run? No worries at all. Is it another real potato? No. I will give you a potato at TennoCon when you come next year. You better be coming next year. And if you don't come next year, I will be very sad. You better be there, or else. Have a great day, nightlife. No worries, you too. I will catch you another time. But for everyone else, welcome on in. Happy to have you. Hey, Malice, what you up to, bud? Hey, can I still mind control you? No, I guess not. Disappointed. There was a time where you could mind control those. I guess worthless one. I guess. It depends if you can get better tickets. Yeah, that's fair. I respect that. I get it. I get it. Sometimes it do be like that. Blue raspberry. The bluest of raspberries. Oh, victims! Where art thou? Oh, look, a Surge Eximus is flying around like a psychopath. I think the funniest Surge Eximus is when they're the flying ones, because then they just like zip around the map at Mach 2 billion and you just can't stop them. Those ones are definitely my favorites. They can fly? Well, if it's like one of the flying enemies, yeah. What's my least favorite boss fight? What's the asshole on Mars? Like these guys. Those guys can get Surge Eximus'd. Let's Krill? Yeah, that, I don't know, whatever the guys on Mars is, because that farm is just like, it's not bad, it's just like, I have to wait here for your stupid tube to be shootable. For 7 years and 13 scores ago. Like, please. Maria, I'm picking this up just for you. You haven't entered a mission as not Banshee for 7 months, so you've never seen a Surge Eximus? You're missing out on whimsy. The Surge Eximuses are hilarious. They're very funny. Where are the enemies? Caladothane? Well, Caladothane's like cheesable. Right, if you bring a weapon, a continuous fire weapon with punch through, like the Ignis, you can just shoot through the spinny things and just hit all of them, like, instantly. Which just makes the farm so much faster. Oh, you did it with a random who had no idea what to do? Ah, yeah, see, that's fair. Kayla Sorties, especially when Kayla Sorties had the radiation modifier, that was really fun. The sarcasm is, Kayla has Sorties. I thought Kayla showed up in Sorties. I've had it happen, but I also haven't done Sorties in like years, so maybe I'm just misremembering and going insane. Had it happen last week? Oh, there you go. How many of you actually do sorties still? Like, I haven't done a sortie in years? You actually do them every day, you're not gonna lie. Oh, alright. Interesting. Time to time, but you're still MR21? Okay. Buh. You do if they're not bad? Yeah, I don't know, I've just never really like, I don't know, I haven't done them forever. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing sorties get a little bit of a buff. Or like, add more things into the loot pool. Like, maybe they should add some of those new resources into sorties and give me the reason to do sorties again. That'd be kind of fun. Loki's your second most played Warframe just because of sorties? I mean, Loki is pretty good nonetheless. Or remove the ones with barely any value. That would also be nice, yeah. Steel Path sorties when? That would be nice. If it gave you something better. Especially. People coming in 2 minutes before closing are the bane of your existence? I've had that problem before. I remember that problem. I don't miss the retail days. Seeing the Blissing Incarnate, is there a stat spreadsheet between the 3 Incarnates to compare? Yeah, it is in, it is on the wiki, you can see. You can see on the wiki for the Incarnate form, it'll tell you what the different stats for the evolutions will be doing for you. Haven't done them in years too for Sky Cleaver. Every week you don't feel like dealing with Archimedes, so you just pick Loki to carry. Oh, that's totally fair. Anyway, gonna go now. No worries. I hope your day finishes off good. And we'll catch you later, Lost Knife. Hope work's going well for you. Whee. Whee. He's just very convenient. Yeah, that's totally fair. Be delete. Hi. Delete. I feel like 19 million was maybe an unnecessary amount of damage to that person. Here, do 8,000% damage. Enjoy. Every once in a while, that stuff is just funny. Moo Benko for the 10 months Prime. Thank you so much, Moo. How you been? Welcome on back. Hope you're doing good. You been good? Heck yeah! Only 8,000? I know. I'm a poser. What can I say? Yeah, thank you. Non-sonar multipliers are so tiny. Well, listen here, you. Oh, there was something over there for me to shoot. Hey, look at that. Dead. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet is Descendia. We should go do that. Is there anything good in Descendia this week? We should go do that. Blue potat. Ooh, I do like blue potat. I do like blue potato. Blue potato are best potato. And I do need more blue potatoes, as we all know. Do you think there will be a day where I finally have, like, put potatoes in every single weapon in the game? I feel like it'll happen eventually. If I ever win the lottery, I'm not saying I'll tell anyone, but there will be signs, and there will be blue potatoes in all of my weapons. I don't ask for a lot in life. So many people, like if I won the lottery, I would do these crazy things, and I'm just kind of sitting there being like, I would be quiet. I would sit in my house, enjoying my life, being very quiet. May not have potato on every weapon in the game. See, I don't have that yet. What shard was this week? Yellow? And some formas and about 70% of them. Yeah, see, I've got a lot of forma in stuff, but I don't know, like, how many potatoes I have in weapons and stuff. But, like, I got a lot of forma and stuff. So, when the worm gets Surge Eximist, it is hilarious as well. That's another really funny Surge Eximist, just watching a moonwalking worm of death flying around. Really funny. Big Zeppelin sign saying I'm rich? Nah, if I become rich, I'm just gonna sit very quietly. I'm gonna sit in my corner very quietly and no one will know. And I will just keep doing what I do. And just living my little life, not having to worry about anything. That's the dream. If you see you running away with 17 rescue cats, mind your own business. No, I think I would ask questions if you had 17 rescue cats. I like the riot. You take that back. The riot's a fun weapon. Throw on synth charge. It's funny. Sweet, delicious, multiplicative damage because the callback on it gets the multiplicative damage from there. Xenos won the lottery. Next day we find him streaming trying to get 5 gifted subs. You're absolutely right that that would keep happening. 10,000% if I won the lottery, I would still be saying, hey chat, can we get 5 gifted subs? Hey chat, can we get 5 gifted subs? Just don't question where all this D&D supplies and plat came from. Yeah, see, that would be me too. It's like, don't ask where all my 3D printed gear for printing D&D stuff came out of nowhere. Don't ask questions. It's never about the money, it's keeping the memes. See, Fen gets it. Also, thanks for getting Fen a shout out. It's about the Mets, not the Mets again. We hate the Mets. Where do the Mets play again? Yeah, I know they're in New York, but what do they play? Mickey! Hi. I was over in your part of the world just a few days ago. I was out on Victoria. It was beautiful. Well, I know that you don't live in BC, but like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Miki. Miki gets it. Sin Charge works with Riot Reload. Didn't know that. If I remember correctly, it works on the Riot Reload. It counts as the final shot. See, just saw a zippy zoomer boy. Yeah, I was in Victoria and I went to like Salt Spring Island. Oh man, I want to go back to BC already. If I could move to BC and still have like access to all the things that I currently have, like AKA my friends, I would. A zoomer, was it saying 6'7"? It was, in fact. See, there's another one. That guy up there, look at him zoom. Take my friends? Yeah, but my friends have like jobs here, so I can't take them. They got like, you know, that real life stuff. To my recollection, it does, Venom. I could be wrong though, but to my knowledge, the reload mechanic on the Riot does, like the grenades on the Catabalist. The reload mechanic, I believe, counts as the last shot in the magazine, so it gets the multiplicative 200% damage. I could be wrong on that, and I could just be misremembering and misattributing it, but, like, I think that's the case. Involuntarily take them, but, like, I can't. They have jobs here, and I don't have the money to pay for their jobs. Because, like, they need food. I messaged Rue when I was out in Victoria, we were just sort of chatting. I'm like, man, I can see myself living out here. And he's like, in 20 years, right? Like, yeah, probably. Ran the weapon with Pistolier. Thoughts on the Sancti Castanas? No thoughts, only vibes. I don't know, I haven't really messed with those. You mess with the 10 planks to use Sin Charge to triple the damage of its charge shots? You're right, I don't miss that. But I also hate the, I am not a big fan of the plinks. Isn't Victoria near Surrey? Sort of. Not really, but sort of. It's like on the same regional coast, yes, but it's like multiple hours away from Surrey. But also Canada be big, and people don't seem to understand how big Canada is. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We're gonna run ads every once in a while, so new people looking for ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and want something to community, twist up to prefer, otherwise say goodbye. Head to extract soon, nerds. Thank you, Iron, for getting all those shoutouts. I really appreciate you. You got an uncle in Surrey? Yeah, like Surrey's in mainland. Whereas Victoria is on the isle, is on Vancouver Island. It is really, really, really pretty. Yeah, see, my problem is I just hate the plinks. I really dislike it. Yeah, boy, Shax. Thanks, Shax. How you been? Thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Wait, Shroom, how many dads do you have now? Wasn't I the first dad? I mean, I'm fine with like this weird like family dynamic, but I'd just like to know who else is dad. Where's Torment? Probably somewhere stupid. Where is Torment? Oh. Many dads handle it. True and real. I understood that reference. People our age should, the young ones probably don't. Yes, the children. The wee bebes. Where's the server? What the hell? Oh, alright. That was weird. There's just a floating body wandering by. Weird. Instantly disbanded before the spy mission? Sounds about right. Might be on your side? Yeah, it probably is on your side, because if my internet was doing something weird, the stream would be doing something weird. Like, for me, it's really easy to tell, because a bunch of people start complaining about the stream breaking. It's really quite simple to tell when stream break. Hey, we had multiple people in the clan that time. Get on my squad, nerds. But what if you are weird? Well, we know you're weird. All right. Wolfie, we looked at that. Cosmic, Chroma, closest you can find to look link. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, Cosmic, I actually dig the hell out of that. That actually was really sick. Holy crap. I'm a really big fan of that. Damn. That looks good. Ooh. I don't know if I like the shoulder pads on this one, but also like, it is a really nice silhouette, but also like, I'm not 100% certain I like the shoulder guards there. Let it turn around. I let it turn around. It turned around. Right round, baby, right round. Signa? Where's the Signa? I can't even tell. Oh, it's the Baruch Signa. Oh, yeah, it looks good. Oh. That was your best option. Try test it. I love that Cigna, actually. I think it's really cool. I'm glad that they're doing some interesting things with Cignas. Not to say that Cignas weren't interesting before, but I'm glad that they're doing like more interesting things with Cignas. Is a pretty good time if you ask me. Cincharge still feels mighty mid, very fun, but not bad, but mid. And see, like, that's okay. You know, not every weapon needs to be like bonkers strong, right? It's nice to have a little bit of variety. Because at the end of the day, I mean, like, we have way more than enough damage in the game, so, like, damage is never something that we're actually ever lacking or asking for. Like, we have so much damage. That's kind of one of those things that, like, people are always like, but what if I don't have enough damage? Like, you probably have enough damage. You need to relax. You need to chill. Oh, I typed in Cardi when I was looking for Callie. Cardi, you're just on my mind. What can I say? Upgrade your mods if you don't have enough damage? Yeah, literally. True, real, based, accurate. All right. Well, that was a poorly timed ad break because I do need to like go stretch my back. But here, this is what we'll do: is we won't run an ad break because I can't run one right now. If I could, I would. So what we'll do is we'll, because of that raid from Mahina Cat, while we were in that mission there, we're gonna do a giveaway. And we're gonna give away a Gauss. So type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for a Gauss Prime blueprint set. Anybody is welcome to join. Just type exclamation point join. I'm just gonna go run to the washroom, stretch my back. Usually this is when I would run an ad break. I'll try to run an ad break now so that you don't get ads later, right? We'll just deal with them now while I'm gone because you're not gonna miss anything. And then we're gonna go do Descendias. So sit tight, we'll be back in a few minutes here, peeps. All right. Let me just do this giveaway, Cardi, and then I'll send you an invite for Descendia. Evans. Sorry, butchered your name. Events. You won. Events, what is your in-game name? Claim your prize. You have won a Gauss Prime Blueprint package. I love that your in-game name is the same as your Twitch name. That makes my life so much easier. Lurky day. No worries, Ace. You enjoy your lurk. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing good. You just got a Panzer Volpifila? Heck yeah, we love the Panzer. At least I love the Panzer. Panzer's great. So good. How long do I have this plat discount code for? 20 hours? Okay. I actually do want to buy some plat. I like to support the company that supports me. Also, I like to support, you know, Canadian devs. Wee, Canada. Wee. If you just want to give me some ammo drums back, that would be grand. Gauss. Gauss. Here you go. Ammo drums, please. Thank you. Why, tags? Enjoy your Gauss. Focus. Fire gun. DE, you haven't had a 75% off in a long time? I know. Dalen. Cardi. Okay, we got room for one more for Steel Path Descendia. Let us go do the thing. You know what? I want to play with my Strun. How dare I not invite you first? Spite. What can I say? I just hate you, Cardi. If no takers, you'd be happy to join again? Well, doesn't look like there's any takers, so get in here, Zood. I loan you my augments at a very high interest rate. A very high interest rate. Let's not beat around the bush. I give you like 50,000 endo. We're doing Descendia, Riaz. You never asked for anything? No, but I feel bad. Do you want to... Well, Zood has been with us a few times. Riaz, if you want to join. Zood was an on-decker, so we could bring you. That is a reasonable thing. Alright, get in here, Riz. Also, we haven't played a lot since you got back, so I'm fine with doing this. Ooh, so, this is like, nobody finds this interesting, but this is an interesting thing to me. So, Dota 2 just had its big tournament. The International just ended. Team Spirit won again. Not surprising. Yatoro was on point again. The guy's an unstoppable behemoth. Same with Collapse. But, the fun part of post-TI is when this is like the trading season for Dota 2. Where the teams get all shaken up and like different, they break out into new teams and so on and so forth. It's really fun. So this is like, this is the time of like interesting roster shuffles and see what's going to be changing up in the game for the professional scene. It's really cool. I love professional Dota 2. It's just really fun to watch for me. Baby. How? Yeah, what's going on? This has been happening a few times today. Is there like some weird connection problems that's been happening? Let's say, this is like the third time that random DCs have been happening. Whee! Exterminate! Man, you guys are dicks. So much overguard. Man, I can't aim. If only I could aim. That'd be so good. Hey, Ken, how you doing? What's up? You know what? Every time that I play with my Strun, I feel like it's underperforming, and then like it just performs really well randomly. I don't know what's going on with it. Like I feel like I need to redo this build because it feels like something's going wrong here. It feels like there's something weird happening to my Strun, and I don't really know what it is. It's strunning, it's something, but like it just doesn't feel like it's performing as well as it used to, and I don't know why. Constantly you want to keep dumble mods on your Comare, just go for the back of the basic mods because they need so much capacity. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but like, it is nice to have. You know, it is nice to have the umbrals if you're going into an umbral build. It does equal out to being a lot of like better survivability and more damage output depending on your strength values and whatnot. Especially if you're going into like a health tank build, it can be very useful because like persistence shenanigans, armor, and health. But like, also I get where you're coming from. It is a little bit like costly. And by a little bit, I mean very. Yeah, I should really stop falling into holes. It's kind of bad for my health. And for my health, I mean bad because I have to keep resetting my abilities. And by my abilities, I mean the singular ability. You're unsure how you feel in general, so you're here? It's a word. I feel that. Hope they add more ways to get Umbral Forma. I don't think that they will. I think that it's like... I want more ways to get Umbral Forma, but it's like... You know... It's not... Like, the thing with the Umbral Formas is that they're not, like, super crazy, but, like, they're useful, but, like, they're good, but, like... You don't need Umbrals, and they're kind of just, like, nice-to-haves. They're not, like, need-to-haves, but, like, sometimes that extra 14% strength is really nice. Sorry, title. You think Rivens are going to be even more expensive after the change? Yeah, I agree. Because now you need to roll a perfect combo stat and then keep rolling for a perfect roll with an additional new currency, making the rolls even pricier. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting too. I don't think that this solves, like, everyone who was thinking that this was going to reduce the price of Rivens, I think is being pretty delusional, if I'm being honest. Because we've added in another series of RNG into the system, so whenever you add in difficulty to acquire something, you increase the price of something. So, like, I am 1000% with you on that one, Gray. But it's also one of those things where, like... Yeah. It's kind of like one of those things where like I actually really like these changes, but I also see a lot of problems with these changes. Hey Maxis, how you doing? 51 stacks of heat? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. That's a little bit confusing. Yeah, and like it does reduce, like the thing is that in reality this is going to reduce the grind for people like me who just wants really usable ribbons. Right, like I'm always looking for just a usable ribbon. I'm not necessarily caring about like Omega God Roll ribbons. Like I'm not going for those. Just like as a player, that's not something that interests me. But like, if you're someone who's going for that, you're gonna go crazy with this new system. And like, my concern with it is that it's a system that is adding in more gambling problems while not necessarily solving the core of the issue. Hey Jeem, how you doing? It'll make comfy ribbons more attainable. Yeah, and it'll also make like good comfy ribbons more obtainable, right? But like, for someone like me who really likes status-based weapons, I'm going to be, you know, anything that's a debilitate primary is now like I have to get gas or blast plus the elemental damage in order for the ribbon roll to be something that I want. Right? And like, that's kind of the thing, like, I don't know if this is solving the problem that they're hoping it to solve or just creating another problem, and that's kind of also part of the issue. Where it's like, but anyway, we were chatting about it a lot today already, but long story short, I think that really 2 defenses at back to back, what the hell? Long story short, I think that's gonna be like a positive thing overall for Rivens, for people like me who don't go for the crazy Rivens, but like, it's not solving the problem of like the ribbon market. Like ribbons are still going to be more expensive, and like because now it's just going to be making these, what is the current god roll, quote unquote, is going to be less profitable. I have 115 stacks of heat. I have no idea why. That's weird. Hey, Paulie, how you doing? Stats will be locked, like getting a minus zoom and knowing every roll going forward will have an ideal negative. Yeah, like that's really good. Or, you know, locking in a stat for comboing up into something that you actually want will be really good. You know, like being able to lock in a corrosive, or like getting too corrosive or getting too viral on a Riven will be really good. And like mod saving Rivens are where I'm looking forward to it the most. So like mod saving Rivens are where I'm the most excited for it. Current Effects, thank you so much for your Prime sub. Appreciate you. But I do fully recognize, that this is not going to be solving the problems that people think that it's going to be solving. There are now different strategies for locking stats. Yeah, there's different strategies for locking stats and like a whole bunch of stuff to it. Like I am really excited for these changes. I just see concerning potentials with these changes. You know, like this isn't solving the RNG of Rivens. It's reducing one RNG, but adding in a significantly bigger RNG. And that's not necessarily a good thing. You're curious what the new available stats are? Well, we already know a few of them, and we then can sort of infer some possibilities, right? Like, we know combo elements is a thing, so that's 6 different things there, right? Rad, gas, blast, heat, or viral, corrosive, magnetic. So, like, we already know that, and we know... Alright, Maria, you take care. Have yourself a good sleep. We know that, and we know, like... weak point damage is a thing, and we know like elemental damage is a thing, status damage is a thing. So like those are all things that we already have confirmation on. From either the dev short or from social media. More primers, and the 3 does the heal with the scaling off of strength. Yeah, I mean, still lots of good stuff there. Let me catch up with the other message. I missed that one. Main thing why you're contemplating is you're still trying to grasp how much ability strength you really need for Kome. I mean, I like going super high into ability strength on Kome, but I'm not going to say it's necessarily the most optimal way to play it. I just like going high into strength because of the heal and because of just like increasing whatever damage that she's putting out. But she doesn't need a lot of strength, realistically speaking. It also depends on like what helmet you're using, if you're using a helmet, and like what that helmet role will look like there. Triple umbo build, some builds you want to make. Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Yeah. Exploiting a bug without knowing. Sounds about right. But then the problem for like devs with that is they obviously don't know who's exploiting the bug consciously and who's exploiting the bug unintentionally. So like I get I do understand the difficulties for the devs in that case, but yeah. Conditional overload is in circuit rotation. Hell yeah. Oh, conditional overload is great. So like every 4 weeks instead of 7. Well, it's every 8 weeks, but no, and I get where you're coming from, but also like we need to have a resource that's a little bit more difficult. Riven change. Already saw someone saying they haven't uninstalled the game. I mean, I don't think it's uninstallable, but like that's just people like going crazy. No, that's with the night Ice Blade of Narin coming in sort of like September, October area. So it's not going to be for like another month or so. No, I don't think this is going to be like majorly, like it's going to change up how Rivens function. And like the extra grind for these extra big stats are going to be like possibly concerning. But like realistically speaking, it's not going to be that bad. Like I have concerns with like players getting overly burned out because of these changes. And like I have concerns about like the gambling mentality with some of these changes. And this is not going to be solving the problem that is Riven prices like people think it is. It's going to be making more expensive Rivens actually. So that is so many sparks popping off these people's faces. It would enable easier ways of getting the god roll. Yeah, but the problem is that the god rolls are also going to be changing. Right? So, like, it helps in one way with the grind, but it adds in another layer of grind and RNG to the problem. Which is really where the problem comes with. 50k platinum on their entire mortgage just to get one Riven. Yeah, but also you can't help stupid at a certain point, Paradox, right? If someone's spending that much platinum on a Riven, like, I hate to break it to you, that person was going to spend that much platinum on a Riven anyway because they're psychopath. Like, at a certain point, you have to let stupid people do their stupid thing. Right? Like, you can't help that. Because if someone, like, you know, like, sure, the devs could make it so that, like, that couldn't happen, absolutely, but ultimately people, like, that's the problem with just money in general. Like, look at people who are just, like, they don't have the money to, but they buy themselves a really dumb car because they think that that's what people want in their lives, and, like, you don't need a Porsche. You make minimum wage. What are you doing with your life? I have 224 stacks of heat. Yeah, you can't fix stupid. Remove Kubro furs for that reason? Well, that was... So, here's the problem, right? Is the difference between the Kubro furs is the only way to do the Kubro furs was by platinum. right? The Kuva grind is free. The Riven grind is free. You can't buy Rivens with platinum. You can't buy Kuva with platinum, at least as of right now. So like, it's a little bit of a different scenario because then this is just players trading, and like players trading, then like, are they wanting to, and then the question comes with like, is DE wanting to mitigate that in the player economy, or do they care about that in the player economy? And like, that's kind of the question, right? Is like, do we need to be hand-holding people's wallets that badly? I mean, realistically, yes. But like, does DE want to have to be doing that? Realistically, probably not. For like, multitudes of reasons. And like, don't get me wrong, like, they should be putting in systems in place to stop people from being stupid. But also, I don't blame them for not, like, babysitting people's wallets. Like, if you want to spend 50,000 platinum on a thing that you don't need to, like, that's up to you. And it is, you know, a system in the game that exists that is RNG and is a grind. So, like, there is technically a free way to do that. Whereas with the Kubro Furs, there was no free way to do that. Right? You could only do it through platinum. Like, you don't need to buy a Riven off of somebody. And if you decide to spend your money in that way, I mean, at a certain point, that's kind of on you. But also, they shouldn't be encouraging it. You know, so, like, it's a kind of a 6 1/2 dozen another problem in my head for that. You're back. Welcome back, Lost Knife. You're loving those gifts, ain't you? You have realized that gym, 12-hour shifts, Warframe, and sleep are almost incompatible. It's okay. You don't need sleep. Sleep is the optional one there. Okay, no, that's not true. Sleep is not optional. You do need sleep. I wonder if lifesteal is going to be one of the things that you can get on a Riven. I'm really interested in what the new stats are going to be. Because lifesteal could be a really interesting Riven. Moral dilemma, people will always be stupid, but the environment that makes people stupid is kind of to blame. Yeah, and that's kind of like, I agree. That's like kind of part of the conundrum. But like, you know, I do agree that like, this is not solving the problem of RNG with Riven. So like, I get where people's complaints are coming with that, because it's just adding a different layer of RNG. So we'll have to see what the final product looks like when they release it, because this was obviously just sort of a quick announcement. This is not the, you know, patch time, so they have time to make some adjustments if they feel like they need to. It's financially beneficial to DE to parent platinum buying to stop chargebacks. Chargebacks in high quantities can make credit card companies stop working with you. And a company like DE doesn't want to sell goods, losing CC companies wanting to work with you makes and breaks a company. Yeah, but also like you're not wrong in that regards, but also again, like, yeah, I don't know. Combo stat locks for free, the Riven would feel better towards, or like make it so that you can only have one maximum combo stat. Or like 2 maximum combo stats so that you can limit any potential like insanity. Because like 2 combo stats is really unlikely, but still possible. You can't charge back platinum? No, but if someone spends too much money on their credit card, then they can charge back their credit card. Right? So like people buying platinum with their credit card and then charge back the platinum purchase, like, is technically a theoretical that could happen. Oh, hey. Only weak points are vulnerable. Oh, no. Oh no, only weak points with my Ballistica. Almost killed RuneScape. Yeah, but also credit card companies have like noticed that type of stuff and they have taken like significantly bigger stances on that type of stuff with chargebacks. So like that was way back in the day. You know, when that system, like, things have changed. Long story short, what I'm trying to say is credit card companies have evolved beyond that point these times. Because if too many chargebacks happen, your, like, business gets flagged by credit card companies. So, like, I think realistically speaking, that's not really that big of a deal. Okay, first time catching one of your streams. Love my builds. What tags? Welcome on in. How you doing? I'm a little bit sleepy today, but happy to have you. Heat damage resistance, but all damage, 10%. Yeah, sure. Electric Blast on the Sicarus. I did. Wasn't that big of a fan of it. Hey tips, Praetos. You know, I haven't actually made the Praetos, but it's probably just going to be your classic melee influence build. So if you tell, well, does the Praetos, chat, does the Praetos have that, oh, the Praetos are fantastic, yeah, but I just haven't built them. Don't get me wrong, they're a community favorite for a reason, mainly for the parkour velocity. But they are a community favorite. Do the Praetos get the evolution with the 2000% damage on status effect, but not crit chance? Like, is that a thing with the Praetos? No, then yeah, you just go for like a classic crit status hybrid, like with if you're looking for a build, sort of that you can copy. It's not for the Praetos, but it'll work fine for the Praetos. Type exclamation point Okina. Something along those lines is what you'd be looking for. Slap Kareen on it and run? Yeah, exactly. I've got two builds for the Okina, one with influence, one with Kareen. Basically, it'd be that build. Nothing major difference there. Theoretically. I don't think that there would be anything major different there, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't really know the weapons very well because I haven't, I still don't own them. Because I've been too lazy to farm the, whatchamacallits. You know, the whatchamacallits. The things with the hair and the place and the thing. Man, this exterminate takes effing forever. Why does the exterminate take so long? How dare you honk at me? Ah! Oh, it's John Prodman. Hey, bud, how's it going? Yeah, the plumes. That's the thing, is I'm super lazy with farming those, so I just haven't farmed. Oh, John Prodman. You're basically John Prodman. I see. I see. Hajonk to you too. Those gifts are actually pretty great, I'm not gonna lie. There's like 5 enemies spawning at once. Yeah, it seems interesting. Interesting. No, don't duck me. How dare. Would you rather meet Clem or John Prodman? John Prodman, because I feel like Clem would get really annoying. Ever tried to get the John Prodman poster? I think I got like 2 or 3 of them. Can you actually understand Clem? Oh, that's, you know what? That's a good qualifier. Are we allowed to understand Clem, or did you just say Clem and we just have to, like, infer based off of whatever? Yeah, John probably would at least be capable of a conversation, exactly. I just feel weird about needing to lock your combo stats on the Riven. Feel like the meta system that Nullifier is locking. Yeah, and like, I get where you're coming from with that. Like, I get it, but also like... See, the way I'm looking at this change is I will be having one combo stat on my build, and I'll be looking for like normal stats. Like, there'll be very few times where I'm looking for multiple combo stats on there. Like, I can think of basically the area that I'll be looking at combo stats on Rivens, like multiple combo stats on Rivens, will be basically anything with debilitate. Oh, I wonder if it's my Ballistica. Because I wonder if it doesn't count the ghost dying. You know what? I wonder if I'm accidentally screwing over this mission. I wonder if the Ballistica ghosts still being alive count as enemies for the enemy spawn amounts. Two is a huge maybe. Yeah, and that's precisely it. 2 is a really huge maybe. Little weird to build craft. I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense build crafting. Like that's adding in like random ass qualifiers into the system. And like, I think realistically they should just give us like 2 of them. Like, give us 2 locks. I think would be really nice. Because if we get 2 locks, and then like the way that I would do it is you do 2 locks. And 1 lock costs half the amount of Kuva, so then 2 locks would be the full amount of Kuva. And I think that like that sounds reasonable. Because then it reduces a lot of the RNG, so then you'd be able to get those higher tiers. But, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out once it comes out. And it's the thing is like they're getting a lot of feedback from players, you know? So they'll obviously find their sweet spot for whatever they're looking for as the developer. But I feel like we'll you know, we'll see how it sort of plays out. I'm sure that they'll be putting out a dev workshop on this because it's a fairly big thing. So I could see that happening. Well, they didn't say that they're going to be announcing that at... Well, they said that they weren't going to be talking about it at the dev stream. That's already been confirmed. They said, we're talking about it now because we don't have time to talk about it on the dev stream. So, I don't think we're going to be finding out any more information on the dev stream specifically about the Riven stuff. Is this Steel Path? Yeah, it is. Yep. It do be Steel Path. Go! Slam. Slam. Slam? Thank you. Seek and destroy. I swear to Clem. It's these bastards again. I hate these bastards. I don't really like these necrolites. They're really frustrating. Necrolites? Necromites. Whatever. They just don't take damage. Foe is vulnerable to amphers. Well, that does help with the reason why they're not taking damage right now. That does track. Oh, that hit the roof. The roof! The roof! The roof is on fire! Yeah, so like, I think that we'll probably get a dev short going on. Because they just don't die in the steel path. So if you have an arc gun equipped, the arc gun really does help. The other thing is to pay attention to the modifiers. So one of the Necromites missions has a modifier where they're only vulnerable to the rocket launcher. And this one, they're only vulnerable to the amphers that you pick up off the ground after killing enemies. So just pay attention to the mission modifiers, and you'll have you'll get it done super quick. Right, like this one here is the amphers, so you gotta throw these amphers there at them. And the first set of Necromites is the RPGs. Well, usually just melee, doesn't matter what modifier. You know what, that's fair. Oh, hey, that worked. How tanky the Descendian Necromites are if you didn't immediately notice the modifier. Oh, yeah. And that's why, like, reading is a really important and highly underutilized skill in the Warframe community. You are loving these gifts. LR pushback. I think we're still on cooldown. I can't read. I know. I can't read either, Lost Knife. Reading is hard. Average Warframe player, true and real. Whee! That's why we sit here while you read patch notes. Man, I can't wait for patch notes. Guys, I've been fiending for patch notes. I would just want to bug Ilgante more. And be like, hey Ilgante, it's me. Back again to cause you misery. This thing's bugged. That's really what I strive for in life, is to make QA cry. That is my ultimate goal in life. With my nonsensical bug reports. Atlas likes feet. That's still my favorite bug report. Atlas is a degenerate. He'll only attack people if he can see his feet. Atlas confirmed feet enjoyer. Hey, you. Ow. That was rude. Man, I have so many heat status effects that I've got multiple instances of multiple different types of heat status effect on me right now. A hilarious thing, I know. Atlas likes feet. Wonder if any one of the devs have mentioned my bug reports. Oh, they definitely have. Broski, came to say you convinced me with the Nezha propaganda. You love him now? Listen, it's not propaganda, it's just the truth. You're just finally realizing the truth. Didn't they mention your toast once? Oh, in like a bug report? Or like a red text or something like that? No, I've never gotten like that. Gotta go to sleep? Don't worry, Tristan, you have a good sleep. Have yourself a good rest of your day. Whee! Want you to, I don't want you to. Bam, 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 bam. Whee! Rogues. Yeah, they do pop in chat every once in a while. They're like, why do you do this to me? I thought we were friends, and I was like, ha ha ha, suffer. Ha ha ha, suffer. Just like growth. Growth is suffering. Look at this poor guy. Alrighty, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, oh. Otherwise, shit tight. See you in a second. Bye. All right, GG. Get on my squad. Nope. I said get on my squad. There you go. You just got an honor for beating Rose? Congratulations. I'm proud of you. That's very real. Let the facts to you. So nothing happened in Warframe today? Nah, nothing really. Not that I know of, at least. How you doing, Milo? We were just chatting about the some of the changes and my thoughts on the Riven stuff. You don't know my crit chance from your butt? More, this is just makes me more willing to gamba. Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem. This is gonna be, yeah, I mean, like, if you want, you can go back in the VOD and, like, look at everything. But, like, there's, like, a bunch of stuff in there. Like, I think the system has lots of, good possibilities, but also has some really, potential flaws. Do enemies in Steel Path Descendia take less damage than enemies in regular Steel Path at the same level without any, panaches that increase their defense? Not to my knowledge, Veril. But I do know that, like, obviously sometimes there's special modifiers where the enemies only take damage from XYZ thing. Like, there was 2 things in there where the enemies had, vulnerability only to a few things. So, like, you have to keep that in mind when you're playing in the Descendia, that there are modifiers inside of the game. So, that's the big thing that you need to watch out for. Sorry, give me one hot second here, peeps. That one. Sorry. Yeah, so I think the Riven changes are good still. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think they're going to be opening up a lot of interesting build crafting variety, lots of interesting, new potential roles, lots of interesting, like for me as a build crafter, personalizing weapons to yourself individually, I think is going to be really, really fun and really, really interesting. My problem is that this is opening up a huge issue for personal by individuals abuse in like gambling addictions and stuff like that, which I always have problems with. So, I mean, if you want to like go back and rewatch the VOD, we started chatting about it about what, an hour and 20 into the stream. So if you want to like watch my whole process and thought process and conversation about it all, you can go watch that if you really feel like it. So like I have my concerns, like people who are saying this is going to kill the Riven market. This isn't going to kill the Riven market. The Riven market's just changing, right? This is just, it's simple economics. Like anyone who's overreacting to like the Riven market changes is like on either direction are being delusional. People will still find ways to make money off of it. It's just the current god rolls are changing. That's all it is. It's just, it's a meta shift for Rivens. So like this isn't going to be changing anything for like the price of Rivens, and so on and so forth. If anything, this is going to be increasing the price of certain Rivens because you'll need to get combo stats and potentially more than one combo stat on a Riven, plus like a good positive and a good third positive and a harmless negative. So like those Rivens are going to be bonkersly expensive. So like, you know, there's like a bunch of stuff to it, obviously, but I think people are overreacting to it. I still don't like. I still see some issues here with like 2 new resources to grind. I still some issue like, and if those resources are locked behind a time gate at all, that's problematic, and that's my big concern. Because like I want to be able to engage with the system whenever and however I want to. I don't want to get like forced into time lock situations because that just doesn't feel good. And like I'll be doing a short tomorrow going over my thoughts on the negatives of this system, and then maybe we'll do like a conclusion short later on afterwards. But long story short, I'm excited for these changes. I can see some really big potential problems with these changes. I hope that they address those problems before it implements it. I think one of the ways to address that problem is to give us 2 locks, and then like the compromise with that is currently the new resource costs half of the amount of Kuva, so make it so that for every lock that you do, it costs half of the amount of Kuva, so 1 lock is half, 2 locks is a full amount. Maybe that's like a compromise situation that they can agree to, so that we can get 2 locks rather than all lock, because if we get 2 locks, that at least means that we can aim for double combo stats, and then plus another situation. So like maybe there's something in there, and like, or maybe they like, I think that they could also limit the amount of combo stats maximum on the Riven would be another thing. They can even do second full price, so 1.5 total. Yeah, and like that's another thing, right? So if it's 1,000 Kuva, then the first one is 500, and the second one brings up the cost of 1,500 per 1,000 Kuva. So like that's maybe another answer. But then like at that point, are we just adding more grind to solve the problem? And like, is that the answer? And I don't think that is. But I think that like, I think that there is some ways that they could refine this situation and refine the system to make it, to alleviate the concerns of people like me who have towards gambling stuff, while still leaving it as a good end game aspirational build crafting thing, right? Because these Rivens are going to be becoming like giving us really interesting build combinations and really interesting config options and really interesting like stuff to it. So we'll have to see how that all plays out in the next week, next couple of weeks, obviously, because this is not going to be happening for 2-3, like 3 weeks at the shortest, 6 weeks at the longest. Like, this isn't going to be happening for a while still. We haven't gotten news that they're pausing hot fixes, so that means it's at least 2 weeks away. The dev stream is showing off a lot of the stuff, and that's next Friday. So and usually the fall patch is mid to late October or like late September, so sometime in that area. So we still got lots of time for them to, if they decide that they feel like the communities, like some of our concerns are valid, that they have options to go in and get that fixed up. So I'm not too concerned. Like, in the long term, I think that stupid people are going to do stupid people things, and there's only so much that DE can do to handhold stupid people doing stupid people things. You know? You know what I mean, Jellybean? I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a little bit buh today. Little bit buh. Riaz, Volt. Ooh, I like that. I do like that, actually. That looks really nice. Actually, good use of that signed Donna there. I usually don't like this signed Donna, but actually I like it here. But I think I like this one, but I don't know. I kind of like this one here. Riven Dispo will work, or possibly removed. So I have always had the hot take that I think the removal of Riven dispositions going down was a mistake. So, like, I think that Riven should go down. And I have always been on that train ever since I found out that Riven dispos don't go down, because it's kind of a balancing factor into Rivens in themselves. Because if a weapon gets really good and really popular, then the Rivens get really overblown, and then you can just, like, gently bring them down at a known set schedule. So, like, I actually don't mind the way Riven dispositions work, except for, like, brand new weapons. I think that brand new weapons should be starting at a higher disposition. Like, brand new weapons should start a little bit higher than at 0, but that's neither here nor there. DE stopped changing that because of the work it took to do. I don't know. I think that they did it because they don't really like... I think that they didn't like the idea of someone spent platinum on something expecting X and then having X get reduced by system. But also, I feel like you took that choice to spend platinum on a thing that that did its thing. So has a decreasing disposition ever had the intended effect for DE in the past? I think it did, to my knowledge. Like, I remember back in the day people talking about, like, oh, this weapon's Riven disposition went down, so now the price is going down. Like, I remember those conversations happening back in, like, 2019. But, like, if it actually showed up in the data, you know, there's always the talk, and then there's the walk. Like, it always showed up in the talk, but did it show up in the walk? I don't have that data, so I don't know. Stupid people are going to do stupid people things is the best way to put it, honestly. Rivens are what they are, and some people take it way too seriously. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like people really take it way over seriously, is the other side of it. And like, anyway, yeah. Balance champs is in all games, well, most games. Yeah, exactly. And like, I don't know, like, I'm coming from games outside of Warframe, like, I'm used to Dota, where like every 4 months the meta would change, or like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14, where the meta will change over time, and like you'll have to work with a different build or play a different, you know, character, or play a different class. Like, all those things I'm kind of used to. So like, I don't know, the number go up mentality that the Warframe community has just feels weird to me. All this drama for a game that's free? Yeah, that's the other thing. It is kind of the other thing. Cosmic, that is a really just classy, crisp and clean Loki. I'm a big fan. You mean like weapon balance? You never seen a weapon coveted for its Riven disposition, and anytime the disposition was reduced, seemingly never actually stopped people from using it? Well, it has, like, I'll say from, like, anecdotal evidence back in the day that certainly was the case. Right, like back in the day, that certainly was the case. Like I can remember 2018, 2019, 2020 when I was like initially playing Warframe. I remember that all being part of the conversation, and I remember that being sort of part of the like the change of like this weapon is not as good because the Riven disposition went down. So, but it's still a fine weapon, but if you got a Riven for it, it's not going to be as good. So you might want to think about switching. And like that has been a part of the conversation previously, but like whether or not that actually shows up in the background data is obviously a important thing. More than anything, this game is strictly casual. The game's meta is just nuking with pets, weapons, and frames. Some people take it too seriously. Yeah, but also like, you know, the community is like, we want harder content, but we don't want balance. I don't know, it's really weird. Hi there, your builds generally helped you inspiration to make your own. Good, that's the way you should do it. Pseudo exalted, statistics Riven, yeah, and stuff like that, right? Like, that was like, I would argue it was like the biggest one. Whenever pseudo exalteds were, and the pseudo exalted frames were really in style, that was especially one of the big cases, because like some of those weapons would have their Riven disposition drop, and then for the pseudo exalted that became much more important. Personal opinion, Ravens are the best when you randomly stumble upon one for a weapon you like, and it gives you more joy because it improves the weapon and might not be that great otherwise. Yeah, and that's kind of where I sit too. Yeah. All Malevolence and Total Eclipse separate multipliers or additive? Total Eclipse will buff Hall of Malevolence, but I think Hall of Malevolence is an additive bonus, and Eclipse is a multiplicative bonus. So, like, one is multiplicative to the other, but not, like, the other way around, if that makes sense. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, though. You have to build your own Ureli Prime. Successfully cleared all the hard mode bosses and most of the seal bass stuff you can throw at it. Doesn't really struggle at all. Yeah, Ureli's bonkers. Ureli is so effing good. Ureli's so good, man. I love Ureli. I should play some more Ureli in my life. Shroom! Shroom, why is it red and black, Shroom? Shroom! Mods, can you just look at Shroom with disappointed faces? Shroom, why is it red and black? Actually, that does look pretty good. It's not red. You can see it's a little bit of a purple, but I have to make fun of you out of spite. Having so much fun using the Icarius Prime. I actually am not a big fan of the Icarius Prime. Thank you, Sophia. Perfect. That is the perfect use of that meme. Of that emote. I'm not a big fan of the Icarius Prime, just in general, but like, it's really good on Ureli. The one that I've been enjoying a lot on Ureli is actually the Ballistica, but also the Ballistica is just so good right now. Right, the Incarnans. The Incarnan for the Ballistica Prime, oh, so good. That's your secret? You always look disappointed? That's fair. I respect that. I always feel disappointed too, but that's mainly because I'm looking at Twitch chat. Hacksmith, what you got? That is really nice. I'm a big fan. But also, I'm a really big fan of like grayscale with like purple mixed in, so like that makes sense why I would like this. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I want Baby Lotus. Lionel Messi. Anyone? This ephemera just makes my eyes hurt. it feels like I'm not wearing my glasses. It makes it just so shiny. But I think that's a look link thing. That's you. Siege. Why do you hurt my eyes? The fashion looks great. The ephemera just hurts my eyes. But actually I do like it there. It looks really good. What am I doing with my life right now, chat? Oh, are we looking at that stupid Jupiter thing? Not Jupiter, Mars. Alright. Quick 5-minute simmy. I swear. 5 minutes. I swear, it's gonna be 5 minutes. Maybe there's something here. Prime pistol ammo mutation, yeah, or ammo, energized munitions, and or pistolier, if you can land the headshots with it. But I don't actually remember if it can land headshots to actually activate pistolier. Oh. Sometimes advanced UG hydration flavors just hit right. All right, let me look at this thing here. Let me see if this has anything interesting. So, what do? Adds electric damage. And shots have a 20% chance, base chance to apply electric, extra electric status independent of modded damage types. So, how the F am I going to test that? So, let's see if any kind souls have already tested this for me and on the wiki. Proto TY has some unfortunate soul already gone through this testing for me? No. All right. So my question here, what I'm trying to figure out, base chance, does that get improved by status chance? That is my question. And I don't really know how I can test that. Hold on. No. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, so this is how I'm going to test that. I think this is how I'm going to test that. Because this should only be a 17% chance. So, well, 17% chance for corrosive, but 20% chance for electric. Theoretically. Mod for corrosive, use citrine and puppet status chance up by 400%. Well, see, what I'm trying to figure out, because the wiki doesn't have any information on this yet, I want to see if status chance, modded status chance, is affecting it. That's the current question mark. Does modded status chance actually increase this likelihood? So it's 20% base, 20 plus 60 plus 90. Is there any other weird status chance? So proposing a way to verify it. You're not wrong. Citrine would be a good way to do it. 20 times 9, 1.5, 1.8, 1.8 plus 20. So this is a 56% status chance now with electric. It should be. Well, that certainly seems to be the case. So yes, modded status chance does seem to affect it, because that was a pretty high likelihood there. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. Which means that it is like a status chance pretty beefy thing. So this was the initial build I was thinking about on here, which was just putting it on here into this with that, and then playing like an enervate build with it. I mean, considering it hasn't any chance to get like galvanized shot or anything up yet, that's not terrible. Yeah, that's not terrible actually. It's not awful. Like, you know, that's actually pretty reasonable. I do kind of feel like it wants elementalists, though, for something like this. You know what I mean? Oh, that is such a slow charge. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, and then we'll... Frig, that alt fire is still garbage. Gotta run a quick ad break, you know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pearl ads. I'm just gonna go stretch my back and we'll keep going here. I returned. Hello, it is me, the streamer man. Oh, this is my favorite DE song. So, you know, it's not like terrible, but it does feel like it really wants to have Elementalist on here. You gotta go to sleep? No worries, Redacted. You have a good sleep. Thanks for hanging today. I appreciate you. Is there like an AoE aspect to this outside of the electric? No. Okay. 1, 2, 3, but you need 2 Norg brains, can't get Norg bait. Please don't ask for stuff. Begging is against the stream rules, thank you. And yes, asking for stuff is begging. You know, elementals would go really hard on here. Can I fit elementals on here somehow? What do we have on this right now? Merciless, galvanized shot, lethal sword. We can't really fit it on here. We would have to get rid of Merciless, and Punch Through is just so good on weapons like this. We could, I mean, get rid of... Oh no, we can't really fit Elementalist here. I kind of wish we could. It's all good, don't worry. No, I don't. If we roll it for you... Oh, okay, sure. No, I don't care about ribbons. When I'm making builds for videos, I never make my builds with ribbons on them. You know what? I think I'm still in the camp that Irradiate would be really cool here. I still think Irradiate would be really good on here. Because if this works the way that I think it's gonna work, slash the way that I'm hoping it'll work. Love shorts? Good, I'm glad. Sorry, I'm just testing a weapon. I'm testing out this new augment for the Mars, and like, I kind of don't really know what I think about it yet. And that's kind of what we're trying to figure out here. I feel like we still want to lean into this really tasty crit damage, because it comes baseline with a 2.1 crit damage, which is pretty tasty, and a 27% crit chance is pretty nice. But I feel like maybe we're trying to force the crits too hard on here, and we need to give up on crits and just accept our fate going like all in on status. But I think Irradiate actually would be really good on here, because if this works the way that I think it does, and I gotta remember how Irradiate works. Yeah, okay, so it does work like that with Irradiate. Okay. So hold on, it's got to charge up. Give it a second. It needs a warm up. So Irradiate is interesting in this case because, as you can tell, all of these enemies are getting the electric status effects as well, because Irradiate like hits enemies in an AoE with the weapons hits. So it means that like the electricity is going across to enemies, which is kind of fun. Because it hits in an AoE once you get the 10 stacks, but the problem is that you need to get the 10 stacks. But it does like, see, the electricity is like properly being applied to these enemies here. But I still think maybe I'm trying to force... Like, it kind of feels like we're trying to force the crits on here too much. But, like, it's kind of fun. But, like, is Irradiate good? Like, is it saving this weapon's, like, functionality with it? Because, like, having the electricity spreading in an AoE is kind of fun. But, like, it's very clear that Enervate was performing better than this. Like, it's not really much of a question. Enervate was doing better than this. But, like... Also, it's kind of just funny. Well, see, I never like to try to make builds with the mentality of, like, comparison. I like to think of it in sort of a vacuum because, like, that's kind of the way I think we should be looking at weapons. Like, obviously, the comparison, this thing's garbage compared to, like, anything that has an incarnate. Right? Like, that's very obvious. Like, anything that has an incarnate will be performing better than this. Like, that's... But it's kind of like one of those things that I like to look at the weapon in its own sort of vacuum, so to say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Comparing it to itself. Oh yeah. Like no. I think that the Enervate build is stronger. Like there's not really much of an argument. Like realistically speaking, the Enervate going heat corrosive on here is doing much better than this. Like it's not really much of an argument, but like also having electricity being spread around like this is kind of fun. But maybe we should stop trying so hard with crits and instead go like all statuses. But so what do we do if we do all statuses on here? I don't think we're really going to be getting a whole lot. Like if we did Elementalist, Blast, Corrosive, but then like how do we activate Secondary Irradiate? Like are we going to be activating Secondary Irradiate on the regular here? Probably not. Is kind of like part of the thing, because if we want to do like a full status build, then we're looking at having to slot in the rad mod, and then at that point, now I usually say status weighting doesn't matter, and I still think that status weighting doesn't really matter. But in this case, it would matter, because then we wouldn't have our proper, like, we wouldn't be having rad activating very frequently. Right? Which is the conundrum with this thingy. But for the sake of the argument, let's try it. And see if, like, a Secondary Irradiate full status build is kind of the answer. Or if it is anything here. So what would we do if we were to do a full status build? This is basically still going to be here. We want rad. Right? We want Elementalist. Yeah, now we're at not enough mod slots for this plan. Right? Because we put on Elementalist, and we still need to get something into this. Or, alternatively, we do something into this, which is probably the right answer, which at that point, we're going Blast. We could go Gas. Do we like Gas better with Irradiate? It seems like a case where the new Riven stuff might enable shenanigans. I agree. This would be a great case for the Riven shenanigans. Because, like, if we could get Elementalist plus, you know, Corrosive or something, I could see that being really good. But, like, see, we're not getting any rad applied here. So, like, unless you're using it with a frame to get the rad applied for you. Right? So, if we go into... Wait, why are we getting so many red... Hold on, what was going on with the crits there? Oh, it was just my brain seeing crits when there wasn't any. Obi Trice. Become ratted. See, like, that, having Blast and the Electric going across, kind of feels cool. With Irradiate? Give it a second, it needs to charge up. It's a little sleepy. Hold on, come back here. Grass. It needs to charge up. It's got Galvanized Shot on it, it's the only damage source. Give it a moment. There we go. Okay. So, kill. We summon back. We let that get up to max. We go grab some ammo. We throw down more red. See, and like, that's kind of funny. But like, that makes it usable on like 3 Warframes. Which is less than ideal. Which does not make this good. But like, having the rad and whatnot going across there, maybe we should try this with blast. I feel like blast could be interesting on here. Or gas, sorry. Gas. Gas could be interesting here with this use case. We do need to get recharged up, so let's just armor strip these fools. Yeah. Gas is doing a lot better here, actually, with this. Because the overlapping gas clouds lingering around. Yeah, gas is doing a lot better here, actually. Because they irradiate with the lingering gas clouds. Overlapping gas clouds a lot here. Which is kind of fun. But, like, again, that makes it usable on, like, 4 Warframes. Which I'm not necessarily a big fan of. And we don't have punch through. And like punch through on single target weapons like this is just really freaking useful. Yeah. Sadly, the irradiate build, not the irradiate build, the enervate build was just stronger. A lot stronger, actually. Which is just corrosive heat, but it leaves me wanting for... Leaves me wanting. It does leave me wanting for an enervate, or, energize. Oh, fuck, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the thing with the place in the hair. Elementalist. It's leaving me wanting Elementalist quite badly here, which, again, surprisingly, the Riven changes would actually be really good here. Like, it ain't terrible. But it certainly is not saving this weapon. Like, this augment is not going to be a weapon savior augment, like the biotic rounds was a weapon savior augment. Camera perspective makes them look huge. I love this camera perspective. Yeah, and this was the enervate build that we were using before, right? It's just like, enervate do be enervate. Because we're reducing the enemy's armor by a significant chunk with corrosive, and with the heat, and we're applying a lot of heat, and like, then the electric is just added on top of that. So it's just like, that's kind of why I feel like it really would love to have Elementalist, but like, I feel like we can't fit Elementalist into there. You can prove the Riven change is good. Okay. Tell me your secrets. What makes you think the Riven change is good? Yeah, you know what? It's not like bad. But like, not really. Takes toxic elitists mad, but it's not really because they're just overreacting right now. Because this isn't really going to be changing anything with Rivens in the long run. The problems that Rivens have still exist. But like, also, yeah, people who are being overly toxic about this are like, you're overreacting. Like, this isn't really changing anything. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of still mixed opinions of this Riven change. Yeah, I think this is the build for it, disappointingly. I was kind of hoping that Irradiate would do something more with this. You know? Yeah, I don't really think that there's anything else to change on this thing if I'm being realistic. I think like that's the build I'll put out. Because it having like corrosive and heat is kind of nice, and then like good chunk of multi-shots kind of nice, and the punch throughs kind of nice. I do feel like having a prime steady hands would actually be really nice on here because it's really beneficial. Because this thing kicks like a horse. Yeah, Lunar Ember, that's kind of where I'm at too. Like even me, right? Like I'm always someone who will vote for a usable Riven over a god roll Riven, because if I can just like slot it into my build, like I keep saying from other things is like I keep saying this, I like to make my Rivens fit my builds, not my builds fit my Rivens. So with the mentality of my Rivens fitting my builds, this is all a really good change. But yeah, Twitch has been doing some weird stuff. If you're hearing echoes or anything, Twitch is just, I don't know what the hell Twitch is doing today. Do I throw another format at this thing? Yes we do. Because F it, we ball. F it, we ball. Nope, that's a shotgun. Yeah, see, that really makes it much, literally no recoil, and that's tasty. I do like that. That's pretty tasty. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It ain't bad. Alright, I mean, like, it's still not gonna be, like, a go-to weapon for anybody, but, like, it made the weapon better. But, like, to what level of better is kind of the thing. Usable over God roll any day of the week. Yeah, and that's kind of where I stand with it too. Like, this is going to be adding in more usable Rivens, which is the big thing with this. Is it is going to be doing that. But you know, it's yeah. Yeah. It's I don't know. Like we discussed it earlier with the whole Riven situation. Like I have a script for a short tomorrow. I'm gonna edit it maybe a little bit more, but I think my whole point of it still stands. Of this is not solving the RNG. This is just creating a further deeper layer of RNG for like the end point of Rivens. But like maybe they're okay with that, and like maybe that's the goal of it, is to make like stronger usable Rivens more accessible for like people like me, but then like for the people who want to go crazy with it. When you think Riven, you think RNG, and that's kind of where I'm at too with it, Flynn, but like I think that it's a little bit too far. So I don't know if you were here when we were chatting about it, Flynn, but now that you're here, I actually feel like I can have a conversation with someone who knows what they're talking about. Chat, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the joke. I'm kidding. Will be the resource. See, that is a completely valid point, and that is a very big concern that I have, and actually, it is one of my 2 points of concern in the short that I'll be making tomorrow. The first point being the resource availability, which includes fun, because if something's not fun to do, you're not going to do it. It's simple as that. It doesn't matter how good the potential is at the end of the day. If it's not fun, you ain't going to do it. So like that's part of it, and like, is the resource going to get time gated? Is another part of it. You know, is the resource going to get time gated? Because they said Pablo said that it's in a hard mode Archimedia style mission, or hard level mission. So like hard mission or harder mission. So there's that. Exactly, at the difficulty. So like, I'm all down for more difficulty. Don't mind me. I'm game for that. Like, difficulty is something that we need in this game. But if it's time gated, I'm gonna have big fucking problems with it. I'm gonna have really big problems with it if it's time gated. If there's any form of time gate to it, it's a dead system on arrival, in my mind. But without just making enemies bullet sponges, I mean, we're kind of at that point in Warframe where like they kind of just got to make things more difficult, right? Like, you know, we can one-shot level cap enemies, so like we need to have an answer to that difficulty problem, which they had the answer to that difficulty problem, but everyone hated damage continuation, so that problem went away. And I'm also not saying that damage continuation was fun, but it did scale up difficulty. So yeah, it kind of depends on what the farm's like for it. I think that the grind for it is problematic, depending. Okay, we just gotta run an ad break, but see you in a second here. It'd likely be from Tau. No, it's not going to be from Tau because the new stuff is coming out before Tau, so it's not going to be anything to do with Tau. Tau is December-ish. This patch is October, September. It's a little bit of a different situation. A preview of Total War Warhammer 40,000 came out. Looks sick. Don't tell me this. I don't need another crippling addiction. I don't need this in my life right now. I'm too busy. Hey, this is status damage Riven right now. Plus Toxin. That's pretty tasty. For this new Riven system, I'm looking at this Riven, I'm like, hey, that's Elementalist. Plus Toxin. Huh. Nice. Huh. Would you look at that? Hey, would you look at that? That sounds pretty good. That looks pretty tasty. We're just waiting for the ad break to be over. I think that ad break, right? I had a point, and then the ad break. You know what's good, chat? You're good. You're pretty great. You're pretty wonderful. Yo, Advocate, how you doing? I mean, your name is Devil's Advocate, so yeah. Ad break? Yes, ad break is over. How was vacation? Really nice. It was really, really good. Just hanging out with my sister and my mom and checking out the West Coast. I haven't been to the West Coast of Canada. So it was really, really beneficial. Your shorts are a damn godsend. Oh, I've got bad news for you. YouTube is killing shorts. For me, at least. I've got unfortunate news. You deserve a nice vacation. Yeah, it was just nice to sit back and relax and hang out with my mom and my sister. It was really, really nice. So here's the thing. Long story short, I think what this change is doing is it's going to make stronger Rivens easier to obtain for people who don't want to do the grind, which is maybe serving a purpose that they want. right? And that might be the idea, is they're serving that purpose with it, with the locking stats and the comboing, and you just go for one combo, right? Because like I'm looking at this as I'm going to go for one combo stat, and if I get a second one, great, but I don't care. I'm going to go for the one combo stat. I'm going to roll for 2 normal stats that I care about, and I'm good, right? Like, that's the way I'm going to be looking at this new system. The problem is that it is opening up the floodgates for people to overdo this, where people are going to be going for the 3 combos, and I think that's going to be a problem. Gizzy Mojo, how you doing? I am excited for this change. I don't mind RNG in a endgame farm like this. Like, this is very similar to stat rolling in Path of Exile, which I actually did like. I'll admit it. I think that's kind of fun. But it is very much different to what Warframe has and does, and I think a lot of people are upset because it's just like a change, and also like the Warframe community is just like super against any kind of change. Oh, I grabbed this song from Whoops' stream. Yeah, Glaive Riven decided to keep it. Yeah, I would keep everything right now. Like, if you think you're gonna use the glaive and you like throwing melees like that, I would just keep it right now. Because we don't know where Rivens are going to be going. Introducing an endgame grinds in the wrong places to you, like maybe they thought the most of vets would be interested in these changes of Rivens. See, like, to me, I'm interested in these changes. Like, to me, this feels like an endgame min-maxer build crafting gameplay loop. Right? I get to customize my weapon specifically to me to do something fun with it. And, like, more hype and optimize my build out further. And like, to me, this build seems this change seems interesting. But I also agree with where you're coming from, where it kind of feels like they're adding in an end game grind there. I agree it's cool, but this will make me play more when you can already level cap without these Rivens. And that's kind of the thing, is like going crazier with the Rivens isn't accomplishing anything for like the top % of players, because we sneeze 1 billion damage a second. Like, we just sneeze that much damage. Like, damage isn't a problem in Warframe. You think it'll make Rivens more powerful but less valuable? I think it's the other way around. Well, I think it's both ways, actually. I think that it is, the Rivens are going to be more powerful and they'll be more valuable. Like, where does Warframe go from there? I mean, I don't think that it's a mistake, but because it's just a function of the game, right? It's not something that the devs created, right? It's a consequence of the systems of the game, but it is not an intention of the game. So I would say that that's not necessarily a fair argument in my books. If that makes sense, right? Because essentially what we're saying is this thing that exists, Destiny Easy Boost, man, I love Destiny. I hope Destiny comes back. Like, level cap is not a... So you want DE to correct it? I mean, I have been screaming from the rafters that DE needs to find some form of difficulty in the game. Because we don't have any difficulty in the game. Should we try to sell Rivens before the change? I don't know. Like, the Rivens that are good now are still going to be good when this patch hits, but there's just going to be better alternatives. So the value of the current roll of Rivens is going to go down because, comparatively speaking, there is better potential Rivens out there. Whether or not you want to sell your Rivens because of that, that's up to you. Nightmare Mode Steel Path being like level 3000. Yeah, like, we don't have any difficulty in the game, and that's kind of the problem. Like, when you get to Flynn or me, like, the point where you have builds on every weapon, every frame, everything, like, there's no difficulty in this game. Now, that said, that's also in the top end of the game. So for the vast majority of players, there's still difficulty existing. So then it's up to the devs of whether or not they want to service people like me and Flynn, who are doing that style of harder endgame grind or wish for harder endgame crime while also still balancing it out so that new players can still enjoy it and more casual players can still enjoy it. Zeno's calling you all noobs? I'm not saying noobs, but like, let me put it this way. I have never not chosen anything outside of the options given to me by EDA and ETA. I have never chosen to default to a frame because of modifiers, because I've never had the need to do that. Right? No, I know you're joking at us. Don't worry. But like, a lot of people are like, oh, ETA and EDA is too hard. But like, ETA and EDA is not that hard. Like, even with the modifiers, you just have to think about your build for 3 seconds. And like, change your mods. And maybe change your shards for the run. It's not difficult content as it stands. Like, even on, I had triple energy reduction stuff last week. So, you know, you got 28 Strun Ribbons? Why do you have 28 Strun Ribbons? 2 to 3 stats should be locked, but under an exponential growth resource cost. Yeah, see, that's kind of like, I'm fine with the RNG. I just kind of feel like it's not hard if you know how to build. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, like, is there. Here's a bit map. He's in the showcase. Combining 2 owners wouldn't have been interesting. Turning in the 2+1. That's not how that's working, Big Chromo. So let's just pull up this, because this is the example. Right? Do you notice this? So if you have 3 stats here, 1, 2, 3, combine 2 of them, it'll still be new stat, old stat, new stat. So it's still giving you the same number of stat slots on your Riven. It's not going to go from a +3 -1 Riven to a +2 -1. It'll just be 3 and 1, right? Like, and that's the thing. It's not going to be removing stats off of your Riven. It's combining stats and then gives you a random new one. See? This big old thing right here. So like, we're still gonna have the same amount of stats on our Rivens. Right? You lose these 2 stats, you gain these 2 stats. So that's not necessarily happening here. That's available. That's from the dev short, and that's available online on the website. Level cap's kind of hard at first. Yeah, level cap's hard at first, but like once you understand how survivability functions properly in Warframe, level cap's not that difficult. And we have so many good ways to level cap now for survivability functions. You know, persistent shield tanking, shield gating, invisibility, invincibility. You know, we've got a number of ways to survive in level cap now, so like level cap's not that difficult anymore. But you can't control the other stat roll to replace it, so it's still bonus or a negative, so the stat weighting is still ambiguous there. And that is part of the question. I agree. That is part of the question to that, Chromo. Is whether or not that'll be a negative or whether or not that'll be a positive, and whether or not how that will be impacting the stat valuations. But the thing is, like, if you... Right? So if we just sort of go back to that image... You can essentially game it to a sense. This is something I was thinking about. So if you have 3 stats, right? You have stat 1, stat 2, stat 3, and then negative. Okay, maybe we should do it the other way around. Stat 1, stat 2, stat 3, and then stat negative, right? You combine 2 positive stats to get new positive stat, new positive stat, new positive stat, negative stat. And this is the combo stat. So as long as you just leave the negative stat there, you'll still be forcing the negative stat across, right? Because as we can see here, the zoom stays across. So like... You know... You can game that. Because then you lock this stat, you roll until you get a combo stat that you like with a negative that you're okay with, and then you combine those, and then you get a random third positive stat with a negative. Lock the negative you like? Yeah, you can also lock the negative you like. That is actually completely valid too. But, like, you can game it, right? Like, this is a possible... Like, you can possibly game this so that you get the negative to force in the higher percentages with by having a negative on your Riven. So, like, that's still a thing. You just have to kind of game the system a little bit. Locking stat should have been a thing like 5 years ago, yeah, but we're not talking about 5 years ago, we're talking about today, because we don't live in the past, we live in the current present. I agreed, but we deal with the present. So anyway, long story short, like, you can still game it pretty well. So you can game this to a certain degree. And, like, as Flynn said, you can theoretically lock a negative. Right? So if you got, like, a negative that you want, like a minus zoom negative for you know, reason XYZ, you can lock the negative if you feel like it. Is that confirmed? Well, it's not necessarily confirmed, but we can infer it from this, right? Oh, the locking negative? No, the locking negative is not confirmed. No. The locking negative is not confirmed. So if the locking negative is not confirmed, like, not a thing, then that's obviously a different thing. But, you know, if you're doing two combo stats, then, like, you can get a positive stat or you can get a negative stat. So, like, if you can lock a negative stat, then yes, that is the idea. You can possibly game with a negative stat. But with what I'm explaining here, this is theoretically possible as it currently stands. Because you combine these two into a combo stat, you lock in this stat, right? You lock in the combo stat, you roll until you get these, and you combine the two positives, and it shouldn't give you... It's impossible for a Riven to have two negatives, and the new negative carries over to the new mod. So then you'll have combo 1, combo 2, positive, normal 1, and a negative. Because you can't get two negatives, so the question mark can't turn into a negative. So if you let the negative carry over, instead of combining it like they're doing here, you can technically game it to force two positive combined, one harmless, or one just sort of random, because this one will be random. The question mark will be random. And the negative should be carrying over. Should be. Kras, welcome in. I think there should be multi-stat locking if you're collecting exotic modifiers. Yeah, like, I am still, I'm still down for them, like, giving us more locking stats, but also, like, I understand, like, things like, systems like this exist in other games, and it does work in other games. Whether or not it'll work in Warframe is a question mark. But systems like this exist in, like, Path of Exile, where you can keep rolling stats on your gear and just, like, change up your gear stats and so on and so forth. Will Rivens have to be maxed to combined though? We don't have any word on that, so I can't say yes or no. That's a good question, but there is no information on that. Huso, how you doing? Welcome in. So, like, you can theoretically game it to have 3 positives and a negative. Theoretically. How am I doing? Not too bad. How are you doing today? I'm glad you're enjoying the builds. My problem is to do with, like, the amount of grinding that people may find themselves forced into doing. So, hope they respond to early criticisms just by giving us a single extra lock slot or something. See, like, that's kind of where I'm at. So, I have, like, my two potential solutions is twofold. Right? Hey, Sea Rabbits. And Scamcat, how you doing today? When they showed this, you thought it was AI generated. It's Warframe. They hate AI. So, there is two potential solves to this, in my mind. The first solve is 2 locks. Right? If we're able to have 2 locks, we're able to manipulate the stats more. But I also think that that's not the goal. Right? I can spell. This, I think, is also reasonable. A maximum of 2 combos. Because what that does is it makes the single lock more potent, and it limits the potential for people going too crazy with the farm and the RNG and burning themselves out. And has an end point to the Gamba. If you have a maximum of 2 combos. Now, the ideal would be to have both of these. But I don't think that's happening. I also don't really know if either of these are going to happen. I think like a maximum of 2 combos makes sense. Because then Rivens have like a maximum ceiling. And thus a end to the RNG. Because if you add a ceiling onto an RNG, then you eventually have like, you know, it's like guaranteed odds. Almost in a sense. Because it's limiting, like, guaranteed odds in the sense that it is limiting the potential, like, high end. Went from 1 in 100k to get a specific, to about 1 in 5k by locking 1 stat. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is, like, I think that the locking 1 stat on its own is actually really, really good. I don't think it's, like, what the community necessarily wanted, and I don't think that's necessarily what people have been asking for. And I agree and understand the sentiment of people complaining about that in that sense. Because having 1 lock, if you lock a negative, then you're guaranteeing the stats to go higher. If we can lock negatives. We don't have any information if we can lock negatives or not. If you can only lock positives, then you roll until you get a positive that you know you need, and then you roll until the rest of the roll makes sense. Or you lock in one of the combo stats, and then you roll until the rest of the negatives make sense. So, my concern is really the fact that there's 3 combos. If I'm gonna be honest. Like, the 1 lock, sure. The 3 combos means that people are chasing something that is functionally unobtainable. And I don't think that's healthy. Both for people's well-being in the game and the health of the game in the long term. But also, as I said earlier, stupid people are going to do stupid people things. Are negatives able to combo too? You can see it right here. Right? It's right there. See you, Rabbits, 35 strip, whee! Added insanely new, rare, high-end ribbons, which are like 100 times more rare than anything before, while making good, usable rolls more accessible to regular players. And that's kind of what I think they were going for. The more I think about it, the more I think that that is the logic, Scamcat. You have hit it completely. Up to 4 combos? No. Up to 3 combos, Pablo has already confirmed that on Twitter. Because if you do 3 positive combos, right? 3 positive combos, and then you have 1 negative, and these are all combo ribbons, combo stats, what is this guy comboing into? So 3 combos maximum. You can't, because this would need 2 stats to combo in. So 3 combos there. They capped it. I mean, it's simple math. It's less of them capping it, and like that is the function. If that makes sense. Like, yeah, it's a cap, but I don't think it was necessarily there. Nerfing Rivens? No, they're buffing Rivens. In a way. Why would DE listen to the theoretical group of people versus listening to the majority? Not a bad question. That's an excellent question. You know, the vast majority of players are going to be pretty happy with these changes. The insane Riven crazies will be upset for about 35 seconds until they realize that they're able to charge 7,000 platinum for a Riven rather than 4,000 platinum for a Riven. And then they'll be really excited. And that's about it. Yeah. Can you roll into a combo? Pablo said no on Twitter. When I asked him on Twitter and got sort of that conversation started on Twitter, he said no. Or at least that's what I was getting from it. Obviously, Twitter with the limitation of number of characters, I could be wrong there. Everyone told me that I'm funny, but I'm not funny. Just funny looking. Can't get platinum anymore? Nah, you still get lots of platinum. Nah. This is actually going to be, the God roll Rivens are going to be even more expensive now. Think that in an ideal world, a G roll would cost 2,000 platinum, but the distribution of values across the different rolls in the distribution should not be the extreme like Rivens have always been. Maybe. Drink my water, Hellblade? Okay. Scam people with trash Rivens and more plat is gone now. I know. How dare you scam people? Damn it. No, it'll just be the current Godwool Riven's price. So if we say that this is the current Godwool Riven price, it's going to go down to here. Right? Little tiny bump down. And then this is where the new Godwool Riven price is. That's what this change is doing. A lot of Riven collections will be nuked. People spend years collecting. We'll have to start over if the combo sets are good. Yeah, I agree. But like, that's not necessarily bad. A shake up to a system is not bad. Like that I'm okay with. You know. No, Rivens will still sell. Trash Rivens will still sell. Stuff will still sell. It's just this Godroll Riven will be worth like a couple hundred less platinum, and this Godroll Riven will be worth multiple thousands of more platinum. Get more plat, because 200p doesn't mean crap. I mean, no, you can just trade properly. Or roll good Rivens. Instead of just scamming people. You know. You could just not be bad yourself. That is a theoretical. Have you thought of just rolling better Rivens? That would solve this problem for you. Blast radius is a stat? See, now that's the real question. That is the real question. Will we, like, what are these combo stats gonna look like at the end of this? Anyway, I gotta run a quick ad break. See you in a second. This update doesn't make you want to nuke the old rolls, but does make you, does make me want to chase new ones. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm sitting too, Evan. Where do I get my plat then? I mean, I wait for a plat discount code because I have a job. And I don't care for trading because it's not worth my time. And when I didn't have a job, I rolled Rivens and then sold them. Or sold relics. Or sold max rank mods. Or sold, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. You know, the other ways to make money in this game. Making platinum in this game is not hard. At all. You know what's a really good source of platinum? Alchemy missions. Some of those Tennokai mods sell for like 70 platinum a piece. And then you get relics out of it too. Which, depending on what relics you're opening up, also make you a ton of money. Well, some of them do. Lewis Spy too? Honestly, Lewis Spy is actually a pretty good platinum farm too. Yeah. How old am I? I'm 35. I'm old AF. Basically, the market's gonna turn to reverse Bitcoin. No, not at all. No. No. Truth Flame sells for funny money too? How does much does Truth Flame sell for? $45 platinum. I mean, not bad. Yeah. Discipline's Merits going for 70 platinum. Dreamer's Wrath is going for 40. Run Alchemy missions. Seriously, Alchemy missions are like one of the best platforms out there. Really good. Run down on the system, why people are mad. Just use Rivens to save slots, never really chase god rolls. So people are mad because they wanted one thing and they're getting something else. They wanted to be able to lock multiple stats and they're only going to be able to lock one stat. And I'm concerned, not mad, I'm concerned by the fact that you can have up to 3 combo stats, making the top end of Rivens a very, very big gamba. But you can buy all of them for 100 platinum on the game market? Yup. You know, it's another one that you can turn into free money like that too. These. A lot of people don't think about this. You buy this and you sell these individually and you make a lot of platinum. Like, actually. The Tome mods and the Tennokai mods, you can buy for platinum. For 100 platinum for the bundle, this is 70. This is 40. You have paid for the bundle. And then you sell the rest of them for penny, for a little bit more. There is so many ways to make money in this game that people just don't think about. At all. It's really not hard to make platinum in this game. Like, let's see. Fast. That's only 7. Okay, maybe these dropped a lot. 33 for Yahoo Canonical. Fast. Oh, sorry. Fast Canonical. 5 plat. Crawl. Canonical. That's another 30 there. So that's 65. Low Canonical. There's another 35. So we're at 95. Or sorry, 100 there. Netra Invocation, there's another 5, so we're at, what, 110. Vom, there's 65, so now we're at 175. Zata, we're at 175. 200 platinum, that's a 60 platinum profit. If you sell all of them. Like, making platinum in this game ain't hard. Just do a little bit of, like, thinking. It ain't hard. You only trade to people that don't look at the market, and those people are easy to find. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be a bad person and scam people, you're right. So people will be chasing viral blast combo stuff. Well, so the big one that I see as being, like, really bad is specifically status primaries are going to be really expensive. But thinking is hard. Thinking is hard, but that's why you come here. And I just told you the secret. Status primaries are going to be really, really, really good for this new Riven system because primary debilitate exists. Because we already know that we can get combo elements, right? And we already know that we can get elemental damage. We already know that we can get status damage. So even with a 2-stat mod going gas plus status damage, so that's replacing a damage type on your weapon, adding elementalist, so that's essentially 3 mod slots, right? So gas plus elementalist in one go, right? and then the rest of everything that you're doing. And transfer to your main. You know that that's against TOS what you're doing, right? So like heads up, you could get banned for that. The most profitable liquid farm is Prime Resurgence. At that point, you become a Prime set broker. That has to wait 6 months after a Prime's vaulted to cash in, so it takes a lot of patience. Another one that's actually really good, Chomo, too, and just for everybody else, is these. So you do these dailies, you bank the tokens. I don't actually have a Baruch build, Oshi. Baruch's one of those frames I just never really enjoyed, so I've never really made a build for. You bank all the tokens. When a Prime Access comes, you turn all those tokens in for Reputation to turn them into Relic packs. Prime Access day 1 sets sell for about 400 platinum. And within the first week, it's about still 120 platinum for Prime Access sets. This is a really good platinum farm. Doing your Syndicate endings. Really good. Banking Event Arcanes is 1-2. Yep. 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 Synta Enigma Farm can be good too. Yep. That is another very good one. Like I said, making platinum in this game ain't hard. There's a reason why I buy platinum and don't do trading. Because I'm too lazy to do trading. There's so many ways to make platinum in this game, and I'll tell you right now that I just don't need platinum at a certain point. Use Baruch or Valkyr? I prefer Valkyr, personally. That's not to say that Baruch's bad. I think that although I think that Valkyr is the strongest melee frame in the game in a holistic approach. Most survivable because of her passive, highest damage output, great mobility, great survivability, great squad utility, especially now that Warcry is affinity range. So, yeah. So if you were to hop on now, what's a farm you would recommend for platinum? Like at this very second? Is Alchemy up? If Alchemy ever shows up, it's always good. If you like Void Cascades and you don't like, and you're happy doing level capping your squad to do that, go for it. Thought Kulvo or Varuna were the best melee frames? Nah, I think Valkyr's the best. Valkyr red crits, Valkyr can put on Wrathful. Varuna's very good, but Valkyr is functionally invincible and can like crit for a couple 100 million without Roar or any like faction lodge or anything. And is basically unkillable with her passive if you use her properly. Void Cascade this week with 2 mod boosters in the calendar, yeah. Right now, that's probably the best. Amalgam mod farm is good for platinum too. Do any of the Amalgam mods actually sell for decent platinum? Amal... How do you spell amalgam? I didn't think amalgam mobs were tradable. Yeah, you can't trade any of them. I was like, wait a second. I would try Valkyr last time 4 months ago and it was bad. No, she's crazy good. Unkillable, incredibly high damage output, exalted melee frame. Just silly strong frame. Yeah. Silly strong frame. Yeah, it's not a spelling error, it's that amalgams are actually not available for trade. Void Cat. Ooh, putty. You know, I really do like the Carnifex helmet. And good choice with clipping that Citrine Signa in there to give it like more horns on there. That actually looks really cool. Do the mastery test. I will do it in 4 months and 23 days. Because every time that someone asks me to do my mastery test, it goes up by a day. It started at 6 months in the old piece. Kelly things to not die. You want to know how fast it is to get her passive charged? Cast Ripline once. Done. It's really not hard to keep her passive active. You have to keep killing to not die? You mean Warframe, the game that where we keep track of our success in the game by KPM, kills per minute? Skara for the 8 months Prime. Thank you so much. You don't like the passive? And see, like, that is totally fair. If you don't like the frame and you don't like the way the passive works, that's totally fair. I get it. Personal preference is a really big thing in Warframe, so I get it. Best place to farm when a new Prime access is Lua Apollo. Well, that's a good one, and then depending on what the other ones are, because Lua Apollo, generally speaking, always gets the axis of a new Prime access. Another good one that I like to do is Heracron, especially if you're earlier in the game. Heracron, because it's a excavation, it has it's an excavation, so you get cryotic. It has neos, so if you also need neos, and it also has axes. So like, there's a few options there. Before you were immortal, yeah, it was boring. You're right. I would take an engaging gameplay style over falling asleep at my computer and then dying to a random nullifier any day of the week. You're right. You said fashion? Yeah, if you want to. My in-game name is the same as my stream name. You just open up a private message, you hit appearance, you hit link config or link look in chat, and if you want to send mods, link config in chat. Huh, I'll take a look at fashion and take a look at builds. We're just kind of yapping about the Riven changes and stuff like that. Never said it was boring? No, I said it was boring. You seem to be misconstrued. You're not the main character, I am. I said that it was boring. You seem very confused. Man, I want to do something. What am I doing? I don't want to play Oberon. I was just using Oberon for a test with the build. Do I want to do a Murmur Survival? I mean, not really. It's the same reason why I don't play Oberon or Revenant. Like, I don't play Oberon or Revenant because I find immortal gameplay styles like that just boring. Gaslighting? No, I'm not gaslighting. I'm making it very clear that I said what I said. I said, you're right, that's boring. If I was gaslighting, you would be very aware of it. You know what, I want to play Citrine, you're right. Oh, right, we gotta level this thing up. Yeah, but I want to roll with Citrine. Yeah, good old Cedo. Oberon's passive made it boring? Yeah, the new Oberon passive really killed my enjoyment for him. Still salty about those changes? Yeah, I know. Seems weird to me. Okay, we're good. Tofi, what you got? He is a Wisp! I like. Ooh, I like that. That's nice. I like. He's very nice. So are you vibing now? Can you finally tell something that happened today? Yeah, hit me up. What's up? I like that. Looks nice. Nice. Yeah, the color on the signed on in look link with proto frames is bugged. It's been bugged for a while. Oberon sucks. Oberon's very good. I just find Oberon very boring because of his passive. And it also basically like turns off half of his kit because his passive is so strong. That looks really nice too. Ooh, big fan. I kind of just want to like vibe in a defense. Oh, there is a defense. Oh, and it's Stefano. Hey, wants to come do a Neo defense with me? I just kind of feel like vibing in a defense right now. I don't know why. Peanuts, you want to come join? Yeah, sure, dude. Come on down. Yeah, I saw that voyage. What a yoke about that. I cannot understand how you managed to do that. Why are you tired? Have you had any water recently? And a beverage that is not just H2O is in fact not water. Sumi and Lucidex, what is your in-game name? You can't say a single word about boring frames as you're a Chroma main. See, I like Chroma though. So the way that I like to work for my survivability. I admit it. That's weird for some people. But I like to work for my survivability because I find like the figuring out survivability is fun. If the game is just removing that function from me, I'm not having a good time. So like that's Oberon, Revenant, Nyx with her 4th augment, Corvex with his 4th augment. Like those are boring to me. Because I like to work for my survivability. And Chroma, while being an incredibly basic weapon platform frame, is actually fun for me because you do have to kind of think about your survivability when you're doing build crafting. And like he has a bunch of fun things on there. So like, I don't know, I like Chroma. I do agree that he needs some love. I'm not going to be like crazy and say that he doesn't need some love. But like, I like Chroma. He's fun to me. But he could use some love. Don't get me wrong. He's a vibe. You just kind of like play him for a day and you're happy. And you just gotta let him be after like a few runs. Peanuts, I do not have any Cernos Prime Relics. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I have failed you. Once again. I am a loser. But we knew that. I play video games for a living. We already knew I'm a loser. That's nothing new. Starts with you. Your one day has just lasted 2,000 hours? Are you okay? Did you go too close to a black hole sun? Won't you come? Oh, there's like one person in chat who's like, hey, I know that song. But am I a registered loser? I think I'm like above registered loser. I make stuff for you who are registered losers. Right? Like, I facilitate registered losers. Does that make me a greater loser? Yes. Hey, we got the different... Oh, but I wanted the rework tile! Man, I have gone on Stefano Relics so many times, and I still have yet to see the new rework tile. Why is the game hating my parties today? Sumi, why do you hate me? You ran away. Come be my friend. You've seen the rework tile once? I feel like I haven't seen it at all. But also, this is like my 4th time doing Stefano since the rework tile came out. So like, maybe it's just like a observation bias. Oh, unable to join. The objective has been completed. All right, I'm sorry. Goodbye, Sumi. Au revoir. Reset your internet. Okay, well, the objective's been finished, so I can't get you back in here. You've only gotten the rework tile? What the hell? I have yet to see the rework tile, and it makes me so sad because I like the rework tile. It's kind of fun. Lurking, Alpine. How dare you? Obviously, I'm kidding. Hiya. Hey, you. Die. There's treasure Riven, but the prices went down so bad. Yeah, I wouldn't really be thinking of like trying to sell Rivens right now at all. Like just being realistic. Because everyone's just freaking out, you know. It's one of those things where like this is where you buy good Rivens. Heracron Steel Path or normal is best for casual Relic and Cryotic. I mean if you can handle Steel Path and you bring like a defensive frame, I would say go Steel Path. Like, I'll always say go Steel Path. Because if anything else, you get Steel Essences, which you can turn into more Relic packs or loot. Hey, we got Sumi back. Yay! Although I don't think you're going to get this Relic, but we did get you back. Yay! Oh, look, a Zenosfire. fancy me being here on the same bat time, same bat channel that I always am. Who would have thought? I mean, Heracon I think is actually like a fairly chill like farm. I actually like Heracon. It's where I go to like farm relics if I also need cryotic for some reason. But also now I'm at the point where I never need cryotic. I mean, I would always recommend if you can handle Steel Path to do Steel Path. Like, to me, that's a no-brainer because Steel Essences are useful. You can turn them into relic packs, you can turn them into the weekly shop items, you can turn them into Kuva, and so on and so forth. But, like, ultimately play within your comfort level and your enjoyment level. Because at the end of the day, fun is the point of a video game. And if you aren't going to have fun with doing Steel Path, then just do it on normal. But, like, if you can do Steel Path and you have a squad of people who want to do Steel Path, then do Steel Path. And, like, if you have a defensive frame to do it, bring that. How do you screw up the remake that bad? Generally looks like a mobile game. Great question, Voyage. Somehow Ubisoft does find a way. Yeah, what is going on with my game today? I've been getting some weird ass stuff ever since this update hit. Well, not this update. It's specifically this last hotfix has like messed up my lighting. I'm very confused. Is my Mars leveling up? Very good. Yeah, so the Mars will be Friday short. It's okay. Hey, you're not supposed to be dying. Hey, why is there only a book on the ground? That's weird. How'd that happen? Thanks for making Pablo's brain with Riven questions. Yeah, it's kind of opened up a lot more questions to it all. Like, I'm kind of glad that, like, I got that conversation started, but also, like, it's brought up a lot more questions and potential problems, too. You joined Warframe just after the Atlas Prime vaulted. He was your third frame, first Excalibur, second Nova Prime. Ooh, tasty. You've been getting random lighting issues? Oh, okay, so it's not just me, at least. That's kind of nice. I'm okay with that. I was hoping with the Mars augment to be for the alt fire. I was just hoping, like, the Mars is not bad with it. Like, it's, like, I tested it out, and, like, it's halfway decent. You were Excal and your Warframe said suit? Oh, I've had that bug happen before. Yeah, that's a weird one. Yeah, something's happening today. I don't know what's going on. Like, there's a bunch of weird graphical things happening right now inside of the game, too. Weird. What frame would I recommend for Heracron? Like, a frame that's good at defense missions. So, like... Frost. Vauban. Does Trinity heal the excavators? Because Trinity actually could be pretty decent for, like, excavator, just keeping them alive, right? Because the big thing is, like, you just need to keep the excavators alive, right? Like, you're playing an objective-based mission. Your kills don't really matter, so you don't really care about damage. You care about survivability of the objective. So you just care about doing that, and then you'll be fine. Caliban actually is really good, too. His summons do regenerate those things shields, so like that's another use case there. His sentience. Man, I love Caliban. Caliban's so much fun. Was about to comment Vauban. I love Vauban, man. Vauban's great fun. Have you seen that J-Chan made a video about me? J-Chan mentioned that he was doing it, but I haven't seen it yet, no. I'll watch it later. Okay, something is certainly happening here with internet. I don't know what, but we're chilling. Do you love Hawk to a frame? Mods, was that the 4th time or the 3rd time? Is about the questions I asked Pablo? Yeah, it's kind of like I said, it's kind of got the conversation started on it. Is that the 2nd? I don't know. We're gonna need to get a Hawk to account. Mods, invert these receipts. Maybe with the Riven change, it'll make the ag rate actually good. I don't know about that. Just the second. Sophia, I love that Sophia's the one who was like keeping an eye, because it would be Sophia keeping an eye. Hoping for a ban. I mean, to be fair, it's never a ban, it's just a timeout. Yeah, what happened to the lighting in this update? Can you ask what the question that opened up the can of worms? It was just kind of like all of them has opened up like a bit of a can of worms with the discussion, but it's all important things for them to be like thinking about and talking about and trying to figure out, because it is going to change like these are important questions that have been asked. Oh, ad break. But like finding out that we can get 3 combo rolls potentially is like, I think did open up a bit of a can of worms. Yeah, Sumi, I think your internet is not happy with us. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't worry. I'll repeat myself once the ad break's over. One day you'll let me. Maybe for April Fools. Mark it in your calendar. April Fools. You get to ban Mustard for, I don't know, a day. Because I feel like that would be really funny then at that point. But on the flip side, Mustard does get to say as much Hawktua as Mustard wants on April Fools as payment. So, you know, it's up to you whether or not you want to do that one. I'll let you two figure out if you want to pull that trigger. When they Mustard lose their sub if they get banned? No. You don't lose your sub if you get banned. It would just be a timeout for 24 hours in seconds. Hey look, Caliban. I was just talking about Caliban. I love Caliban. Caliban's so much fun. No, you meant an actual ban? I don't think so. The depth of the rolls is going to be higher because if you understand correctly, you lock one combo, RNG, gods, you get another combo, and another combo, good negative. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Precisely, productions. So, like, I don't know, I kind of want to make this like a 3-part short series now at this point, but also, like, at this point, DE may say something. So, like, maybe not. Prolki? Is that how you pronounce your name? Sorry, I probably have asked this to you before, but I'm stupid. That's a lot of arrows raining from the sky. So god rolls are going to be better and harder to get? Yeah, exactly. This is not changing the Riven market for the better as people are hoping. Like, I hate to be that guy to inform everyone, but the Riven market is just going to be getting more. Pro-like. Yeah, I did ask this last time. You're right. Listen, I'm dyslexic. You start adding in numbers into your name and it makes my head break. Is it making it worse? For the people who are addicted to gambling, yes. It is going to cause more gambling addiction. Okay, well, not, like, actually, because, you know, but, like, you know. So that's a yes for you're fine with it? Yeah. It's PoE level stat gamba. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, like I was saying earlier, like, other games have had this type of like, thing to it. So, like, it's not really unheard of, this system, and it does work otherwise. Hey, Raptrap, how you doing? I'm well, thanks. So, like, it ain't crazy. But yeah, does it have drops on? I don't know, does it say there's drops? Yeah, I think that, you think that they shouldn't have changed Ravens? No, I'm glad that they're making the change to Ravens. I just have concerns. Right? Like, at the end of the day, I still think the changes that they're making are fairly fine. But, like, I still have concerns. And it's not the answer to the problem that everyone was looking for. Which is also kind of part of the thing, is that people had sort of a inbuilt expectation of what they were thinking was going to be happening, because they kind of thought that DE would fully cater to all their wants and needs. Which, okay, sure. But, like, one of my biggest concerns with it, so for me personally, this new system is only a positive. Like, I will fully admit that I think that this new system, for the way that I enjoy Rivens, is a full positive. I do not see any problems with this system as it currently stands. For me. For me and the way that I work with Rivens, there is no negatives here. I am only getting more options and cooler Rivens. Yeah, let's go for like another one. Why not? So like, for me personally, this is an all positive change. For the greater Warframe community, I don't think that this is necessarily a positive change, because there is a lot of very, very rough RNG being created by this. Potentially. As the system currently stands, as described by what we know, being the social media posts and responses from Pablo to my questions on Twitter, as well as my as well as what was told on the dev short. We don't have all of the information yet, right? It's also still like a month and plus away. So like I said, for me personally, I think that this is very good. For the overall health of the game, I don't exactly know. I also think that people are upset because they had specific wants and wishes, and DE did what they did, or is doing what they're doing, and people were thinking that they were going to get a pizza, and instead they are getting a hamburger, and people are upset about getting a hamburger and not a pizza. Because they were expecting an extra large pizza, and they got a hamburger. Well, I mean, we'll put it this way. People were expecting an extra large pizza, and they're getting a medium pizza. Which, like, that's fair. If you were expecting an extra large pizza, and you're getting a medium pizza, yeah, that makes sense. But if you didn't order a medium pizza, or the restaurant was, or didn't order a extra large pizza, and the restaurant wasn't offering an extra large pizza in their offerings, they just said it was a pizza, like, your expectation should be tempered to a certain extent. And, like, I have concerns for the RNG amount for, like, the ultra top-end Rivens, but I also feel like 90% of the players are not going to interact with the system to that extent. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Great question. Stay the same considering you get a lock, an extra stat, doesn't it generally improve Rivens in general? Well, so that's the thing, right? It improves the baseline of the Rivens, right? So the baseline level of Rivens is going to be more potent, but like the top end is going to be much higher in grind and potential output for like damage and builds. So like the baseline of a good Riven is going to be going up, especially for end game players, because we can lock stats, we can combine stats, we can lock the combined stat and keep rolling. I'm vibing, so we're just going to keep going here. If you want to leave, you are welcome to leave, but like we're vibing at the moment. So you're stuck with me now. You think the situation, like the negative at first, but once it comes out, it's actually good. I still think that this system is good, right? I just think that it could be better. It could be less RNG. It could be steering away from Gamba mechanics. And like I get people's disappointment with there being RNG to it. Like, I get it. Especially if you were hoping for no RNG. So like, I get it. But I also think that if you were expecting an extra large pizza when the restaurant never said that it was giving an extra large pizza, and that you're disappointed that you're not getting an extra large pizza, even though there was nothing anywhere that said that you were getting an extra large pizza, I think it is a little bit silly. Because DE doesn't necessarily have to cater to all of our whims and all that. So, one upgraded stat on the Riven? Yeah, so like, for me, I'm going to be going for 1, maybe 2 upgraded stats. And I'm going to be perfectly happy with that. You know? People are more than welcome to chase after a 3 combo stat Riven, and those people are in need of some serious therapy. Yeah. We think we should all be grateful. I think that like you know, DE does treat us very well, but like also we treat DE very well. Like we've got a good, like, from an employee, from a consumer to business relationship, we do have one of the better ones out there. Plenty of time left to tweak it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not concerned. Like, I have concerns, but like at the end of the day, I'm still going to enjoy this new system. It's going to make Rivens more accessible. It's going to make Rivens more interesting. But like, it's not going to like break everything. It's Findom. Listen, it's only Findom if you give me 5 gifted subs. Then it's Findom. I feel like the RNG aspect makes it more fun. See, and that's kind of the thing, is like, I'm okay with RNG. Like, I am used to other games where RNG is much worse. And I'm okay with that. But like, I also understand where people are coming from and complaining about like they had expectations. And not having your expectations met is very frustrating. Especially if it's in the way that you are really not expecting. But I also feel like people are overreacting to this situation significantly. Like I said, I think that even 1 lock is still really good. Would we like more locks? Yes. I would love more locks. Especially warlocks. Just Eldritch Blast me. But RNG is actually a blessing in disguise compared to other games. Yeah. Yeah. There is a certain extent to that as well. Warframe's RNG is, relatively speaking, very generous. Right? We have multiple pity shops. We have relatively, like, on the grand scheme of things, consumer-friendly practices. Like, arguably the most consumer-friendly practices out there. Like, for gaming. But I think a lot of people are getting really annoyed because there was expectations. And expectations are a great way to get disappointed. And that's why I, generally speaking, just don't have expectations when it comes to stuff. So now the question is, do you try and lock a great positive stat, or do you always lock the biggest negative trait so you can force the rest of them to be positive? I mean, I would always go for the positives. For me, personally. Because I would rather have a guaranteed something I want on the Riven, rather than a guaranteed stat multiplier on the Riven, and then have to hope to God that I get the stats that I want. Right? Like, I will always go, but this is also just a general thing, that the way I think about stuff in games is I will always go for the guaranteed something rather than the variable something. So like, in Warframe, right? I will always go for a guaranteed damage rather than a variable damage. That's why my big problems with the mecha set is I will always go for the guaranteed armor, not the variable armor, being the mecha set armor generation, and that's variable because it's the person who kills the mecha set target that gets the armor. So that is a non-consistent variable armor bonus. I will never go for that as banking on that as a survivability mechanic. I will always go for a guarantee if I can do it. And especially when we're dealing with an RNG system, I will always go for the more guaranteed success rather than the potential of a higher make-believe thing that may or may not exist. Getting the new currency, that is, I'm going to be realistic with you, my biggest concern. Like, the RNG is what it is. Stupid people are going to do stupid things with their time and with their money. My biggest concern is whether or not the 2 new currencies are going to be accessible on demand, aka we can farm it whenever we want to. Yes, 2 new currencies. There is a lock-in currency. Hey, Black, it's been a while. How you doing? There's the currency to lock in your stat, and then there's a currency to combine your stats. So you need 2 new currencies to fully engage with this system. And if they make it so that either of those are time gated behind something, I'm going to flip. You'll always gamble your house if you're getting 2 houses back. And that's just kind of what, like, I look at it is, like, again, I always go for the guaranteed thing, not the... Oh, you know what? I don't have a crowbar crane. I will always go for the guaranteed thing and not the other thing. Why? Should they get rid of dispo? That's a whole nother argument. I think that they should bring back negative dispo, but I'm also very much the minority in that. Why? Sorry, highlighter, can you... my ADHD brain made me forget what you're asking about why there. Oh, why if it's a weekly time-gated farm? Because it just ruins the fun of the grind. Part of the enjoyment of grinds like that is that you can just do it whenever the heck you want to. Like, if you're stuck not being able to engage with the system, it's like... Let's put it this way. The circuit is a really good example of this. The current circuit implementation means that there is multiple weeks where you aren't doing anything with the circuit. Because it doesn't have ribbons that you care about. And then you have to wait multiple weeks to get the... Or not ribbons, sorry, incarnates. Then you have to wait multiple weeks for the incarnates that you actually want to come into rotation. How fun is that? Do you do circuit when that's the case? Like, genuine question. Because I don't interact with the circuit system at all now that I've got all of them. And I will never interact with the circuit, even though the circuit is a fun game mode, because there's no rewards there, and the reward system that currently exists with the circuit burned me out, so I no longer want to participate with it. Right? Now, I think sometimes you forget the circuit, to do the circuit, because you have to wait so long. Exactly. So, like, to me, having a more accessible ability to engage with the system is going to be the linchpin of the success of these changes to ribbons. If they lock the combining stat, we already sort of know that the the locking stat is going to be a thing. And that we're going to be kind of be able to do that. That's kind of what that was alluded to. It's not a guaranteed information yet, obviously. Nothing's guaranteed until the patch notes hit. And even then, it's not guaranteed because hotfixes happen. But, like, I want to be able to engage with the system, and I want it to be a fun and engaging mission. And if they meet those 2 criterias, I personally do not have any problems with this system. But if it is... see the Xbox news? What Xbox news? I know Gamescom's happening right now. Is Elder Scrolls 6 finally being announced? Let's head out here. So anyway, if they make it so that we can engage with the system whenever we want to, I think that the system is going to be fine. If they make it so that it's time gated with 2 different resources, I'm not okay with this. Disc to digital feature, but like why? Who asked for that? That's not what anyone wanted. We wanted discs. Man, gaming companies are really on acid right now. Holy crap. Still wondering if we'll be able to combine two things at the same time. Gas viral will be hilarious. I mean, so like the way that Pablo kind of like mentioned it, it turns your physical games into digital games. Yeah, that sounds awful. Yeah, you know why that sounds awful? Your physical game now gets assigned a code. Your physical game now is locked to your account. You can now no longer sell your physical game or trade it in or give it to somebody else to enjoy. Yeah, that sounds awful. Yeah, that's why this exists, so that they can lock in physical copies of your game and force you to not be able to resell it. That's what this exists for. They probably haven't even, like, that is where it's going. Sorry. I own Trust Corpos. That is where that's going. One great update would be a wildcard incarnate adapter from any week. See, the way that I think about it is like this. Instead of incarnates, it's tokens. So every week, you can farm 2 incarnates from the circuit. These no longer exist here. You get 1 token for level 5, you get 2 tokens for level 10. Or 2 tokens at level 10. Right? And then you go see Mr. Nice Grumpy Pants with the gun in the place, and then you just trade it. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want the incarnates to become a token system. You can farm 2 a week, then you go to the Zarman and you buy the incarnate that you want. Give us that. New god roll for Verglass B. It'll still be crit chance. It'll be like crit chance viral. Yeah. Eleanor shop but incarnates. Correct. Yes. That's what I want. Yeah, I want Eleanor's token shop, but for incarnates. I would like that, please. Please and thank you. Disc entitlement is tied to the specific disc, and it will move your account if you swap the physical disc with a friend or log in a different Xbox profile to try the disc play the disc-based game. Yeah, how many times are you going to be able to do that? So, question 1, how many times are you going to do that? Question 2, do you have to deactivate it on your account in order to be able to do that? To be able to give it to your friend, and thus you lose all your save files and everything. There is... I am not... I don't trust. Me no trust. Token systems mean that you can pre-farm incarnates, which is a no-go, but it's not pre-farm. Oh, yeah, you'd be able to pre-farm new incarnates. But you can already do that. I mean, we could already do that with the coda. Right? Like, I didn't farm a new coda to pick up my Bass Assist. I just had the spare tokens lying around. So, like, that has already happened. As a counterpoint. And tenants by extension? A little bit, but not really, because there's not anything new added in there for the melees. Select the incarnates, like choose this week on a pool of incarnates list. Yeah, something like that. Incarnates are sold for platinum, unlike codas. See, and that is reasonable. A reasonable point. Because you can spend platinum to get incarnates. And they may not want to do that. And that's a reasonable point. I did forget about that. Old ones, remove them for rotation. Maybe, ammo efficiency, blast range. I mean, like I was saying earlier, the big ones that I'm looking for like stat combos are going to be gas or blast, preferably gas, and elemental damage on a primary weapon for debilitate. Because gas caps out at 10 stacks, does really good damage. If the gas works like the leaded gas augment, where it applies into the damage equation of the dot, that could be really interesting. I don't think it's going to. But then it's Elementalist on top of that. And then you can put on another Elementalist on top of that too. Right? Something about the amount of weeks there are? Yeah, they did say Danny mentioned something that they're looking at it after TennoCon, so might be showing up with the next thing. The next patch. Maybe. So you're making the incarnate tokens disappear on the weekly reset, maybe? Yeah, maybe it's like you have to spend your incarnate tokens in like it's an Argon situation, so you can't pre-farm it. Actually, you know what? That sounds like relatively reasonable. so you can't pre-farm them if they're concerned about the platinum situation. Innate gas damage on Riven is going to make you go crazy. Yeah, but sci-fi, the big question is whether or not they're going to allow the Venado, the leaded gas tech to play through with it. And I'm gonna guess no. I'm gonna guess that's gonna be a leaded gas exception. But I'll still take gas on weapons. Still take gas on weapons. Don't mind me. That sounds pretty good to me. I don't know about you. Can you future tokens of the helmets like Argon then? No. Could faction damage stats be combined in Ultimate Giga Racism Riven? Well, so maybe, but I don't know. I'm really interested in that. Why do you love gas so much? Because it's gas, bro. 6-7. I'm hip with the kids. Gas is, so in the case of debilitate, -2, fuck you. Sorry, Brainer Cobra, you caught a stray. Because gas damage is looking for gas mods, and that's why it scales. It's less tech and more of a funny coincidence. Well, so the problem with that, no, I love gas and blast. I love both. I am allowed to love both. I do love both. It's a use case scenario. So gas is really good with debilitate because gas goes into heat and toxin. So with debilitate, you get 3 damaging status effects out of it. Right? Blast only goes up to 10 stacks, then applies 1 of either heat or cold, and then resets down to 0. And only 1 of those status effects deals damage to play into the Elementalist tech. So for debilitate, gas is better. And for melee influence, gas is also better because then you have 25 meter AoE or 20 meter AoE around you of gas clouds. Of lingering gas clouds that hang around on the ground so that when new enemies wander in, they take damage. That doesn't mean that gas is the go-to element, it just means that it's good in certain circumstances. Anyway, I'll be right back. We'll see you in a second. Sci-Fi Freak, don't leave because I have a point on that going back to Blast. Okay, I'm back. So one of the things with Blast versus Gas is that Valiance Formation doesn't work into Blast status effects. But Blast is a little bit of a different beast because it gets the 300 damage on its on enemy dying, 300% damage and an AoE on enemy dying. So like that's a little bit of a different thing. But I don't know if Gas is going to work into the gas dot equation or not, and my suspicion based off of let me see if I can find it. Based off of this reply to somebody was this is like, what do you think? Lead gas augment where the damage is affected by modded elemental damage pledge, they still work like heat and toxin. Like, I want to guess no, because Pablo, I think, probably would have said yes here rather than what do you think? So like my gut instinct, my inferred from this is that gas damage on the Riven is not going to affect not work into the gas dot equation. That is my guess. Obviously, we'll have to see when the patch hits. So I don't have a yes or a no. I am definitely just guessing. I have no idea. We'll have to see. Right? And that's kind of part of the thing, is like we don't have all of the information yet for specifics like that. But my gut instinct is that gas won't be working into the dot equation. Gas on a Riven won't be working into the dot equation. If it does, gas is the best stat to get on Rivens if you're going into a damage status build. Like, hands down. Because if it does work into the equation, that's a huge force multiplier. Really massive. Yeah, I'm with you, Blex. I hope it does, because it would be kind of interesting, but, like, I'm not expecting it to. I am not expecting it to in the slightest. So use gas on levels as 4? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the idea, right? Valiance Formation works into that. Morrison, what all the new stats are going to be. Weak point damage in particular looks goofy. Yeah, so, like, that's the other thing, is, like, weak point damage could be really interesting. Status damage is the one that I'm the most interested in, if I'm going to be honest. We already have a confirmed that status damage is going to be a thing there. So the status damage one is certainly the one that I'm the most interested in, but I'll also fully admit that I really like status effects and status damage and dots in the game. So, like, I will admit that I'm, like, fully biased. Because my personal preference, like, Debilitate is one of the coolest arcanes in the game. Like, I love Debilitate. Debilitate is so cool. I think that is one of the sweetest arcanes that this game has ever produced. Like, this is really fun. Like, this is really, really cool. And, like, more people should use Debilitate. Like, this is arguably my favorite primary arcane in the game. And either way, for, like, primary weapons that I'm going to be using Debilitate on, I'll still be going for gas. Right? Because if I'm going for a status-based damaging build, gas works the best into Debilitate. And follow through. So the thing is, like, the way that I'm currently seeing this as it functions is anything that is already a mod is going to be a stat that we can potentially get on Rivens. So damage fall off, I don't necessarily think is going to be a part of it. But what I think is going to be a part of it, which is technically damage fall off, is these beam length, this stuff. I think this might be a stat on there, right? Like galvanized acceleration. I think this could potentially, like, projectile speed, because that's essentially damage fall off, right? And I think that will be on the stat. And I don't think regular damage fall off will be a part of the stat, because then that will affect AoE damage, because AoE damage does have fall off. And I think that that could be like coding problematic, if that makes sense. But like projectile speed, I think could be a stat that we see on Rivens with this new thing. Like that could be interesting. Wouldn't AoE damage be tied to blast radius instead? Yeah, so like I'm wondering if we'll get like an AoE radius. You know, like a fulmination or a firestorm, right? Like I wonder if we'll get that. Like blast range. Like that could be a stat that we could get, right? Because it's here. So the way that like I'm looking at it is like any stats that exist on Rivens are, or on mods are stats that these new Rivens will be able to get. So, you know, this, like blast radius is a potential. Acuity stuff is a potential. You're referring explicitly to AoE fall off? I figured that that's what you're talking about, and I mean, does AoE fall off exist in the mod? I don't think it does. And that's why, like, my gut instinct is to say that that's not going to be what's going to be coming. But I also don't know. Right? Obviously, none of us know. We don't have all the information yet. So, like, my gut instinct is going to be, like, saying that that's not going to be a part of it. But also, it's DE. They might be. I don't know. So, conditional level mechanics will be a stat Riven. I think that there's a possibility for that. I don't know what stat combination that would be. Like maybe damage and status duration would turn into that, because like that would be really cool, like another like galvanized shot style thing. Like that could be really interesting, right? Movement speed, dodge speed. See, I think that that's a possibility. I don't know what stats combined would turn into that, but I think that's a possibility. I think like, so we have the 6 combo elements confirmed. So that's there. And then we have weak point damage confirmed, and we have no damage plus status chance is status damage, Big Chomo, and that one's already confirmed. Now, I'm assuming by what he meant by that was elementalists, right? Not this, because this is status damage, right? So I'm assuming this. But like, yeah, conditional overload mod like on a Riven would be really cool. I think that could be really interesting. So anyway, I like, yeah, we have to see sort of like how things are functioning and like how things are going to be playing out. Obviously, we don't have all the information yet. And the more I keep thinking about this new system, the more I'm kind of liking it. Like I was initially really gung ho for it, and then I was kind of nana boo boo on it. And now that we've talked more about it today and sort of like getting my thoughts more aligned or like sorted, like I think that this new system is still going to be really good. I still think that people had expectations, and that's why they're upset, because their expectations were not what is the reality. Because again, going back to the pizza, right? The restaurant had pizza on the menu. You ordered pizza expecting an extra large pepperoni, and you received a medium Neapolitan. The restaurant never told you what pizza you were getting. You got a pizza. You're just unhappy with the type of pizza you're getting. And like, I get it. I get having your expectations not something there. Headshot multiplier? Yeah, see, headshot multiplier I think is a thing. We do know that weak point damage is a thing, so I probably would just go weak point damage, not headshot multiplier. But yeah. Honestly, I'm just happy that we finally have stat locking. Yeah, the having stat locking I think is a really important thing. Would I like to see more stat locking? Yeah. I get that people are not happy not having more stat locking. Oh, it's all right. You know, I tried to do something fun with it with like an irradiate build, because my like, and it does actually work like funnily on the radiate build, but like the weapon itself just has problems that are inherently not solved by this mod. And like, this is the build that I'll be running here. Secondary innervate, steady hands, and then this. And like, it actually does pretty decent, but it's not good. You think that's downplaying how half-assed only being able to lock one stat feels on top of the tax it incurs with a reroll with a lock? See, and that one, I get where you're coming from, Lemon Thunder. I totally get where you're coming from. Because, like, to me, this stat locking isn't that bad. But it ultimately depends on how farmable the resource is. Because if the resource is not super farmable, both in enjoyment factor and ease of farm, it's not going to be good. So, like, that's, if I'm going to be honest, my biggest concern has to do more with the accessibility of these new features than the actual implementation as it currently stands with this new features. So it's good with gas, right? I would probably go blast and corrosive personally. Yeah. Gonna watch people lock in the negative stat. Yeah, I'm kind of interested if people are gonna, if we're able to lock negative stat. It hasn't been fully confirmed yet if we're able to lock negative stats. So like possibly. But yeah, I could see people doing that. But like even that, like that helps you get to a god roll faster. So, like, the way that I was sort of thinking about it earlier is that essentially what this does is make Rivens more accessible for a more casual person to get a better, stronger Riven more reliably. But it also increases the top ends of Rivens massively. That's another thing you don't like that requires you to access separate content to gain all the features of the Riven system. I mean, I would argue up until recently in Warframe's lifespan, that has always been the case with Rivens. Right? Like, if we go back to, like, when Rivens were first introduced, the Kuva farms were, like, 3 things, and it was all, like, Kuva Siphons or Kuva Fortress. So I'd argue that that's always been kind of an inherent problem with the Riven system. And it's been expanded on over the years. Now, I'm not discounting your point, because I think that you're still right. Is that it requires you to access separate content to gain all the features of the Riven system. I do agree that they need to make this farm both enjoyable and ease of access so that people can participate in the system. And I think that's really where the make or break of the system is going to be, and these changes of the system. Because having, essentially what this is going to do, in my mind, is make like not just usable Rivens, but like good Rivens more accessible for the vast majority of players. But then the people who want to chase the insane Rivens have the functionality to be able to do that. And if the resources are decently farmable with no time gating, then I think that this is going to be serving that purpose. If the combo stat thing is timed gate, I'm going to be sad. I'm actually going to be pretty mad. If the we already kind of know a little bit about the locking stat, the resource, which is going to be, Pablo said, in the easy mode, farmable. In the hard mode, you'll get more of it. Right? That was from the dev short yesterday. In terms of the higher ceiling power, you're fine with that being placed in later content, but stat locking also being unlocked later encourages you to just sit with your Rivens until you reach that point, which you find to be an awkward incentive. See, I do agree with that. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair point. I think that that's rather fair, but also, like, a lot of Warframe and a lot of the game is the more you progress, the easier things get. In a way, right? So, just sort of like to give an example for that right here. Right, your daily standing cap. It's based off your MR level. The more you progress in the game, the easier standing becomes. Which is still a thing that already exists. So, like, the more you progress, in the game, the easier getting good Rivens is. Which kind of makes sense. We also don't know where this is going to be locked behind, which is also kind of part of the problem. Right? We don't know where the Ice Blade of Naarin content is going to be placed in the sort of progression track, if you will. Just noticing Prime prices going up, Riven prices going down. Yeah, it sounds about right. You don't understand the resource, extra resource for locking. Just increase the Kuva loss per thing, and then have one extra resource to combine. You know what my opinion is? We already have a resource that could serve this, and is something that you interact with every day. You know, Riven slivers. Like, we could use Riven slivers to lock the stats. Like that could be an answer to this. Right? But like, so like I would like that. Oh, should I say blueprints? No, but like Riven slivers, right? If they made this the locking stat resource, could be neat. Could be neat. That poor sliver desperately needs more purpose. You fucking tell me about it. Even with them increasing the availability of options to buy stuff, how would you balance that in terms of quantity? I don't know. That is an excellent question. And we only spend it once a week. Yeah, when the Riven Sliver thing happened, the increase in the shop inventory, I was at 11,000 Riven Slivers. I'm at 12,725 right now. So, but like maybe it's just like it scales up. Like it's 20, 30, like make it 1%, so it's 3,500, so 35. Right? 35 Riven Slivers for locking. Like, how many Riven Slivers do you realistically get in the mission? Like, that was a 26-minute defense, and I got 22 Riven Slivers. So, like, okay, maybe not that high. But, like, I don't know, you could find, like, some level to it. How many rolls until you get stuck at 3,500? For Rivens? Is it 10 rolls? Right? It's 10 rolls? That's when you get to 3,500? So why don't you make it 10 Riven Slivers? You know what I mean? Each lock, 10 Riven Slivers. Could be cool. Could be an answer. Right? So if you want to lock a stat from roll 1, that's 1 Riven Sliver. You want to lock a stat for roll 2? That's 2 Riven Slivers. Roll 10, 10 Riven Slivers, and 10 going on from there. And we gonna lock 2 stats. Again, I don't think that they're gonna change that, the locking more stats, no matter how much we wish that we could. I don't think that's happening. I'm not saying that I don't want that to happen. I am just, why did I got 2 different slots for vitality here? That's weird. Oh, is there any other ribbons or any other mods that do that? That's weird. Why is that? Huh. Weird. But anyway, Riven Slivers, I think, could be a potential, like, solve to that. Pay platinum for the double lock? No, I don't think they should add in any pay platinum for this. No. Because then we're just going back to the Kurbo skin stuff. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think that we should be able to play platinum for any of this. Because then it's a pay to win. Then we're into pay to win territory. And no, I don't think platinum should be a part of the system in any way, shape, or form. We already have enough platinum in the system being Riven slots. We don't need any more. I think that would be very unwise of them. That would make me the most upset in this whole entire situation, actually. I would actually flip my shit if that happened. You have 608 anxiety rel cards, and that means something. I feel like, you know what? You're right. That does mean something. They said it isn't blue Kuva because the effects on that is temporary. Yeah, I don't really know. We'll find out what it is. You wonder if plus follow through could be added as a percentage. So, like I said, I think it's going to be anything. It's going to be stuff that like already exists as mods that just don't exist on Rivens yet. So, means you need more Forg in your life? True, we always need more Forg. They have a mountain of goodwill built up. Attaching a plat cost to the slot machine would be strip mining that mountain. Yeah, it would be an awful decision. Terrible. Like, the community would erupt at them if they made platinum to be a part of it. It would be a very unwise decision of them, and they're very aware of that. And if they aren't aware of that, well, no, they're aware of that. They're not stupid. You want to play Gyre, but you feel like her augments are kind of mandatory? The only one that I think is really mandatory on her is the augment for her third ability. The rest of the augments are just kind of nice to haves. I don't think that there's any other augment to her that's, like, necessary. Just her augment for her fourth with the third. Placeholder uses silly. You want to spend 500 clems? I agree. Also, all this is extra into the old system, so a lot of this is just feeling you're missing out on potential. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You know, people had expectations, and that's largely the reason why people are upset. I think that's largely where it's coming from. And like someone else said, the only upset party are people selling Rivens for 10k platinum. But even then, those people are... sorry, quick ad break. Those people are still going to be able to farm their God Roll Rivens to sell for platinum, and they'll be able to sell for even more platinum because it's going to be even more of a grind. So it's fine. Give you a Clem coin currency? What do you think platinum is? Clem's the creator of platinum. Clem is the ultra capitalist. We just haven't known it until now. Little do you know, Clem is actually Satan. Clem is in fact just the devil. And the devil is capitalism. Thank you very much, Brendan Lee Mulligan. We love Brendan Lee Mulligan. Bro is gatekeeping. It's true. It's true. It's definitely not that I just wasn't paying attention and I have ADHD. I love gatekeeping people. It's what I'm all about. Make a Clem mission to get a weekly item. You love that Clem icon in the short? I mean, there is a Clem mission to get a weekly Clem item. It's just not the Clem item you want. It's a Clem Spectre. Clem actually created Parvo's Granum. I hate to... Listen, chat, you're gonna hear it here first. This is the Ultra NDA. I can't believe I'm gonna break this right now. Ballas is Clem. You heard it here first. Oh, Ballas is Clem. Help! Oh, what do we do? Only the devil would come up with 2 Grakadas. It's true. Water found in ocean, so obvious. Yeah, it's true. What slots did you do with an all-stars assume? Her first ability. I don't remember if that Trinity short was before I shifted, but it's her first ability. Usually, like, with my shorts, I add, like, the helmets and the shards and the arcanes after the mods, so if you just watch the whole short, usually it's at the end. But, that one's an older short, so, it might... Excuse me, music. That might have been before I made that change. If Ballas was Clem, you wouldn't bat an eye. Listen, Eternalism, it's a hell of a drug. I like to say that to, like, tweak the people who are super lore nerds. Who are like, Eternalism's only been mentioned twice in the whole entire game lore. It's be like, yeah, Eternalism did it. See, that's gaslighting. Energy God. Oh my lord. Yeah, I see what you mean. Spectral Siphon? That's so little strength, though. That's so little strength. Miss out on some funnies. Clem is Ballas. Yep. That's what we came to the conclusion of. Yeah, this looks good. Nothing really to say here. Yeah, you're gonna have a billion energy. You know, so one thing I would recommend, because you're running Blessing here. Gaslighting doesn't exist? Whoa, really? Wait, weren't you on Twitch earlier? Clem, Ballas? Listen, they're basically the exact same word if you really look at it. Right? It's basically spelled the exact same. If you really think about it, Clem and Ballas are made of the exact same letters. Does Vauban really need strength? I mean, not if you're getting rid of that one, but if you're using this, yeah. And, well, this one doesn't really need strength. But, like, if you're using Photon Repeater, you want some strength. Because, like, this scales off of strength. And deals triple damage, double damage to overguarded enemies. So, like, you do want some strength on here. But, like, also, you got Molt Augmented here. So, like, you should be fine. Like, maybe Growing Power. But you did also get rid of the other ability that cares about strength, so, like, you're also fine there. And it's only Photon Strike that's losing strength, so, like, you should be fine. But, like, I wouldn't want to have strength in this, personally. But, like, you're also running 4 augments, so you kind of got to make a choice at a certain point. At a certain point, you just have to accept that you're running 4 augments on a build for the fun of it. And I respect that. That's so many. I would drop Enduring Bastille. I'm not gonna lie. He doesn't need strength? Oh, no, I'm not saying he needs strength. I'm saying I want strength. You're misinterpreting. Like, having more strength into Photon Strike is nice. It's not needed because Tesla Bank is the best nuke in the game. Seriously. If you need a nuke on a frame, this is his helmet. Just throw on effing Tesla Bank. It's a nuke for everyone. And activates Archon Stretch. It's really good. As my leg up, why do you hate Whimsy? You seem like a sad little human. Chat just catching strays. Yeah, it's comfortable. Sorry, do you want me to, like, sit with only proper posture all 8 billion hours I exist? Tesla Bank is overrated? I mean, I feel like Tesla Bank is underrated. Tesla Bank is really good. How much health do you have? You have 2 million health? My Tesla Bank deals 2 million damage. Go into level cap. How much health do you have? A lot. Huh. In an AoE, you say. To shreds, you say. Nah, Tesla Bank is great. What type of Archon shards would work for an artillery protea? Honestly, like, so artillery protea, do you mean the augment for the 4th ability? Or, yeah, you mean the augment for the 4th ability? I mean, I would probably still be looking at duration. Right? Because, like, the turret still likes duration, even if you're using the augment for the 4th ability. So I'd probably say, like, some duration on there. Maybe an equilibrium shard if you feel like being crazy. But, like, I would probably say duration. Kind of makes sense. Bank scales off of range? Yeah, it doesn't really scale off of strength at all. But, like, this scales off of strength. But this scales off of range. Doesn't show up here. But the AoE from Tesla Bank does scale off of range. So like going high range makes sense. For earlier when we were talking about strength, I was talking about photon repeater. Which is not like super necessary. But like the real damage from your build is coming from Tesla Bank, and this is just like an overguard stripper, basically. Blue shards, armor, and go persistence. It's true. Only really brave people do something as stupid as that. I'm joking, obviously. But that actually could be kind of funny. Does Noko lose Tesla Nervos well in reroute? Great question. I'm not testing that. I've lost enough brain cells to Tesla to fucking Noko reroute. God, I lost so many brain cells to Noko reroute. I have made so many bug reports on that augment. I want it to be good, man. Oh, I've lost so many brain cells to it. I bashed my head into the wall with that augment, just screaming, please make it good. Well, I mean, it's just, I want it to be good. Well, I mean, let me put it this way. I just want it to work as what feels to be expected of how that thing feels like it's supposed to work. From Overlord, hey, I know that reference. Okay, but I haven't seen the anime, so I don't know what the color palette's supposed to look like. Hold on, I'm judging you. Hold on, I must judge you. Redirect damage to go ahead and press 1 to instantly die in a mission. You know what, you're right. Ah, hey, you know what, yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright. No, you nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it. All right. I'll give you that one. I wonder if you can do a Necros with this. I feel like it would work better with a Necros. Be more on theme. The Teshin plushie makeshift giveaway. I have heard that there is a Teshin plushie. I did not know that there is a makeshift giveaway for it. But I know that it exists. That is the information that I have for you. Yeah, I like that. That was cool. Yeah. Vector Pad is the most underrated part of Aubyn's kit, gives movement speed and multiplicative damage bonus on top of all and makes you fast. Yeah, it's really good. I just get annoyed with anything that messes with my movement. I get viscerally angry at anything that messes with my movement. So like I get really pissed off when Volt's in my squad for no good reason. And I get minorly irked by Bright Bonnet. I mean, I don't know if I would go Debilitate here. I would probably go Merciless, not Debilitate on this one. If you want to use Debilitate, I would recommend switching off Serration into Galvanized Aptitude. Because then you'd be getting more damage out of it because you're running Debilitate. Right? Because then you would have Corrosive Blast, Electric, Toxin, Heat, and Cold. So you'd have 6 elements rather than 2 if you use Galvanized Aptitude with Debilitate. Give it a try at least. See how it works. That's what I would recommend. Swapping this out for Galvanized Aptitude, and then letting Debilitate do its thing. That's what I would do. Because theoretically, you should be getting Corrosive and Blast up to its maximum 10 stacks pretty frequently, and Blast does activate Debilitate on its 10 stack before it resets. So like, yeah, I would try Aptitude on here rather than Serration. Give it a try, see how it feels. If it doesn't feel right, switch it back. I think the build's fine overall. I would probably say like if you want to keep Serration on there to go like Merciless, somewhere in there. But also will fully recognize that I despise the Torrid with a fiery burning passion of 1,000 suns. I hate the Torrid. It's ugly. It's made for fools. Yeah, that's not true. It's a fine weapon, but I just don't like it. I'm just like, how do I say this? I'm just mostly sleep deprived and slightly losing my mind today. Hot take, but you also want the have Disto drop again? See, that's what I've been saying. I think that Riven Dispos should drop. Because Riven Dispos only going up, I feel still stupid. But I also feel like they can't put that can of worms back in the bag. That's the phrase I need. That's the phrase is the right phrase, right? Yeah, that's the phrase. I do agree. I am wholeheartedly in the party that this has just turned into a yap stream. Sorry, y'all. Hope you enjoyed the yap stream tonight. It is an hour past that I normally stream, so need to update them more often. Atomic Heart, it's not the morning, it's 8 p.m. Well, I guess time zone. But we all know Eastern Standard Time is the most important time zone. Clearly. It's 2 a.m. actually? You're lying. Look, it says right there. 8:02. Okay, you can't really read that, but whatever. That's called a Malaphor. When you mix up 2 or more metaphors simile. Huh. Alright. You're building some Gundams and you like hearing my voice. Ooh, what Gundam are you building? When you played with Horde Incarnate a while back, mostly play around the grenades instead of the Incarnate mode. Yeah. Well, see, not Ultor. So, for those of you who don't know, Riven Dispos change every Prime Access. And previously, Riven Dispos went up as well as down. But now, they only go up. And I think that they should bring back Riven Dispos going down. MS Barbados and RG High V. Ooh, fun. I know one of those. I maybe know the other one, but I'm bad with names. Gunpla is really cool. I wish I could get into Gunpla. But after years of working for Games Workshop, I kind of lost the joy of building anything that looks like a model. I have so much Warhammer sitting in my closet that could be built and painted, and I just don't care. It's 2:03? No, it's 8:03. It's right there. See? 8:03. That's your mom texting me, by the way. All of your collective mothers. Like I said, sleep-deprived Xenos has lost their mind. Best way to destroy Arbitration Jones without doing anything. I mean, that's the kind of the problem. You have to do something. That's the point of them. Oh no, not the your mother jokes are starting. Hey, I mean, fair. Chat, scatter. Oh, chat, don't scatter. I need you for validation of my existence. Just replace it with critical delay. Yeah, basically. Firestorm? Really? Ugh. I know, it makes the beam wider. Where's your damage come from? Oh, just Merciless? Oh, that's a choice. No, that was a very, very good build. I don't know why. Bring home some cookies and cream milkshake? No, sadly, she said, I like your sibling best. And if you don't have a sibling, I hate to break it to you. We have something to tell you. We have some very, very exciting news to share with you. So you thought there had to be a better way to do it? I think Titania's butterflies count as a weapon, and that's why, because abilities aren't supposed to be able to damage the drones, but weapons can. So I think they're count like as a part of the exalted weapon. I think that's why. But no, it's weapon damage. Like you could do like AoE stuff. Like if you got an AoE weapon, you could do that. But yeah. Did you know that secondary radiate will spread void from Zetas? I didn't know that directly, but that does make sense. Because it is just the weapon hitting in an AoE. So that does track. Something, something, got her cookie and cream / timeout, the hero is gone. Yeah, something like that. And creamed her cookie. Anyway, chat. I'm losing my mind! Help. Help. You don't want to stop butterflying? Then just shoot them with your gun. You know. Just shoot them with your gun. You'll be fine. I believe in you. It gets freaky past 8. Yeah, sleep deprived Zenos like turns into a monster. Like the filter just starts to come off and just like it just becomes a little bit of a thing. You just kind of got to accept it. It sometimes just becomes a thing. You know, you just got to say, all right, that's a thing. Yeah. Titania's guns can't damage the drone. Oh, well, I don't know. Hope for the best, I guess. Just pray. Really? Titania's guns can't damage the drone? I don't really play much Titania, so I'm not surprised that I don't know this. Who are you? Oh. Her guns are considered an ability. It's true. It's so funny you're glad you're here. Listen, I'm glad you're here too. You specifically. Alright. We're calling it, nerds. We are calling it. No, hello. Bye. Actually. We're saying goodbye. I'm going to go and find some food and try to get some sleep because I'm still sleep deprived. You know what? Let's drop you with this, nerd. All right, everybody. Thank you all for the wonderful day today. I appreciate you all. I hope that you all had a fun day today. It was actually really, you know, I like to chat about things like this Riven thing because, like, I left stream yesterday feeling rather positive about the Rivens. I went to bed last night feeling really annoyed by the Riven change. And now I think I'm feeling pretty okay with the Riven change, now that I've thought about it more and let it percolated. I still have concerns about the Riven stuff, but it is less bad concerns than I had initially because I think I'm understanding the direction that they're wanting to go with this. Being emotional whiplash? Yeah, a little bit. You trust DE to make it right? It's not so much make it right. I think that the system as it stands is still fine. I still think that there needs to be like some improvements and like I need to make sure like the farm of the resources is going to be the linchpin of the situation. If the farm of the resources is reasonable, it's going to be fine. If the farm of the resources is not reasonable, it's going to be problematic. So it really depends on that. But ultimately, I think the new Riven system is actually going to be good. But I just think that it's not what people were expecting, and that's why people are upset. Which, again, if you have expectations of XYZ and you get ABC, I understand the disappointment. But I want more information from the devs before I make a final judgment call on this. But I will still be making a short tomorrow discussing my concerns with the system. Because I think that it's important to at least discuss the concerns with the system. Because I think realistically it's going to be fine. And I think realistically it's going to be not a bad thing. Because for the average player, it's going to be more guaranteed better rolls on your Rivens. For diehard Riven gambling addicts, it's going to be a new chase. For people like me, it's going to be a new chase, but not to the degree of those gambling addicts. So, wanted to offload the change onto a dev short because they had to cut it from the dev stream. Now you feel like they have to talk about it anyway. Nah, they'll just do a dev workshop. They'll just dev workshop this one, I think. Why are you jittery, Nova? What are you doing with your life? Anyway, we are calling here. Thank you all for the wonderful day today. Thank you very much, Skirily for the 8 months Prime, Carnifex for the new Prime, ya boy Shax for the new Prime, Mubenko for the 10 months Prime, Mahina Cat for the raid, Rob for the gifted sub, iFlynn for the raid, Shingle for the raid, and that's all we got. Point of yours to use Riven Slivers. See, I think that they should use Riven Slivers. I think they should. As always, we'll be back tomorrow. Usually on Thursdays, we like to do like variety every once in a while on Thursdays, but tomorrow we will be doing Warframe, because I think we'll be doing variety later in the week. I don't know what yet, but there's a possibility of it. So I am going to call it here. We are going to drop you off with a friend. We're going to drop you off with this friend. And go say hi to J-Chan, everybody. We love J-Chan in this house. J-Chan is great. And we will see you all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern till 6 p.m. Eastern. I did go later today because I was just kind of having fun hanging and chatting. So go spend a whole 60 seconds. Go say hi to J-Chan. J-Chan's a wonderful friend of the stream. And everyone else, take care. Be safe. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful night. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you again, everyone, for the wonderful day today. See you.